And we are live. It is time for round 10 of the FIDE Women's Candidates 2024. The tournament starts moving into its home stretch, and it is time for some exciting games, some incredible action. Will Zhongyi be able to keep her vice-like grip on first place? I'm your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, and alongside me today, my co-host, my fellow Southerner Grandmaster Benjamin Feingold. Ben, welcome to the show. Finally, the game started at a reasonable hour for us on the East Coast.
That's correct. Yeah, they're playing in Toronto and same time zone that we're in, so we don't have to wake up at 4 in the morning or the other way. So it's good for us, Danya.
It definitely is. Well, it's been good for some players and not as good for others. Let's start by reviewing the standings and look at that graphic. You can see the point totals adding up. Zhongyi suffered a very unfortunate defeat with the white pieces to her compatriot Lei Tingjie in round 8, but immediately rebounded with a victory, solidifying first place by half a point over Lei Tingjie, as well as Alexandra Goryachkina, who are hot on her tail. There's no way that Zhongyi is relaxing, Ben. The hard work is still ahead. She's got a big red X on her back.
That's right. And I think all the players in the tournament are playing for a win. And of course, for the players that are fighting for first place is all that matters. You want to play for the World Championship. And we have several players that are still fighting for first.
And obviously, there is still rating gain at stake. But the Candidates really is the only tournament where the only thing people really care about is who wins, or in the case of the previous candidates, who gets second place. But that's unlikely to be repeated. Let's take a look at today's standings. Of course, the pairings are repeated because everybody plays everybody twice, with white and with black. We have Lagno with white against Muzichuk. Goryachkina faces off against Lei Tingjie. That will be a very difficult pairing for the Chinese player. Goryachkina with white is a beast. Nurgul Salimova faces a struggling Vaishali Rameshbabu, who is on a very unfortunate slide of several losses in a row. And finally, the marquee matchup, Zhongyi versus Humpy Canero. And Ben, you pointed this out when we were discussing the pairings in the pre-show. Bad record for Zhongyi, but she's got the white pieces.
That's right. Zhongyi's having a better tournament. She has the white pieces. She's feeling really confident. But as you said, if you look at the score of them previously, good for Humpy.
Good for Humpy indeed. And speaking of Humpy Canero, she's incredibly experienced. She was over 2,600. At the same time, you can't live off of experience alone. And the younger players, particularly Salimova, Rameshbabu, Vaishali, of course, the sister of Pragnananda, the first ever siblings to play in the Candidates. This new generation is really fearsome. Let's take a look at our percentage likelihood graphic. This is really, really cool. I'm kind of mesmerized by all the colors because I have not graduated 5th grade, Ben. But for the adults in the room, what do you make of these percentages going into round 10?
It seems like after every round, somebody's fortunes either go way up or way down. But Zhongyi has been pretty close to the top of the chart for most of the event, with Goryachkina hot on her tail. So I think we're going to see some more movement in the charts over the next couple of rounds, Danya.
We definitely will, and I think we can start with again our big matchup as Zhongyi has first place. Humpy Canero with the black pieces, a very solid player. She is not known to take too many risks. And before we jump into the game, a quick reminder, folks, that if you're looking for more ways to get engaged, remember that you can vote on the outcome of today's games in both sections in order to win big. First place is a $250 Chessable course voucher that you can use to buy some awesome new courses by such greats as Peter Lecco, who has a new course, Judith Polgar, a lot of the commentators across both sections. I think Jovanka, big shout out to her for holding down the floor for, 8 consecutive rounds. She has a course as well. So make sure to use !vote in the chat. Vote on the outcome of today's games. And a look there at the playing hall. That's Goryachkina. And a handshake. The clocks are started. Round 10 begins. And let's move over to our interesting matchups, in particular, Zhongyi white against Humpy Canero. Just to finish that thought, Ben, Humpy is not going to take too much risk in the opening. She's going to let Zhongyi come to her.
That's right. Humpy Canero is a very solid player. She doesn't lose very often. She likes to play solid chess and equalize with black and then get the advantage. And there's a psychological advantage that Ten Zhongyi has. She has the chessboard barrette in her hair, so she's got chess not only in front of her but on top of her as well. And I guess it's a good luck barrette because she wore that when she beat Vaishali in 21 moves last round.
She's got chess in her brain and on her brain, and obviously there's chess played on the board. As we see some spectators crowded around this very important game. And d4 by Tan Zhongyi. We have not seen this move, I think, at all across both sections. The Scotch, which was a favorite, a pet line of Garry Kasparov in the 90s, but is a relatively rare guest in this particular version in top-level chess these days.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a Scotch yet. I think you're right. And I remember when I was at the Novi Sad Olympiad in 1990, at the same time as the Olympiad, Karpov was playing Kasparov a world championship match. And that's where he started playing the Scotch. And even though the first game they played was a draw, Kasparov did win the second game. So he was successful. And that brought, an old opening back into the fray. We haven't seen it this tournament, but for this very important game with Ten Zhongyi fighting for first place, we see a Scotch.
And the Scotch has kind of a storied history. It is a very old opening, as you pointed out. Some openings are named after people. Other openings are named after cities or even countries. I think the Scotch is named after the Chess Club of Edinburgh, Scotland, that played this opening. The collective members of the club played the members of a different club in Europe that used to be very common in the 19th century. So to my understanding, that's where the opening got its name. We see the recapture on d4, and Humpy responds with one of the most solid, one of the most reputable lines, bringing out her bishop to c5. There's a lot of early deviations that we don't have time to delve into. Bishop e3 instead of knight b3 is a big move, but we see Tan dropping her knight back and bringing out her other knight to c3. So this is going to be, Ben, an interesting theoretical battle.
Yeah, knight b3 is the old main line, and what's old is now new again. They used to only play knight b3, then they played just bishop e3, and now they play them both. And this will be interesting because I think at the very top level, bishop c5 is slightly less common than knight f6, although bishop c5 is what I've always played. So we're going to see who's better prepared for this. Obviously, the Scotch is a little bit of a surprise, so we'll see if Humpy can remember her prep.
So I'd like to go to the bird's eye view and take a look at the openings in the other games. Just a quick concluding thought there. Our Scotch game is on the bottom right. There was, of course, an MVL versus Carlsen game, I believe, in round one of the Singfield Cup several years ago, brought this opening back into the public eye. So we will be looking regularly at our top matchup. But some of the other boards, a slightly odd opening, I think, to most viewers in the top right, Ben, between Goryachkina and Lei Tingzhe, an open Ruy in the top left, and an h4 Grunfeld by Salimova, who wants to just knock Vaishali out before she even has a chance to breathe.
Yeah, now playing h4 early in almost any opening is no longer surprising. And it seems like Vaishali's not surprised. She has more time than she started with. And, well, this game with I guess the two youngest players, we're going to see a fighting game, and we're going to see lots of tactics and see who's better prepared in the opening with this slightly unusual h4, h5 so early before white has played e4.
And by the way, we see queen f6, which is the move that I play actually, by Humpy Canero. This is a very solid alternative to the more common knight f6. We'll let that game develop a little bit. Let's take a closer look, if that's okay with you. The Vaishali game, and we don't see a pawn on h5 every day on move 8, except, as you said, now we kind of do, actually. Well, no more h-pawn.
There was a pawn on h5, and a lot of times in a lot of openings, when people are playing h4, h5, they follow it up with h6. But in this case, Salimova traded on g6, opening up the h file, and she's going right away for a big attack against Vaishali's king, and Vaishali counterattacks in the center. Both players still have all of their time left. They're still in their preparation, but it looks like it's going to be a really exciting opening.
Yes, and I'm going to do this Peter Lecco style and rewind us back to the start. When did the pawn appear on h4? It was not move one. It wasn't move two, although already on move two, it's a legitimate move in some cases. It was on move five. So knight f6, c4, Grunfeld by Vaishali, knight f3, bishop g7. And it's h4 itself in the Grunfeld is actually not that uncommon, and it's been pretty well known for several years. I think the big change is that it used to be considered a gimmicky sideline, and now it's transformed into a very legitimate weapon. Castle's kingside, trade on d5 to deflect the knight, and the pawn lurches forward to h5 in a very Grunfeld style response, kind of on theme. This is what you're supposed to do. White plays on the flank, black strikes back in the center following classical chess principles. What are those? HG, HG, and bishop h6 here is the sort of thematic continuation. This has to still be preparation for one or maybe both of these players, but we see Salimova spending some time as she does indeed dart her bishop up to h6.
Yeah, this actually reminds me of a game that I played in Vaikanze, I don't know, 30 years ago against Kirkian Dubur, where I played an early h4, h5, and bishop h6, rook h6. It was a slightly different line than this, and the game was really exciting. So I'm looking forward to following the middle game here and seeing if white whips up a big attack or if black's counterplay in the center turns out to be more important.
And I'm actually seeing, I'm looking this up in the database. It is a relatively new position. First appeared in 2013. First player to play this with white, Hrant Melkumian. Not a coincidence. Strong Armenian GM and longtime second to some Potzer named Levon Aronian. Maybe some people in the chat have heard that name before. But this position has been very hotly contested in top-level chess. I see Sarana Paravian, Mamid Yarov Nepomniachtchi, from 2013 also. And black's typical response seems to be an exchange on c3. And here, Peter Svidler moved his king up to g7. Knight c6 is also possible. It's important to indicate that black is unlikely to get mated. That's not really the exclusive point of white's setup. You're also getting rid of black's Grunfeld bishop on g7, which is quite good positionally.
Yeah, it's nice to take the pressure off of d4. I'm always worried when I have white in these kinds of positions, since I'm more likely to have white and black than black, what I'm going to do with my king on e1. And I guess we'll see as the game goes on. Probably the white king is going to stay in the center, and maybe at some point white will deem it necessary to play king f1. But right now, white's king isn't in any trouble, and it seems like both players are still in their prep. Vaishali is still playing quickly. Knight takes c3, as you indicated, being the most common move, and then king g7 attacking the rook. And that's modern chess for you. We see very unusual play, playing down the h-file, and super grandmasters like it.
And I'm saying, speaking of super grandmasters, some very interesting developments here. Looking at this position in the database, fun little fact, the first time this occurred was a game from 2014. Black was a 2000 rated player, except that player would later on, a couple of years later, become a grandmaster from France. Not Maurizi or any of the young guns, but Laurent Paoli, less famous, but still. I see also the Mamedyarov game, which continued queen d2, lifting up the queen, defending the rook, c takes d4, and now rook h4 seems to be kind of the most hotly debated response. The idea, of course, is not just to capture the pawn of the rook. The main idea is to slide the queen up to h6. And black's response is forced. You have to play rook h8. And actually, white doubles back. Rook takes h8. King takes h8, runs into queen h6 and knight g5. Classic mating pattern. Black has to recapture with the queen. Very awkward move. And this is kind of the point of this rook trickery. And now c takes d4 is common, but look at the move Alexei Sarana played. Rook c1.
Wow, rook c1.
Okay, maybe kind of dumb, but still cool.
Yeah, this is very unusual. And when I see a move like rook c1, I think of engine preparation. But in this case, I'm not so sure. But it looks okay. I would just take back on d4, but I'm old school.
Yeah, rook c1 actually allows this move d3. And this is
Yeah.
an instructive point for some viewers. You are losing the pawn anyway because you can't take, you're going to drop the bishop to a fork. This is kind of the main idea. But d3 says, you can take my pawn, but you're going to have to accept a very inferior pawn structure in return. So other than kind of showing off to your friends, what is the point of rook c1? I think this position is not unlikely to appear on the board, and it looks quite pleasant for white, at least to my kind of inexperienced brain. I don't play the Grunfeld really for either side.
I've had white in some Grunfelds, and yeah, I would definitely prefer white here, but I don't think black should be super worried. I think this is a fine position, and with chances for both sides. So it seems likely that something like that could happen.
And queen d2 is on the board, so very likely following the path that we just outlined, but there are many ways to deviate. White can simply recapture on d4. Black can refrain from c takes d4. So we'll keep an eye on this very interesting Grunfeld battle. Let's perhaps transition back to our bird's eye view. We've got developments on the other boards. Okay, bottom right has kind of slowed down. White's queen moves up to e2. That is the main line. What else catches your eye, Ben? Perhaps the open Ruy in Lagno versus Muzichuk?
Yeah, I like the open Ruy as long as I'm not playing it. But I like looking at games where there's an open Ruy because there's a lot of prep going on, and we get very unusual positions with chances for both sides. Fighting opening.
Yeah, very fighting opening, and also a very old line. I think Zigbert Tarash used to recommend, well, he's been dead for over a century, but recommended this as kind of Black's premier response to the Ruy Lopez. And openings that exist for over 100 years exist for a reason. It's because they're fundamentally sound and very, very difficult to refute. So there have been many, many attempts. But the Ruy Lopez is still kind of alive and well. I feel like when I get this kind of position, I want to resign with both colors.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I've never had either color in this opening, but over the years I've seen a lot of Super Grandmaster games, and I've also seen a lot of preparation where the players are still not thinking yet when they're in the early 20s. Although I must admit, this early A4, B4, and Bishop G4, this doesn't look super familiar to me. So it seems like in this particular instance, both players rush to this position, and now they start thinking. But yeah, it's a pretty big fighting opening, and it's a very important game for Lano because if she wins the game, she'll be right in the hunt for first place.
Yes, I mean, we saw the percentages. Lagno had a shockingly low number, something like 12%, but a victory here with the white pieces would get her very far. So let's rewind a couple of moves. I'm just going to go from the start and show people what the open Ruy actually is and how this position was reached. Basically, in this position, people might be familiar with Bishop E7 or maybe the Archangel B5 and Bishop C5, but this pawn can be captured. And no, this is not the Berlin. The key difference is that A6 and Bishop A4 has been included, which means that after D4 in the Berlin, the knight can drop back to D6. Here, this makes no sense because there's no bishop to attack on B5. And white would simply capture on E5. Actually, you can do that even with a bishop on B5, but that's a different story. Black plays B5, chasing away the bishop. Now the pawn is essentially poisonous. I think it's a line, but it's incredibly dubious here to play E takes D4. Obviously, it opens up the E file. So black instead gives the pawn back, but solidifies the knight, and then builds this very interesting defensive chain, which kind of is the calling card of the open Ruy. C3, and the old move, Ben, Bishop E7. I think in recent times, Bishop C5, setting up the potential for knight takes F2 has been a lot more common.
Yeah, I think that's called the Dilworth variation, unless I'm confusing variations with Bishop C5 and sacrificing on F2. Yeah, Bishop E7, I think, is what they used to play. And again, what they used to play, sometimes it's good, especially if your opponent isn't expecting it.
Yeah, I also have heard the name Dilworth or maybe Dillard. No, Dilworth variation. Dilworth is also the name of a very overpriced area of Charlotte. So it's a good way to remember it. But bishop e7 is a lot less commonly played, and very quickly we exit theoretical waters. Bishop c2, bishop g4, and already after a4, b4, this position has only occurred 3 times. There was a Wei Yi game where bishop b3 was played, and h3, to my understanding, is a novelty. So completely unexplored territory, as you predicted, Ben. You don't see this kind of pawn action on the queen side every day. And now the big question is, where to from g4? Do you take on f3? Do you drop back to h5? And maybe there bishop b3 is a lot scarier because you can't defend the pawn by retreating the bishop. But if you retreat the bishop too soon, then you're not pressuring the knight anymore, and maybe you're opening up the door for various tactics in the center.
Yeah, it's very interesting that when black plays bishop e6, white plays bishop c2 because the d pawn is sufficiently defended. And then after bishop g4, h3, as you pointed out, if black plays bishop h5, then bishop b3, back to b3, confusing everybody, attacking the d pawn. And where do we go? So I'm actually surprised that h3 hasn't been played before. It looks like if black wants to refute this move, they could play very super hyper aggressive bishop f3, queen f3, knight e5. But that seems quite dangerous for black to open up the center like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the way chess is played nowadays, white could even consider gf if they don't want to sacrifice a pawn. But that's not the way that I used to play.
Yeah, actually, GF was my initial inclination, but after knight g5, no, apparently that's not. Maybe this allows f4, and knight takes h3 will get the knight trapped. So perhaps knight to c5 is the more prudent approach. But I think it's a moot point. I agree. Queen takes f3, knight takes c5, and perhaps queen f5. You can recapture the pawn, or you can slide the rook to d1. Yeah, this looks really unappetizing. Bishop h5, bishop b3, we kind of established. So it's actually kind of an annoying dilemma for black. I would hesitate to play bishop e6 here. The eval bar hates it. And so I'm sure the chat hates it because what do our opinions matter if
That's right.
we see that? If we see the temperature move up, could it be because of c4? I don't think so, because black can always drop the knight back to c5. But you can see why Muzychuk is thinking. So maybe you leave the bishop on you. Maybe the move is h5. I don't understand. The eval bar hates this. It hates that. Okay, so apparently the move is bishop h5. And I'm almost afraid to ask what is.
Yeah, bishop b3 looks really scary.
Okay, of course, this has to be calculated, sadly. We're going to cheat. Okay, apparently the move is knight takes c5. And bishop h5 has been played. Bishop takes d5. It looks like black can almost resign. But no, there's bishop takes f3. G takes f3. And now the simplest, calmest move, while the kingdom is burning, you just move the knight back to f6. And you say, please take my rook. Because after queen takes a, the compensation is obvious. White's king is really weak. f3 is under fire. And black can quickly get a rook to d8 after castling kingside. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, this is a really interesting position. And I don't think if I saw this position as the first position of the game, I would be able to guess what opening this was. It doesn't look like any opening.
I guess the pawn on a4 and b4 might be a slight indication, but I mean, that could just as easily be, I don't know, queen's gambit declined. There are no pawns left in the center, so white would have to go here. Castles. Who would you prefer? Would you rather be white or black here?
Probably in a slow game, I would take white, and in a blitz game, I would take black.
Yeah, that's a great answer. I don't really play slow chess anymore, so my answer is just in a blitz game, I would take black.
Yeah, I don't play slow chess either, so.
Queen e2, knight e4. I mean, clearly white has ways to try to consolidate. And I would be terrified if this was still part of Anna Muzychuk's preparation. But 1 hour, 26 minutes, most likely the players are completely on their own at this point, which makes it a little bit more exciting.
It's funny that the main line is people putting their pieces on squares they've already been to. So bishop b3, bishop c2, bishop b3. And then after this exchange sacrifice, black puts their knight back on f6 when it was on there a few moves ago. So it's not easy to just, try to follow the general principles. You have to have accurate calculation. And sometimes you have to sacrifice the exchange, which I usually recommend on my stream. And there, black has obvious compensation.
Yeah, I mean, the exchange sacrifice is kind of a theme in and of itself. Of course, some of the most famous proponents, other than Feingold, Tigran Petrosian, he's known for some very textbook exchange sacrifices. He has this game against Reshevsky from the 1953 candidates. I wanted to say the words "in my day," but I feel like maybe I should wait until I'm 30. That used to be a very famous game, but when you show it to kids now, they're like, "Was that in a Levy Rosman recap video? Because if not, then I don't care."
Yeah.
And it probably was. That's the thing.
That's right. Then they do care. Yeah, there were a lot of great games and a lot of great players in that tournament. And there's a lot of great tournaments from the past, but for the most part, most of the younger players now have forgotten. And now, people who were strong players in the 80s and 90s and 2000s are the ones that the younger players say, who's that? Who's Garry Kasparov? And wish a happy birthday to Gary, whose birthday was a couple of days ago. But yeah, speaking of Garry Kasparov, we saw used to play lots of matches with Karpov, and Karpov and Korchnoi had some open Ruy Lopez's. And I think it was more popular in the 70s than it's been lately.
Yeah, I mean, I had a recent experience where I was looking up a line in the King's Indian, I think, and at some point I looked up a position in the database and it had been reached twice. There was one game from like 2023, like under 8 World Youth, where both players were obviously over 2,300, and the second game was like Smyslov versus, I don't know, Bondarevsky from the USSR Championship 1947. So literally 2 games in the database that were over 70 years apart. So we think that these old guys just played a bunch of King's Gambits and had no idea what they were doing. But a lot of these modern openings were already being contested and debated through a lot of articles and magazines and a lot of high-profile games as early as, the 30s and 40s. So with that trip down memory lane, we'll probably leave Katerina Lagno to think about her next course of action. Bishop b3 will likely trigger that exchange sacrifice, but it's not the only move. Okay, so Vaishali has taken on d4. So Salimova is pondering whether or not to recapture or to play the move that we discussed, rook h4 on the bottom left. I don't really care too much for the opening in the top right, Ben, so maybe we can go back to our top game unless you have some thoughts on that snooze fest of an exchange Slav.
Yeah, that's unfortunate we see an exchange Slav. I'm actually interested in your take on the Zhongyi Canero game because you said that you play queen f6. So I'm wondering if this position is on your radar.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it probably is, and I probably don't remember, but it looks very familiar to me. And queen f6, I think, is a very underrated move because knight f6 is automatic for a lot of players. So I'm going to rewind a little bit. This position, the theoretical move has been knight f6, but the engine actually really likes the alternative queen f6. First of all, it threatens mate in 1 and potentially provokes the losing move f3. So Tan Zhongyi did very wisely to avoid that move. Queen e2 is the main move. Looks a little bit awkward because it blocks the bishop, but it also sets up the potential for knight to d5 with the pawn recapturing with check. But tactically, it doesn't really work out for white. If you make this move prematurely, it's totally innocuous. Black can take and just cover with the other knight. So that's nothing special. Bishop e3, trying to disarm this very strong bishop and reduce the pressure on the f2 pawn. Black keeps the tension, developing the bishop, and queen shifts over to d2, obviously opening up the door for the bishop and potentially preparing, in some cases, bishop to g5, although with the knights defending each other, it's really not a threat, and would just drop the f-pawn. So as far as I remember, most of the time, I see the engine preferring long castle, but in this particular position, I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly what's wrong with short castle. Not an enviable dilemma to be in. Which way do we castle?
Yeah, this seems like black has virtually equalized. It's funny you were mentioning earlier, and that was with the knight f6 variation, not queen f6. Uh, the game Magnus Carlsen versus MVL. Well, MVL was white in the Sinkfield Cup, and I have a funny story about that because I'm going to turn into Yasser now. But uh, in that tournament, the Sinkfield Cup, I asked Tony Rich, the executive director of the St. Louis Chess Club,
Hmm.
how did you decide to invite MVL? Because that was MVL's first Sinkfield Cup. And I was a big MVL fan even before he was top 10, top 20 in the world. And I talked about him a lot at the chess club. And Tony Rich said, because you told me to. So I guess that I must have insisted MVL get invited to this tournament. And that was a crazy game, which I believe ended in a draw. Um, the Scotch game you were talking about. Uh, but yeah, I mean, even though the Scotch probably isn't as popular as it was when Kasparov brought it back in the forefront in the 90s, there's still a lot of interesting games, interesting variations. And I mean, to get a position that's not a Ruy Lopez or an Italian with chances for both sides, it seems like it should be more popular because it's so interesting.
Yes, and that's an interesting story. I also know MVL from 2005, actually, my first World Youth in Belfort, France, under 10. MVL, I
Wow.
think, got the bronze in the under 18, and he was already a GM in 2005. So that's just pretty crazy to think about because he's not that old. Um,
No.
and yeah, I mean, the Scotch is alive and well. I think a lot of newer chess fans think that unpopular openings have, by definition, been refuted. And this word is overused a lot. Like, it must be unplayed because it's refuted. But even the King's Gambit hasn't really been refuted in the sense that black has a clear line that leads to a big advantage. There's a lot of lines that lead to a small advantage, but you can basically play anything. I think we've gone full circle with Prague playing a deferred Schliemann, Hikaru playing a Sicilian line that you literally never see, just e5 in the position where you usually play the knight or for the dragon. And I think that 10 years ago, there was this push to only play the top engine recommendations because we were so in love with these new engines, Houdini and Stockfish. Now everything is equal, so there's a little bit more creative freedom, I think. Would you agree with that summary of opening trends at a very
No, I,
broad level? Of course, I'm
I,
simplifying.
I definitely agree with that. And I believe earlier in the women's candidates tournament, a few rounds ago, we saw an Evans Gambit as well. So you get to see a little of everything in this tournament.
Yeah, why did people stop playing the Evans Gambit? I always dread it in Blitz. I never seem to know what to do. Um, I mean, it's equal, but so is the Ruy Lopez, and so is the Nightorf, and so is any other opening. So why can't we play, the
Exactly.
Evans or the King's Gambit or whatnot?
Ray
Um,
Robson would agree with your assessment. Yeah,
does he play the King's Gambit or the Evans?
he plays the Evans.
Oh
Yeah,
wow,
King's Gambit. That's
Nepo.
I don't think King's Gambit is so bad, but almost nobody plays it. Although uh, when I was an up and coming junior and in my early 20s, there was a player who played the King's Gambit quite often. She was a commentator on I think, candidates and women's candidates this tournament, Judith Polgar. And she used to play unusual line on move 3. She would play bishop c4 after the capture on f4. And she played that quite often
Ah,
in her teens.
yeah, that's like an old Steinitz line inviting the check on h4.
Hmm.
In the 2021 U.S. Championship, and we'll discuss the position momentarily. I mean, it's just an equal, complicated position. We're basically waiting to see which way Black will castle because that will really dictate the course of events. Again, I'm partial to castle's queen side, and you're not really worried about bishop takes bishop. Black can just recapture with the a pawn. And I'll just point out one idea: if you castle queen side, oftentimes you see the queen sliding over to g6, and then the f pawn moving forward to f5 in order to create some central tension. But since we have a lull in the action, I was invited to the 2021 U.S. Championship as a wild card, like a month before the event. And I'm thinking of what to play with white against e4, e5. And I played the Ponciani in that tournament. I played I played the Schliemann against Lenier Dominguez. And I realized that these top guys don't necessarily have everything figured out. And these old openings that nobody plays anymore are absolutely playable, especially as a surprise weapon, even against very strong GMs.
Yeah, one of the strongest GMs over the last 30 years who likes to push the envelope old forgotten openings, including the King's Gambit, is Nigel Short. And he'll play anything with both sides, especially if it's old and forgotten.
No, that's actually the top criteria for playing it. So we have a Scotch in our top game, the tournament leader, Tan Zhongyi, trying to solidify her grip on the lead. A victory with the white pieces would go a long way. But it's time for us to take our first break. You're watching round 10 of the 2024 FIDE Women's Candidates. Stay with us. We'll be back with more exciting action on the other side of this short break.
Let's check. Let's check. Peter. Let's check.
Let's check. Oh, sorry. I didn't hear you say anything. Yeah, thanks. I thought Badana played extremely well, very, very solidly. Didn't make mistakes and made good positional moves all the time. The last time I was wiped out by a woman was by Nona Geprindashvili in 1966. She beat me.
She beat you.
Two wins and one draw.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm retiring.
Welcome back to round 10 of the 2024 FIDE Women's Candidates. We've got some very exciting games underway as we start entering the second round of action. Perhaps the most exciting game so far features Katerina Logno, who is in fourth place, clear fourth place with 5 points out of 9. And as you put it, Ben, Geary approved result. Very solid. And not the only undefeated player. Her compatriot Goryachkina with 2 wins and 7 draws. Wow, very, very solid.
Yeah, that's right. But they even though there's a lot of draws, they haven't been losing. So still near the top of the standings. And really exciting game with Lano and Muzichuk, which, they're following the variation that you were discussing earlier, where black sacrifices the exchange. And both players have been thinking about their moves, but not very long. So I don't know if either player is still in preparation, but this is a fascinating position.
It really is. And we had this on our analysis board. Now it's on the real board. We're expecting knight back to f6. At this point, I don't really see any viable alternatives. I mean, maybe a case could be, no, knight c5, that just looks absurd. I mean, why would you hang the b pawn, and what is the knight doing there? So very likely we're going to get this position takes. At this point, king g2 is possible, but knight d2 seems a lot more inviting because you're checking the development box. Let's say black castles. And yeah, what you said makes a lot of sense. I mean, queen e2 seems like the most natural move to me, trying to set up knight to e4. But obviously these positions have to be handled with a great deal of caution and finesse. Maybe even f4 and queen f3 is a viable way to try to consolidate. Maybe black doesn't castle. Let's start with this position. What catches your fancy here for black?
Yeah, I just assumed that black would castle, but obviously black doesn't want white to consolidate. So black would prefer to activate her other minor pieces. But to be honest, I don't see a really excellent way to do that. It seems like with the E file open as it is, you would expect black to castle sooner rather than later. But yeah, your f4 queen f3 idea, queen e2, and if white gets 2 or 3 more moves in, white's going to sum up the exchange. Where's your compensation?
Yeah, I mean, also rook e1. For some reason, I forgot the bishop is undefended, but that renders knight d3 impossible. Black will have to drop back to g6. And after knight e4, if you just showed me this position, I would not intuitively believe that black has enough compensation. Yeah, white has, the damaged pawn structure. There are some long-term chances against white's king, but there's not that many pieces left on the board. And with the open central files, you would think that the fact that white has 2 rooks and black has 1 would at least somewhat influence the evaluation, but apparently not. I know that chess is a draw, but I didn't know that chess is a draw regardless of how many rooks you have on the board.
Yeah, engines like to say that everything is a draw, as you said. Black has compensation pawn structure-wise, but I mean, if nothing much happens in the next 2 or 3 moves, it seems like white's just going to be up in exchange, and black's not going to have a big attack. The idea of sinking a knight to f4 is obviously an excellent idea if black can achieve that. But yeah, I think if black doesn't castle, eventually her king on e8 is going to get in trouble. So probably castle sooner than later. And as you pointed out, knight g6, knight d5, and try to put a knight on f4.
Yeah, and I cheated a little bit. Turned on our third commentator, a silicon commentator, and apparently, yeah, knight d5. It's one of those things. Until you see this move, it doesn't make sense at all why it's equal. Now, once you see the knight coming to f4, it starts making sense because the knight on e4 is not stable. Black can push f5 at the right moment, and there is compensation. The rook coming to d8. So if Muzichuk correctly assessed this position and understood that she actually has enough compensation, clearly out of her preparation, that's very impressive. And as I say that, we do see knight c5.
I just saw knight c5, yeah.
I started regretting my words as I was saying them because I understood that clearly there was a different candidate move on her horizon. I guess she's claiming that her access to these light squares might make it worth it to potentially give up the b4 pawn And maybe you're not really giving up that pawn at all, because if white takes the rook, then white will have to spend a tempo defending f3. And maybe this version is superior for black because this knight is better placed on c5 than on f6, which makes a lot of sense because you have access to these very juicy squares. If white plays c takes b4 as an intermediate move, perhaps Muzychuk is relying on this counter resource c6.
Well, that's an interesting move. Then we won't see an exchange sacrifice at all.
Mm-hmm.
Very strange pawn structure for white. So don't show this position to your students and say this is modern chess with the pawns all totally messed up and white having no development at all. On the queen side, and still white stands slightly better.
Yeah, and bishop f7 and bishop c6, two different desperado sacks. This is exactly how we make a draw. Takes. Of course, we have to have the queen trade. B takes c5, and black has sufficient compensation for the pawn. This is why chess is a draw. All entropy on the board just invariably trends toward equalization. But that's pretty crazy. Knight c5. So c takes b4 is one possibility. Bishop takes it. Bishop takes a8 is the other. Lagno has to start taking some risks if she wants a serious shot at winning the event. But bishop takes a8 just seems unwise with this knight just angling to sink its teeth into one of these weak squares.
Yeah, and it makes knight c5 look like it's a justifiable alternative to knight f6, since the knight has the active d3 square. And yeah, it looks like maybe black does have enough compensation. I was getting suspicious looking at the other variations, but the more I look at it, the more white's king side's messed up. White doesn't have any development on the queen side. And since I always recommend sacrificing the exchange, I can't really complain.
Yeah, I can't either. And actually, I'm anticipating this line. C takes b4, c6, and then there's options for white. You can actually just take the knight and try to rely on your pawn majority on the queen side, or you can go down the line that we just illustrated. So the live board is currently the one after knight c5. Lagno thinking about her next move, and maybe a good opportunity for us to leave this board and check in on some of the other action in the women's section. We thank everybody for joining us. Some very exciting games here. And we have this exchange Slav that might be calling our name at this point.
Yeah, we haven't had a look yet, but I seem to remember, and my memory is not as good as it used to be, or is it? I forgot. But anyway, I think Goryachkina actually won an exchange Slav earlier in the tournament, so we'll have to get our producers on that. And it doesn't seem like her kind of opening. I always thought of Goryachkina as a really exciting, tactical, like overpower your opponent player. But I mean, with so many draws and no losses and just plodding along and just going for a small advantage, it doesn't look like white really has anything in this opening the way it was played. And I think Lei Ting-che is really well prepared to play black in this exchange Slav.
Yeah, and visually it looks quite appealing for white, and at least it looks a little bit more exciting than your average exchange Slav. We actually might get a piece imbalance, God forbid, because bishop takes c6 is essentially forced. I think bishop a4, b5 allows black to pick up this bishop and ruin white's pawn structure. So let's see how this was reached. I think in the old days, the conventional way to reach a prearranged draw was actually through the exchange Slav. Now it's, I think, through the Berlin queen e4, queen d4 draw. But if you wanted to make a draw with your friend in the last round of a tournament, it was this very famous, like OG symmetrical setup: e3, e6, bishop d3. And if you saw this on the board, you kind of knew how the game was going to end. Look this up in the database. It's really funny to see like 200 games, and 199 of them are draws. And then there's that one guy who actually played this for a win with white and ended up losing. But the exchange Slav can be played for a win. And we see here bishop f4 straight away by Goryachkina, knight c6, e3, bishop f5. And the move that deviates from the symmetrical setup, this is the ambitious way to play: bishop to b5, knight to f3, knight d7. I've seen this idea before, just unpinning the other knight. castles, rook c8. Okay, pretty sensible. And now, very ambitious move 95. Trade a6. And I guess the big question, Ben, is what do we make of the position after bishop takes c6, rook takes c6? Black has the bishop pair, but there might be some difficulty developing this bishop without making the forbidden move.
That's right. And it looks like in that particular variation, Black is probably going to have to play f6 at some point just to get the bishop out. But I mean, to my eye, it doesn't look like White has anything here. I think the way Black has played the opening is quite reasonable, irrespective of what my dogs think. They seem to be barking wildly at this position. But as a human, I think Black is doing fine.
Yeah. And in order to keep the fire burning, I think Goryachkina has to keep posing threats. But, okay, rook c1. That doesn't exactly pose a threat. That's kind of a move I'm relieved to see if I'm Lei Ting-Jie. And honestly, f6, bishop g3, bishop b4, or even bishop e7, there's no way the Black is worse here. I'm a little bit bemused at Goryachkina's setup here, and clearly something went not according to plan looking at her time.
Yeah, because you can play the exchange Slav for a win, and there's an American player, Varakobian, who is always playing the exchange Slav for White and has some nice victories. And I think with the situation in the tournament, White is obviously going to play for a win this game, and maybe she thought this was the safest way to do it. But as you said, something must have gone wrong because, if you play the exchange Slav with White in a round robin, that means you've prepared it, and it looks like the preparation hasn't gotten her anything.
And just wanted to shout out everybody joining us on our broadcast. This is round 10 of the 2024 FIDE women's candidates. Maybe you're here if you actually want to watch some chess and step away from the drama. Make sure to put your shoes on, though, before you try to do that. Apparently, Ali Reza's dad got kicked out of the playing hall, so
wow,
that sent the open chat buzzing. But I'm a big fan of the calmer broadcasts because it just seems like it's one thing after the other. I really prefer for the shoe to be on the other foot, so to speak. That's the second time I've said that today, and I promise the last.
I just got a text from a friend who said Firouzja's dad just escorted out of the playing hall. Yeah. Are the women in the same room? So, yeah, everybody's in the same room. So, exciting things happening at the chess tournament that aren't necessarily related to chess. And I was watching your stream last night when you were playing some blitz and thought that it was sort of a nothing burger, that nobody should be really unhappy, and it's just something to talk about. But it seems like Camp Firouzja may still be unhappy.
Apparently so. What is are you on anyone's side? Do you think it's just a dumb situation where
I'm like you? I think it's nothing. And I think in this particular situation, if a player complains, which is what happened, and the arbiter thinks the complaint has some merit, I mean, I don't see a big deal in the arbiter asking the player to be less noisy. It could affect the other players. It seems like at the very top level, the players and a lot of the people on the internet who like to opine think that talking to a player about anything during their game is forbidden. I've been in a lot of chess tournaments where a player's doing something that they may or may not should be doing, and the arbiter says, hey, it's not supposed to do that, whether it's eating at the board or making noise or clicking their pen or just something that's annoying other people. And if somebody complains and the arbiter thinks it's justified, I don't see any problem with what the arbiter did. And I was talking to Karen this morning, and she was like, maybe Camp Firouzja thinks they're getting picked on because of what happened in Vaikanze. I guess it was 3 or 4 years ago, where he had another problem with the arbiter and was disturbed during his game. Maybe he thinks it keeps happening to him and he doesn't like it.
Yeah, I mean, I have a similar take, and we'll move on from this momentarily. But I feel like sometimes the chess arbiter industry suffers from a similar problem of negative publicity as, let's say, the airline industry, where every time there's a problem, it's heavily publicized. And It's published on all the news outlets, and 99.999% of the time, there's no problems. There's no CNN headline like the flight from San Francisco to Los Angeles made its way safely to its destination for the 10th millionth time in a row. The same goes with these top tournaments. How often is there any kind of issue? I can't remember actually the last time there was an issue since the Wei Kanzei tournament like 4 years ago. Think about how many top tournaments were seamlessly held from that moment to this one. And yet now I see a lot of people on the internet saying, replace all the arbiters. We need a whole scale, re-education process in the chess world. This really isn't a big deal. The players have to be used to certain distractions, and Alireza frankly just needs to stop crying. Maybe the arbiter should have approached him at a different time. Maybe the complaint lacked merit, but to make a big deal out of it honestly boggles my mind. And it reminds me of Mikhail Botvinnik's memoir. There's a famous story of how maybe apocryphal, maybe this is true, maybe not. But I heard that he made his coach, Vyacheslav Rogozin, same guy who is responsible for the Rogozin, basically deliberately smoke cigarettes and blow smoke into his face in preparation for, I think, the World Championship match, so that he would learn how to play in the face of serious distractions. If someone did that now, there would very justifiably be a lot of complaints. But these kinds of minor things are sometimes blown open too much in the chess world, and it's really not worth making a big stink out of them.
Yeah, I've also heard that story, Johnny, about the blowing smoke in his face to prepare for the match. And for younger players, which is basically anybody younger than me, they're like, what are you talking about blowing smoke? And, when I was in my teens and 20s, people were smoking at the board and blowing smoke at the board. And one of my worst experiences of this was the last round of the ORA tournament in Amsterdam. I was paired with Zurab Azmaiparashvili, and the board was just smoke. You couldn't even see the pieces too well. There was just smoke everywhere. And I kept doing this and coughing and going away. And somehow I lost that game. But, that's because he's a much better player than I am. But I've never seen the board so filled with smoke. And this used to happen in other games too, like backgammon. And now there's no smoking, and it's so much different than it was 30, 40, 50, and longer years ago when smoking was allowed at the board. And if you look at a lot of old pictures from the 50s, 60s, and 70s, you'll see the chess players with a cigarette in their hand at the board and an ashtray. So yeah, there's always some distractions at tournaments, and you can't really let that bother you because anything can be distracting. Somebody's phone goes off, a spectator, somebody's coughing, somebody's sneezing. You can't have the arbiter talk to you for 5 seconds about something and then make all kinds of complaints and have family members getting kicked out of the. I mean, that's just, it's as you said, it's just a nothing burger. It shouldn't be such a big deal.
Mountain out of a molehill. Yeah, good exercise for a boring Sunday night. Try to find a picture of Jan Hein Donner without a cigarette in his hands at the chessboard. But we, in the meantime, have some developments on a few of the other boards. Let's go to the bird's eye view. We can continue discussing this off and on, but we got to discuss some of these developments. First of all, I'm looking at the top left. We have a few moves in the Muzychuk-Lagno game, and for a second, I couldn't believe that actually was the position until I realized that knight b3 is the point. I think we have to go to that game for a second before heading over to our leader game, because Tan Zhongyi is making a pretty big statement with her last move. But first, if we can just clarify for the chat what on earth is happening on this board. Every time I think I have a handle on these complications, they take a turn. So f4 c6 happened. White dropped the bishop back to g2. So, oh, wait a second. No. We were examining cb c6. White attacked the other knight and played c6. And the point of White's move is that once the bishop drops back, c6 is under fire. So if you move the knight away, you're going to drop this pawn potentially with check. That's a disaster. But Muzychuk had this anticipated. She trades queens, and look at this move. Rook a8 to d8. Totally cold-blooded. And that's actually partly why she put the knight on c5. Because if White trades on d8 and takes on e5, Black sticks the knight on b3. And this knight is like Captain America. It's just, you don't even need any of the other pieces. It's just going to root out all of the pieces. And at a minimum, black has the draw with the knight b3 and knight c1. But at this point, black would play for the advantage, presumably, with, I don't know, a move like king c7. This is out of the question for white.
I'm double amazed. I'm amazed at these variations, and I'm more amazed at how quickly Muzychuk is playing. So I can't believe this is prep, but if it's not prep, she's calculating the complicated variations very quickly.
It's crazy because you also have to look at c takes b4. Both knights are hanging.
Mm-hmm.
Both knights are hanging. I mean, that's not a phrase I think I've said so far in the commentary. I assume knight b3 is still the idea. Now the rook actually can move up to a3. So this is a likelier scenario for what's going to happen. And, try evaluating this position. Bishop takes b4. It really helps that the knight is defending d3 square.
Yes.
So maybe we can go here. Is the pawn count is even, by the way. You're welcome for anybody in the chat trying to count. And is the position just like approximately equal here?
That's what the engine's always saying. The knight on c1 is almost trapped, but there's just no way to attack it. And the knight's controlling a lot of important squares. The bishop on b4 is excellent. The black rook is coming to d8 pretty quickly. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I guess black is okay.
And the knight is completely safe. It's being defended along the dark squares by the bishop. Mm-hmm. We're going down the line. So the rook trade has happened. Let's go to the live board for just a second. King takes d, very important, just to get the king out of the line of fire, potentially, of the bishop. And white also does not have to capture anything. You could play a move like knight to d2 and try to keep the drama out of the game and out of the playing hall. But the latter is impossible. Maybe at least you can keep the game position on the rails. But this is probably still approximately equal. Knight e to d3. And it's a complicated endgame, but just intuitively, it doesn't look like either side should complain here. This would be one way to blunder.
Uh-oh.
Look at them horsies.
Now white is complaining. Yeah, white has two bishops, and black's king is on d8, but black has excellent piece play. Knight on d3 is very annoying. White's pawn structure on the king's side is a little iffy. So yeah, somehow, even though it's a super crazy position, in the end, the engine says it's okay for both sides.
Yeah, and pretty big decision here for Lagno. It's a fascinating game, but in the end, both players doing a great job so far, particularly Muzychuk. I mean, she's the one who's authored all these fascinating tactical ideas and made all the more impressive if, in fact, this is not preparation. The old wisdom, and we should probably zoom out to the bird's eye view and take a look at Tan Zhongyi's game. But as we do that, the old wisdom holds that you should kind of take your time to fool your opponent into thinking that you're not prepared. At least that's what my coach told me. I think that the secret is out, and I never really had the patience to do that. But I know that some players really took that the full 9 yards and would spend, like 10 minutes holding their head in their hands, pretending that they're out of prep just to lull their opponent into a false sense of confidence. Where do you lie on that spectrum? And have you ever had a case of having the final position like on your computer kind of thing?
Yeah, I never took a ton of time when I was still in prep to fool my opponent. Typically, I'm in the more, if you know the position, then make a move because, for somebody like me, I'm going to get in time trouble later. So I need that time. But yeah, there are people who try to fool their opponent that they don't know the position and they take 2 or 3 minutes a move to like they don't know what they're doing. But yeah, I think that's an older way of thinking, and I think nowadays people just play as quickly as possible in the opening and try to show, that is a strength. Like, I know the opening better than you, and I'm going to have a big time advantage, and you're walking into my prep. And I think that's the way people nowadays try to scare their opponent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's the meta game, but I think the meta game can be exaggerated by non-chess players. In reality, everything is decided on the board, and you're not going to win the game in your mind. Sometimes you're going to win the game on your laptop before the game, hopefully not during the game, although that's not unprecedented either. And we zoom into Tan Zhongyi's game against Humpy Canero, where the position remains fairly balanced. So a couple of moves have been played since we looked at this game last. Black did indeed castle queenside. White stuck a knight on d5, which is a tricky move, but not a dangerous one in a classical game. In a blitz game, this is great because a lot of people would just automatically take on d5. Apparently, this is also equal. How dare I think that one side could possibly get an advantage in this game? The point is that knight e5 allows bishop g5, and actually black is better here. Okay, so clearly the more material you give up, the better the position becomes. Probably after queen takes f2, black actually gets incredible compensation for the exchange because you get a pawn, you get the bishop pair, and you get this monster knight on e5. So nothing I wanted to say holds any kind of value. You could also probably take on e3, by the way, and play rook h8. But actually here, you would run into d takes c6.
Right.
And this is an instructive move for people. You give up the queen, but you get a lot of pieces in return. A rook and two minor pieces is way too much material. So here black would be worse. But Humpy decides to avoid the complications. She takes the bishop first. Obviously, you're hitting the queen, so white has to take back. And simply queen e5. I'm assuming that f4 she wants to meet with knight takes d5. So Tan Zhongyi brings her bishop out to c4.
Yeah, it seems like basically white is going to get f4 in with advantage, or black is going to make sure white doesn't get f4 in with advantage. And that's going to decide whether white can claim an advantage or not. The engine says that white doesn't have an advantage, so it can see a way to thwart white playing f4 next move. But it looks like, from the naked eye, that I would prefer to have white here, and then probably in 4 or 5 moves, I would change my mind once black, prevents white from gaining more space in the center, and black eventually should be able to equalize by playing carefully.
Yeah, I think Tan Zhongyi must be at least okay with this position. And just by the looks of it, I do feel like Humpy Canero probably should have spent longer looking at knight takes d5, e takes d5, knight e5. Because once you realize that bishop g5 is not dangerous, that, at least in my eyes, looks a little bit more appealing, a little bit more space for black. Here, it's easy to get into trouble. Your queen on e5 is very vulnerable. And I think you're right. I think black needs to be a lot more cautious than white. It's very easy to blunder here. Like bishop e6, for example. Let's not forget that a7 is in white's crosshairs as well.
That's right. We can't have the knight on c6 defending the knight on a7 and the pawn on a7. On the other hand, I'm very scared if I had the black pieces of the move f4. So I'm not sure exactly what black should do, and I'm too much of a chicken to suggest the move g5, but I'm very scared of f4.
No, g5 is actually very thematic here. f4 in this position. Oh, f4, you mean as a threat?
Yeah.
No, I think f4 is definitely to be... I mean, currently it's a big threat because you're going to lose the a7 pawn. So my candidate move was king b8, but still, you're allowing the expansion. And where are you going to put your queen?
I guess I have to go to h5. Yeah.
Yep. Still equal.
I'd be really scared with black here that my queen is going to get in trouble.
I mean, something like this just looks pretty unappealing. Unless there are some tactics you can somehow break down this pawn chain. White can start piling up on the king side. Well, the side of the board that has the king, which is actually the queen side. Very confusing, but
both kings are over there. Yeah.
Both kings are over there. So let's change the geography a little bit for this game. Yeah, g5 makes a lot of sense. Keep the queen entrenched. And obviously g3 is going to be met with g4.
Right. Very
typical concept where f4 is now met with en passant. And for the time being, the queen remains stable. Perhaps white can play knight takes e7, using the fact that f7 is hanging. But here queen takes e7 looks completely fine. Now the square is vacated for the knight. Yeah, I think the position is within the bounds of equality. But Tan Zhongyi probably has a slight initiative. As Tal said, white is a little bit more equal. Or I think Orval said it before Tal, but in a different context.
Yeah, I agree. I'd rather have white here, but the engine always says everything is equal because it finds the perfect defense. But you could see if black plays inaccurately over the next 5 moves, that white could actually have a big advantage because of the knight on d5, the queen on e5 being a little funnily placed, and white gaining space in the center with f4. And as you pointed out, black has to defend that a7 pawn and make sure white never plays queen takes a7.
Yeah. Humpy has struggled in this tournament. It's been a disappointing result for her. And I've noticed that she's gotten pretty decent positions out of the opening, but then gotten herself into time pressure and sometimes made blunders in kind of the late middle game. So I think that in terms of strategy, this is kind of what Tan Zhongyi wants. Very complex position, lots of chances to make a mistake. But the next move is going to tell us a lot about the course of this game. Can't help but notice that in the other broadcast, we're getting an interview with Pavel Tragubov, the FIDE technical delegate. Mm-hmm. This is an Onion article waiting to get written. Something like, I don't know, chess shoe incident, chess judge telling player to not walk around the playing hall, triggers international incident with several ambassadors recalled. Like Justin Trudeau is going to be appearing on the broadcast pretty soon.
Yeah, but on this broadcast that we're doing, we ensue that, and we just look at the games between the players.
Man, that pun, you got to get kicked out of the broadcast for that one. Shoe. Okay, that was too easy. That was shoe easy.
Mm-hmm.
That was a sneaky one, or shall I say a sneaky?
It's funny when Farouja's dad refused to leave a playing hall, they called a tow truck to get him out.
When Farouja, oh my gosh.
I have to give him a few seconds to get it.
I still don't get it. A tow truck. Oh, tow.
There you go.
Oh my gosh.
There you go.
Sorry, I was out. I was up too early. I was up too early to understand that one.
You complain about being up early, but I had to get up much earlier than that to take my stepson to school. So I got up even earlier. Although I think you stayed up later than me. You were playing Blitz while I was sleeping.
Yeah, commentating always makes me want to play. It's weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is true.
My way of unwinding. It's because I'm locked in and we don't use the engine, contrary to a lot of people's beliefs. Most of the time, maybe a few times per broadcast. So it really, really makes me want to kind of jump into the ring myself. And sometimes you're tempted to make the moves for the players, especially when you see that someone's made a mistake and the other player doesn't see it. I had a question for you, a general question for you, but we can take it to the bird's eye view again. And I think we probably are going to be taking it to a second break. So I'll wait until after the break to keep people on their toes. Before we go on break, we have that Salimova game that's had some developments. Any comments on that one? Bottom left.
Yeah, my biggest comment is, of course, the engine says it's about equal, but more importantly, Vaishali has a huge time advantage. I think it's about 40 minutes. Vaishali only has lost 5 minutes on her clock, and her position still seems reasonable, but it seems like a double-edged position where one mistake by either player could give them a losing position. So it's a very exciting position for the engine to claim equality. But we have a really interesting Grunfeld, and if you're just tuning in, you're probably very confused how Black's queen got to h8.
Yeah, you must be. And instead of showing you now, we are going to take it to a break. So I'm going to get people something to be excited about. We will show you the course of this game. I promise to stop the puns after the break. So we'll take a look at this very exciting action. If you want lots of chess, minimal drama, stay on the broadcast because the FIDE Women's Candidates Round 10 returns after a short pause. Stay tuned. Oh, okay. Before we do that, I wanted to remind you of a very exciting new product called Chess Up. Chess.com is thrilled to support a fellow game changer, Chess Up, the record-breaking company taking the gaming world by storm with their brand new Chess Up 2. This physical electronic board syncs to your Chess.com rated games, which you can then save and analyze on Chess.com. With built-in Wi-Fi, a touchscreen, and TouchSense pieces, Chess Up 2 supports beginning players, players in training, and casual games between friends and family. For a limited time, save $100 when you pre-order your Chess Up 2 on Kickstarter now. Head over to go.chess.com/chessup2 or use !ChessUp in chat to unlock this offer and take your game to the next level, but we'll take the commentary to the next level when we return in just a couple of minutes.
What are your favorite countries to play chess in?
For chess, for me, any country is fine.
You don't mind that much?
Yeah, I don't mind. But as a person, I like Luxembourg very much.
Spain.
Spain.
Because
Ah,
I have
that's
the
true.
best
Those-
memories there. So. No, not that, but
What is
general
that?
They throw him into the swimming pool.
Ah,
After
general like I have
Punishment
good
for winning.
results. So.
Okay. You have any favorite countries
Yeah,
to play?
Greece
Vaishali?
is one of
You
my
like
favorite.
Greece?
Yeah,
Okay.
I won my World Youth, made my second GM now. Like I've got good result and also love the place.
Good. And Prague, what's your favorite
yeah,
country to play?
like I said, room like country doesn't matter, just the playing venues matters.
yeah.
With
the hotel
with
and the venue.
Yeah, with the
nice
correct
one.
room temperature.
What is your best game and the most memorable one and the weakest one?
Best game is not easy because I'm always torn between the Iranian game in Vacancy and my game with Lothier. Weakest, it's hard to beat losing in 6 moves, right? So my game with Zapata in Beal, my game with Caruana in Vacancy 2020 is definitely one of the most awful ones.
How exactly
And then
did it
some
go?
other.
How exactly did it go?
I'm not going to relive it with you now.
Oh, sorry.
You can look it up.
Yeah, that's a painful.
Otherwise, I can act out your draw with Prague. You get up, you go. All on video, boy.
No, this will be
That was a
like
classic. He gets a very confident jacket and all he's putting, and he goes, and then he turns around, comes back. Because this guy is not moving.
Yeah, no, okay, before making the move, I was checking the score sheet. I just missed that there was this move that. Okay, let's not talk about that.
in this video they will be doing this
What was that game,
comparison,
Gukesh? What was the position? Huh? Okay, so we'll do a team thing. Each one of you will impersonate someone, some chess player that you can think of.
Who starts?
You start.
We are the same team. What is?
Yeah,
You start.
it's okay.
Actually, I can start if you want.
No, wait, I'll start. I just got
2
an
minutes
idea.
ago they were fighting. They made me draw locks around and now they're
I can start.
Guess under.
Yes.
Okay, very
I could
good.
have done like this, but okay, so this is easier.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 FIDE Women's Candidates. Round 10 is underway with some very exciting games as we have a tightly packed field, and Zhongyi leads by only half a point. She has the white pieces against Humpy Canero, but a lot of her fellow competitors seek to make a run as this tournament moves to its home stretch. Well, on camera, we have Pragnananda's sister, who recently completed her Grandmaster requirements, Vaishali. Unfortunately, this has not been her tournament. She is suffering a slide of 4 consecutive losses. I think she's got to be feeling optimistic just looking at the clock. Looking at the board, does that tell a different story? We promised to update everybody on how this crazy position was reached. So, Ben, I'll let you kind of take it away. We actually called the way that the queen reached h8. We talked about this. Rook h4 was indeed played, and you can summarize what happened from this point on.
Yeah, after rook h4, white wants to play queen h6 check, and so black is more or less forced to play rook h8. And then after rook h8, white trades on h8, and as you pointed out, if black takes with the king, white can play queen h6 check at knight g5 with a crushing attack. So black is, again, forced to play queen takes h8. That's how the queen got on h8. And after that, the moves actually seemed just more or less like Grunfeld moves. White took back on d4. Black played knight d7 to put the knight on f6. e4 was played. White takes the center. Knight f6 threatens the pawn. Queen f4 defending the e-pawn. White starting a kingside attack. Yeah, if you play bishop d3, queen h1 check is annoying. So queen f4 actually makes the most sense. Black completes development with bishop to d7. And very Grunfeld-esque position. Knight g5 has an aggressive threat of playing the move e5, and then f7 is insufficiently defended. So Vaishali played rook f8, defending her pawn on f7. White changed tack and played on the other side of the board, rook to b1, attacking the b7 pawn, and Vaishali played b6. And I think since we were talking, white made a move, and it was f3, and that you could see that she left the board probably disgusted that she played such a move. Although
Yeah.
This is very typical in the Grunfeld. White wants to have a solid center, and since it's very difficult for white to castle, and by very difficult I mean impossible, white's thinking maybe the king can go to f2 and escape to the king side, so that she can develop her bishop and not worry about queen h1 check.
Yeah, actually, first of all, on the topic of the pawn, identifying the opening, my coach used to always do this. And now if I do this with my students, they look at me like I have a third arm, and I do, but that's no, I don't. It's you set up a position from the middle game and ask and identify the opening. See if you can get the context clues from the pawn structure and properly identify, at the very least, the general region. Like, was it a d4 e4 opening? Was it a Sicilian? And that can be good for your kind of general chess education. When you look at this pawn structure, a big tell that it's a Grunfeld is this imbalance. You have the 2-on-1 on the queen side, and you have the larger pawn majority on the other side of the board. The only other opening where this type of pawn structure arises by definition, and of course the second tell, is that we have a pawn on g6 that formerly hosted a bishop on g7. Now there's a fianchettoed king. But in the semi-Tarrasch, you get the same type of pawn structure, and this is leading up to a funny story, so I'm not just showing this to bore people to death. But in the semi-Tarrasch, d4, knight f6, okay, can be reached like this. c4, e6, knight c3, Nimzo Indian, just kidding. Queen's Gambit, just kidding. Knight takes d5. It's basically the Grunfeld, but without the fianchettoed bishop, because the main line is e4, takes. So it's exactly the Grunfeld moves, but the black bishop remains on this diagonal. And here, the fashionable move is rook b1, and we get this pawn structure. The point, of course, to prevent the check on, not on b5, but on b4. So speaking of openings that look like other openings, but aren't exactly those openings, there's a funny story I shared, I think probably once or twice in previous broadcasts. It concerns Ratmir Holmov, who was a Soviet GM, very, very strong, one of the top players in the USSR, but known for his pre-game antics that involved imbibing in some cases. So one morning, Holmov comes to the board, and he doesn't look great. And so he blitzes out the first 5 or 6 moves. And at this point, the spectators around him and the players start getting concerned. And Holmov doesn't understand where their concern is coming from. So the game starts d4, f5, knight c3. My coach told me the story. It may be true. It may not be true, but it's still funny. e6, e4, takes, knight c6, knight f3, h6. So Tal comes up and he's like, Ratmir, what on earth are you doing? There's a queen that's going to land on h5. What were you up to yesterday? And Ramir's like, what do you mean? Haven't you ever heard of the Najdorf? Of course, just I hate explaining jokes, but for newer players in the chat, this is the Najdorf, except it's shifted to the other flank, which renders it a little bit less effective.
Not as good. Not as good.
Not as good as the actual.
When you were telling that story, Danya, I thought you were going to talk about the Grunfeld that was played on the other side of the board. Since it was a Grunfeld, there was a game where there was some imbibing that went knight c6, b6, e5, and Black said this is the worst Grunfeld I've ever played. So
yeah, so
very
don't
similar.
Play openings on the other flank, and make sure to be responsible during chess tournaments. Of course, there's the whole Ali Reza meme. You surely are aware of that. I think the chess world has a way of keeping these jokes and these memes a little bit too long. Like the Ali Reza bullet match, I thought that would subside after 2 days, but people are still talking about it.
Yeah.
And if Ali Reza wins, they're like, oh, it must have been because he played a Chess.com game the previous night. And if Ali Reza loses, it's like, oh, well, he forgot to play his bullet match that night. And it's getting a little bit old. But I just wanted to have your take on the fact that it seems the older generation was very disapproving of that type of behavior. My take is that surely in the older days, there was no Chess.com, but surely not everybody was the paragon of responsibility during every event. Or were they? What is your kind of older
No, John,
generation
everyone was the
perspective on
paragon of responsibility. No.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah. No, the people, have been doing things that they probably shouldn't be doing in a chess tournament, which was one thing I didn't do when I was playing a chess tournament and I was serious. There was no alcohol. There was no staying up till 3 a.m. I would get enough sleep and prepare and take my game seriously. But nowadays, if you go to like a national scholastics, I tell my students, like, you have to relax between games. And they're like, you mean I shouldn't play 4 hours of Bughouse between games and run around playing soccer? And I'm like, well, that's fun to do, but it's not necessarily the best thing for your chess. And I think nowadays, that kind of thing that Firouzja did, where he's playing, all night, bullet and hyper bullet, is very unusual. But if it makes him feel like he's in the comfort zone, makes him feel better, he should just do what he wants to do. So he feels like he's himself. And it's not most people's cup of tea, but as you pointed out, it's not something that should be discussed for years.
Everyone was responsible until Danya got involved, says Manki FG in the chat. I agree. And in the old days, my coach forbade me from, just trying to remember the past tense of that word, from playing any blitz during a tournament. So, in these scholastic tournaments, you have the blitz event usually on the night before the first round. And, I always wanted to play it, but it wasn't even up for discussion. That night was dedicated to sleeping and opening prep. And, it was like an army regime. And in the end, I think, well, I'm a GM and a lot of these kids who play the Bughouse are not. So maybe the joke's on them. Maybe the joke's on me. Time will tell. But the times are changing. And F3 is on the board by Shali taking her a big think. What are we expecting in this game? Not really likely to move the knight, because that opens up the possibility of a check on e5.
Mm-hmm.
Queen h6, maybe trying to harass that knight. It's hard to find a move here for both sides.
Yeah, I'd really like to take the open C file, but I have to watch out for e5, and my f pawn is attacked. Yeah, I don't see. I mean, since White has this very nice center, and Black's queenside majority, shall we say, the 2-1, isn't really holding its weight and getting Black counterplay in this position. Even though the engine always says everything is equal, I think with the knight on g5, which can't be kicked out, the White has the nice center, and Black's 2-1 on the queen side being sort of impotent. I just like White's position, and I think it's easier to play White. And eventually, White can play King F2 and maybe even Rook C1, Rook C7, and get, or he can just play Rook C1, Rook C7 right away. It seems like White has things to do, and I'm not exactly sure what I should do with Black, but that's probably because if there's a Grunfeld on the board and I'm sitting at the board, I'm always White.
Mm-hmm. No, it's hard to make a move because also you can't. Maybe you can go Rook C8 tactically, but at least it's very scary to allow E5. This is why Salimova put her knight on G5. So maybe nibbling around the edges with a move like Queen H6 is what the doctor ordered. But Vaishali has lost, I think, 4 games in a row. I'll double check. And at some point, it really starts hurting your confidence. The last game, she just lost right out of the opening. And, I don't even really know how you handle this type of situation at the candidates. But at some point, you just start getting into here we go again mode. I had this at the U.S. Championship one year where you don't catch a break in these round robin events. Unlike a Swiss where you lose a game, you might get an easier opponent. Here, you lose a game and you get a super dangerous Salimova with Black. It's got to be very tough on Vaishali.
I remember that U.S. Championship. If it's the one you're talking about, you had a bad game in a I think it was a dragon against Hikaru.
Oh my gosh, that was before the rest day, and I had like a amazing position. Hikaru misplayed the opening. He sacked on C3 in kind of traditional style, but there was clearly insufficient compensation, and I just totally froze. I started moving back and forth, and he beat me in like 28 moves. And I also lost to Wesley in the first round. Had a draw. I lost to everybody that tournament. I finally won a game against Conrad Holt, and then immediately lost another one to Var, a Kobian. That was just I think everybody has that one event that you think of and is just in your nightmares where you lose all the games, you can't figure out what's wrong, and then you just keep losing. I don't know if you ever had an event like that, but all chess professionals have that one event that they consider to be the worst of their life.
It's funny. I tied for first in the Spice Cup one year, and either the year before or the year after, I just lost all my games in the Spice Cup with similar competition. It wasn't higher rated. And the funniest thing about that tournament was in the last round, I was playing Irina Krush, and when the game ended, Vladimir Onishik said, "How did you do?" And I said, "I lost." And he said, No, how did you really do? Because he knows I kid around a lot. And I said, "No, I lost." He says, "You lost that position? How?" And at some point I was +4. And then 5 or 6 moves later, I blundered and lost. And I just lost all my games at that tournament. And it was just one of the worst tournaments I've ever had. I basically, as you said, lost to everybody. And those tournaments are easy to forget, or hard to forget, I should say. But they build character. So I have a lot of character.
They definitely do build character. And after that U.S. Championship, I had to hop on a plane to Armenia, the direct St. Louis to Armenia, Yerevan flight. No, just kidding. 3 flights from St. Louis to Yerevan with the U.S. team because I had the World Team Championship to play. So the same guys who were just kicking my butt a week earlier were now my teammates. And it was a really good experience in the end. It actually did build some resilience. Having lost 25 points, I had to go in and play a bunch of super GMs. And that's just part of being a professional. There's a lot of ups and downs. Vaishali's very, very young. This is her first experience in a tournament like this and definitely not her last. And there's still time to, at the very least, recover some rating and finish respectably. So we'll leave her to her devices here. Plenty of time on the clock. Funny situation in the Lagno game. White is still thinking after king takes d8. She's down to 34 minutes. I think it's been something like a 45-minute think. And that probably is longer than I've ever thought in a classical game. I think that's right up there with my peak.
Yes. And I remember looking at this position with you a long time ago, and we were wondering if White would capture the knight on e5, capture the pawn on b4, or play something stopping knight b3 like knight to d2. And Lano's only been thinking, she's been calculating, as you said, for 45 minutes. And that's And of course, as we're talking about it, then she makes a move.
Perfect timing. C takes b4 on the board, which we did discuss. So knight b3 will happen. I'm also interested in the Tan Zhongyi game because I'm a little bit confused at White's course of action in our leaders game. So maybe we can let Katerina make a couple moves there. They're following a line we already discussed. Rook a3, knight takes bishop, pawn takes knight, and then black's bishop is going to pick up b4. So we're going to get an equal endgame that we'll have plenty of time to discuss. This game is really heating up, and the trend of the game seems to be favoring black. What happened was we saw this very cold-blooded move by Humpy Canero, rook h to e8. She's like, I dare you to play f4. Tan Zhongyi says, okay. Queen h5, as you prescribed, and h3, very kind of nonchalant move, telegraphing her idea, and black kind of beats her to the party. f5, and suddenly White's center is not looking quite as glamorous as it did a couple moves ago. You can't take this pawn. You drop the knight with a discovery. If you take on e7, black recaptures with the rook, and this e4 pawn is under very serious fire. What did White miss? Is something, or does White have some sort of counter resource? Maybe e5? There must be something she had in mind.
Yeah, because you were saying much earlier that one of black's ideas is to play queen g6 and f5, and she did it a little different way, but playing f5 was a very natural move. And you wonder if Tan Zhongyi either underestimated f5 or she thought that she had something against it, and now she's thinking a long time, maybe changing her mind. But it seems like rook h e8, f5, those moves go together. And I mean, black's rook on e8 and the white queen on e3, that's got to favor black.
Yeah, and my blitz instinct would be to push e5 with the tactical justification that if you take on d5 first, and this gets very complicated, so strap yourselves in. Bishop takes d5, and if you play pawn takes e5, I wanted to take the knight, and I thought the case was closed. Apparently the case is not even open, because after bishop takes c6, queen a7, it really shows you the danger of stopping one move too early. This is like the famous mistake. It looks so impressive. You're threatening mate in one, but maybe there's just a cold-blooded move like b6. And White's attack is at a standstill, and all of these pawns are just collapsing. So I can't believe it's -3, though, in this position.
Yeah, that's actually shocking.
Apparently,
I wouldn't think that black has a monster advantage here.
black just starts taking all the pawns. Takes, then you take the rook, and you take another one. Totally modern chess. And your king is perfectly safe because this bishop just slides back when necessary to b7. Wow.
Yeah, the knight on b3 isn't really helping white in the attack. And somehow, as you pointed out, black king is somehow safe. And then obviously if white isn't getting a mating attack, then white's going to be down too many pawns, and the f5 pawn is going to be very strong soon.
Yeah, once it reaches f2 a couple minutes later. So how did we get here? We were considering f5, e5, and now knight takes d5. But that's not even the only move. You can also start with de as a possibility. White just has a ton or a tan to calculate here. The other candidate move, I was not planning on that, is g4. Trying to basically deflect this pawn and open up the h file. Also very, very complicated. Takes is bad for black, apparently. So what is black supposed to do here? If not takes? Maybe takes?
The only other move I see is to take the knight on d5. I'm not sure how that affects anything.
Yeah, but now bishop d5 again, or even rook takes d5 maybe, laterally pinning the f pawn. Look at this line, rook d5. Okay, that also is not the move. What is the move? Oh my gosh, the correct move is queen f2.
So it's too obvious. Oh, yeah, the idea is you want to take with the pawn on d5 and then take on a7 like you earlier wanted to do.
That's actually ridiculous.
Yes.
You can capture it 3 different ways. And actually, ED is a legitimate move even here. Because you're not losing your queen, but this just, whoops, here you are losing your queen. Here, you're just worse in the endgame. So the point is, you obviously want to not take the knight at all, but drop the queen back. And FG you're still not taking. First, you take here. And actually here, yeah, finally you play e takes d5, and this pawn is going to fall. And white's also going to get some attack on these h and g files, kind of reverse Benko gambit. We talked about openings on the other side of the board.
Mm-hmm.
So because of this very obvious line, the correct move is the equally obvious queen h6. And I'm finding all of this on my own, of course.
Oh, of course.
And the point is g f5, knight f5. You can't take the knight. And let's say the queen drops back. I mean, my instinct would be to get out of the pin with queen f3. The knight just goes back to e7. And at the end, the pawn on f4 is going to be really weak because black's going to start pressuring it on this open f file. And white basically has no attack. Huh. Simple.
That's amazing. It's more amazing if that stuff happens.
How likely is it? I mean, g4 is, I think, quite likely. I think either e5 or g4.
Yeah, I think that if white looks at the alternatives and doesn't like them, g4 seems like the best way to go. And maybe it is the best way to go. It's certainly the most interesting line, and it attempts to refute f5. Otherwise, that other line you were looking at where white's queen gets to a7 and white's losing, that seems far from obvious to me, until you put it on the board and we look at it for a while. So wouldn't be surprised if there was a big think here.
Yeah, and 44 minutes now, after only 15 moves, no increment until move 40. We saw, of course, in the open section, some very high-profile time scrambles. The Gukesh-Firouzja game, that was a big one. Now, in the old days, they played with analog clocks. How did you handle time scrambles when you didn't know exactly how much time you had on the clock? I mean, that must have been just insanely nerve-wracking. You have no idea. That's where the term flagging actually comes from. Nobody knows that anymore, but it comes from the actual little flag that fell on an analog clock. People looking up the word analog before digital clocks were invented. So that must have been quite the experience.
Yeah, and actually, two of my memories of, well, now it's three because I just thought of another one, where you're playing in a slow game. All of a sudden, you both have less than 2 or 1 minute, and you don't really know how much time you have. And fortunately for me, I can remember 3 different grandmasters, Hodgson, Elvest, and Anatoly Lane, who their flag fell, and they were all surprised. They were like looking at the clock and looking at the score sheet. And in the case of Julian Hodgson, which funnily enough was also played in Canada, he had forced mate in 3. And he was playing the mate in 3 move and his time ran out. And he was shocked his flag fell. But yeah, you back in the day with analog clocks, you didn't know how much time you had. You didn't know when the flag was going to fall. So you just had to play super fast and hope that it didn't.
Yeah, so the Jan Nepomucci style of play. And we see e5. Mm-hmm. So our first kind of instinct, not the exciting g4 line, but also very exciting. And will Humpy Canero realize that knight takes d5 is a super challenging move? By the way, I should mention that after knight d5, bishop d5, de, white's not losing here because bishop c6 is not forced. I think knight c5 might also scare black away. I mean, it would definitely also scare me away from this particular line. So maybe we should expect the move d takes c5 instead by Humpy.
Yeah, it's nice for white in these variations to be able at some point later in the game to try to play knight c5, because in all the variations we were looking at, the knight on b3 wasn't doing anything. And if we can get to c5 safely without sacrificing too many pawns, eventually Humpy's king might get in trouble.
But the engine recommends this insane move. Another one of these impossible quiet moves. When it's played, you're like, well, of course. How could you miss this? Queen h5 back to h6, setting the hidden tactical threat of rook takes e5. The queen is unprotected. The second idea is, let's say white defends the queen. Another mouse slip. Let's say white defends the queen, getting them all out of the way so that I don't commit them on stream.
That's
D
right.
takes e5, knight c5. Now black has queen takes f4, forcing the queens off the board. And black will have 2. Even this is a little bit scary, but looks like it works out for black. So huge decision for Humpy Canero, and the Scotch always leads to these types. Like every time I see a Scotch, you see a ridiculously complicated middle game, it seems.
Yeah, that's why earlier I was stating that it probably should be more popular than it is. It's there's no refutation of the Scotch. You get these really interesting games, and if that's your style, then with either color you can get positions you like and positions that don't have drawish tendencies, but are really exciting.
If you're Tan Zhongyi's competitors, this is obviously exactly the kind of position you want her to have. There's losing chances for both sides.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of her competitors, maybe a good time for us to wait for Humpy's move. It could be 20, 30 minutes easily. Probably it won't be. And where else do we have interesting updates? Yeah, Queen H6 played by Vaishali. Engine doesn't like that move because of Rook C1, apparently. But also the top right game between Goryachkina and Lei Ting-Jie, the biggest competitors to Tan Zhongyi. They're only half a point behind. Maybe a quick update on that exchange, Slav.
Yeah, it looks like Black is putting in an H, which is that's how the computers and super GMs play now. They just push their H pawn.
Yeah, how many players so far have pushed their H pawn? We had Salimova. Now we have Lei Ting-Jie with Black, and she waited all the way up until move 17. It's kind of revolutionary. Very, very late to push her H pawn. Yeah, late to push her H pawn. She pushed it here, but here it makes a lot of sense. Expanding on the queen side, and even this position is equal. Black has the bishop pair. Black has maybe attacking chances, but White does have the C file, and that guarantees the possibility of a bunch of trades when the time is right. So Black shouldn't get too cavalier, I think, with the pawn pushes on the king side. You might overextend yourself.
Yeah, and this is where the exchange Slav sometimes will give you a decisive result when one or both players decides they're going to invest a lot of energy in playing on one side of the board. And sometimes it's successful and Black will get an attack, and sometimes it's not, and White gets the C file. White could get a better pawn structure if Black makes too many pawn moves on the king side. And, well, it looks like White's knight is ready to hop in to C5 at some point and get access to Black's position. So, yeah, I think equal is correct, but it's not the kind of equal where I'm going to just pronounce the game a draw. It seems like both sides will have chances to win.
Yeah, and we had a question by Nanuka in the chat. Why not bishop c7? Probably also legitimate candidate move, but my inclination would be to leave the bishop out of the c file, because rook c8 actually probably not a threat, oddly enough, because of knight b6. But here the knight is hanging, and I would be terrified of sending my pieces to die like this. This is also equal, of course, needless to say. But it's not entirely clear, where the pieces are going from here. They've reached their destination, and what now?
No, I think bishop c7 is an excellent move against you, Danya, because there's a good chance you'll mouse slip with queen d6.
That's right.
So,
or queen b8 instead of queen
that's
c8.
Hoping for the mouse slip.
Yeah, or the pre-move. Maybe you pre-move g5. In a bullet game, I would probably pre-move g5. Bishop c7 was not on my radar at all. I had another question for you, also about, the 80s and 90s. How common was just like casual blitz at tournaments, long blitz matches, and what was the standard time control OTB for blitz in, like the pre-computer era?
Right. So that depends on what kind of tournament it was. I think at open tournaments, there was a lot of blitz between rounds, especially in the evening when the round was over. And typically, you would play 5-minute chess, because if you were playing with an analog clock, it wasn't easy to set the clock for less than 5 minutes. You didn't really know if you were playing 3-minute or 2-minute or 1 minute, if you were actually being accurate. So 5-minute was like standard blitz chess. And I remember when I was maybe a preteen, I went to New York to the Manhattan Chess Club, and they were playing 7-minute chess, which I'd never heard of. And with the analog clock, that was the standard blitz they were playing there. But where I'm from, we played 5-minute chess all the time, and that was the standard blitz time control. Of course, there's no increment or delay because we're playing with analog clocks. But yeah, at chess clubs, people would, just play blitz chess all the time. That was very common, and that was the standard time control. It was much more rare in those days to play 1-minute chess, which I actually liked when I was a kid, but setting the clock accurately wasn't easy.
Yeah, and even with digital clocks, OTB bullet can get crazy. I like 5-minute chess over the board. Online, I used to play it on ICC, but now 5-minute chess has died online. Nobody plays it anymore.
Yeah.
But it was very, very common on the internet chess club. It's kind of an interesting sign of the times. 2-minute chess also never really took off. I think it's an interesting time control, but it's a little bit neither here nor there. It's not quite bullet, but it's a little bit too fast or too fast for full-scale blitz. But 6-minute chess, 7-minute chess, I don't think I've ever played. Definitely 10-minute. But it's always interesting to see what the trends are through the years. Now, of course, it's 3-minute chess. That's the gold standard. And over the board, 3+2, I think has been the crowd favorite, as we see queen d7, very natural move, kind of asking the knight where it wants to end its journey. Knight c5, its life might be ended. Knight b6, queen b5, maybe its life will also be ended. So maybe you want to go b3, but then you're conceding the c file. So difficult positional decision to be made here for Goryachkina.
Yeah, queen d7, very natural, putting the question to the knight, as you said. And yeah, black's not going to go crazy pushing all of her kingside pawns. If she can fight for the c file and play rook c8 without it blundering to knight b6 at some point, I think that's what she wants to do.
Yep. 51 minutes. Wow, a lot of time spent by a lot of the players. I don't think we've reached move 20 in a single one of our games. And almost all of the players are under an hour. Obviously, not really time pressure, I think, until we get to 20 minutes, 15 minutes. And it's different for every player. For someone like Firouzja, 3 minutes for 15 moves is like another day at the office. But, for a different player, 30 minutes for 10 moves might be acute time pressure, as we see some moves on the other boards coming in.
Now, somebody like me who's like a averages to weak GM, I'm not accustomed to playing a tournament where everybody's about the same strength and it's 14 rounds. And I'm wondering, like, at your level, where you're not quite top 10 in the world, but still pretty good. Top 10 in blitz and bullet, but not in slow chess. Mm-hmm. If you've played in these kinds of tournaments, which are either really long round robins or double round robins, where everybody's good, and the tournament takes 3 weeks, that's just not something that I've done.
The longest tournament I've played, and we should go back to the bird's eye view as we talk about this, because Humpy did find knight takes d5 and queen h6. I'm sure other players are thrilled to see this on the board. And Tan Zhongyi is maybe in trouble, is a strong way to put it, but I think she's in trouble. So her center is on the verge of collapse, and that's a game we have to keep an eye on. Now it's Anna Muzychuk's turn on the top left to go into the tank. White's rook has landed on e3. But 11 rounds is the maximum I've played in the U.S. Championship and also in the World Youth. We have 11 rounds. And by the end, you're just sick of the hotel. You're sick of the same 3 restaurants that you end up rotating because that's just what you do. And you're just sick of the whole routine. You want to go back home and you want to wake up and not feel doomed to play, Alexander Onishuk or whatever GM you're facing that day. So full respect to the players. And it just makes me even more astonished at the old days when some of these tournaments were 20 rounds. I think the candidates in one year in 1950s was a 20 round robin. There were 21 players and everybody played everybody, which I did a double take when I saw that. I have no idea how those tournaments worked. Staying in the same hotel for a month. It was a different time, of course. It was a slower era, but it's kind of mind-boggling that was totally normal for a tournament to take like 2 or 3 months even.
Yeah, and you weren't alive for the world's longest world championship match that I was following between Karpov and Kasparov when their match took almost 6 months. and eventually was called off for suspicious reasons. But yeah, it's amazing to me that these players can keep a high level of play when they've already been playing for 2 or 3 weeks. And I think in a lot of instances in these really strong women's tournaments, like, and this is the strongest, they don't have as much experience. Like, as you said, we have no experience playing 14 rounds against super strong players over 3 weeks. And I think players that are the top male players, they may have more experience playing in tournaments that are 2 or 3 weeks long, that are between like 11 and 16 rounds than like somebody like me who just I've never played in such an event where it's taken weeks. And it's exhausting, and I know it's exhausting. And to get to the end of the tournament and still keep your wits about you when you've been, as you said, you just want to go home because you've been suffering basically for weeks, on edge, trying to keep the position, making sure you don't blunder, and keeping your skill level up over such a long period of time is almost impossible. And a lot of people, I think, who are watching on the internet, the fans of chess, don't realize how difficult it is in the latter part of the tournament to keep your strength up and play great chess, because every game is difficult and it just seems to never end.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think a lot of people kind of roll their eyes at the whole, it's, the players are tired, fatigue plays a role. Like, well, this isn't basketball. How tired can they get? They have most of the day to recover. They've got these rest days, but when you're actually there, facing especially the psychological pressure of the candidates, it really cannot be exaggerated, the amount of just mental pressure that's on you. And that when you wake up, you're getting lunch or what after the game, you're not really resting. You're already thinking about the next game. You're worrying about all the mistakes you made. You're constantly thinking about either the next game or the current game, or you're playing the game. So you're basically thinking about chess and doing chess literally all day, other than the times that you sleep. And getting to sleep can actually be really, really hard. You played a long game, you think you're exhausted, you're going to pass out, but it's the typical situation. You actually get into bed and you're still on the adrenaline, you're still excited and thinking about all the big moments. Either you're ecstatic from the win or upset from the loss. And in both instances, it's very, very hard to actually get yourself to rest and unplug. So these tournaments are an incredibly grueling experience. This game is going to be a grueling experience for the white pieces because the threat is rook takes e5. There's big time pressure brewing for white, for black too, but I'm actually looking for a move or any way out of this for Tan Zhongyi. How do you actually prevent the loss of at least one pawn?
Do you think Tang Zhongyi, in the back of her mind, even right now, is thinking, not again, I have a bad score against Humpy, and this tournament I'm winning, I have the white pieces, I'm in better form, so now it's going to turn around. And now maybe she looks at her position and doesn't like it very much. And does she remember, is she thinking about the fact that lifetime she has a bad score against Humpy Canero? Or you think she's just totally focused on the position here and doesn't think about that during the game?
Well, my opinion on this changed because the Hikaru versus Fabi game in the open section was a good example of that, because Hikaru had beaten Fabi in their 3 previous white encounters. And I thought, well, someone like Fabiano is not going to pay attention to this. And we just saw him cracking in a completely equal position. And I clearly understood that is a thing. You can have a very uncomfortable opponent. And even as a very experienced professional player, there could be that one guy or that one girl who you just hate playing against and who just has the style you find to be annoying. It could be a million different factors, but I think we might be seeing that unfolding here with Tan Zhongyi losing some confidence. She's also lost a game. Her only loss was with the white pieces, which might also be playing into the cocktail of psychological influences here. Did you have an opponent like that who you saw his name on the pairing sheet next to yours and you're like, ugh, that guy again?
Yeah, it's been 30 years, and I've played Alexander Shabalov maybe 20 times in slow chess, and I've never won. And there used to be 2 or 3 players like that, but in the 2011 or 2012 U.S. Championship, after 20 years, I finally beat Gregory Kaidanov. So it used to be Kaidanov and Shabalov. They just took turns beating me, and Well, now that I'm retired, Shabalov can't beat me anymore. But the last time I played Shabalov, which was like 3 years ago in the Chicago Open, he beat me with black. For some reason, I can't play against Shabalov. Even though against a lot of the other top American players, my results are okay. I don't just lose every game. And I have some draws against him, but he's definitely been my toughest opponent for the last 30 years. Whenever I get paired with him, my rating goes down.
Well, yeah, I think I also have these opponents. I'll think about them during the break. This is a big game to watch. We might see bishop takes c6 here, and white might be taking the plunge and giving up a bunch of these center pawns. But as we've established, taking on a7 does not guarantee a successful attack. So major problems for the tournament leader. We will stay on this game. But first, we're going to go on another short break and let the players process these difficult positions as we see Mr. Nepomniachtchi and Vidit walking around. Lots of tension in both sections, but stay with us for more chess and more exciting action in round 10 of the 2024 FIDE Women's Candidates. We'll be right back with more action in just a few.
The older of the Muzyczuk sisters has reached heights in chess that few ever do. She was the fourth out of just 6 women in chess history to reach a FIDE rating of 2600. And in 2017, she played in the final of the World Championship. She was foiled by another of this year's candidates, Zhongyi. Now, Muzyczuk is trying to return there, but first she has to get through a tough candidates field. This after having qualified with a third-place finish at the World Cup. Unlike in 2017, she won her last match against Zhongyi, who made the candidates another way. Of course, there are 6 other opponents besides her foil Tan. A consistent performance from rounds 1 to 14 is what's required at the candidates. Muzyczuk is as consistent as they come. Is it enough?
This is chess. Chess is an experience. The excitement, the joy, the devastation, the undeniable drive to play again and again. Chess is an experience that's meant to be shared. What if you could experience chess in a completely new way? On a real chessboard with the power of AI at your fingertips. This is Chess Up 2. Take everything you love about playing on Chess.com and experience it on a real chessboard. Play a blitz match against a random online opponent. Conquer the bot you've been stuck on for months. Or challenge a friend halfway across the world. Chess Up 2 is always ready and always connected with built-in Wi-Fi. Never miss a move with full piece recognition. And review all your games right on Chess.com. Chess Up 2 is more than a chessboard. It's a chess trainer. If you're new to chess, Chess Up will teach you. If you already know how to play, Chess Up will teach you how to really play. With patented AI assistance, you can balance a match between players of any skill level. Or hone your skills against one of the built-in AI coaches. makers of Chess Up 2 are the same team behind the original Chess Up. The best-selling smart chessboard in the world. So whether you're a beginner who wants to learn and improve while you play, or a chess pro who wants to go deeper into the world of chess, experience Chess Up 2 and level up your game.
Big developments of the 2024 FIDE women's candidates. We've got major changes in the evaluation. The leader, Zhongyi, is struggling with white against Humpy Koneru on the clock, but most importantly, on the board. We've been following the action there. But in the meantime, the queens are off in the Salimova Vaishali game. It looks totally normal. Looks like the game is following a natural course. GM Benjamin Feingold, it is doing anything but that. A big missed opportunity 2 moves ago by Salimova in this position after knight h7.
That's right. And it says that she thought less than 3 minutes here. White has basically 2 moves to think of. There's sort of the obvious knight h3 since the knight's attacked. It's pinned. And then there's the more aggressive rook c7. And knight h3 actually gives white very little. There's just a lot of trading. And white has a symbolic advantage in the endgame. But rook c7 right away just seems to be crushing.
Yeah, let's pull up an analysis board and try to understand what could have been missed. So rook c7 counterattacks the bishop. And the simple, well, first of all, if black takes with the queen, then basically this is a resignable endgame because black is dropping a bunch of pawns and this center is going to decide the game. That's the boring line. If black takes with a knight, after rook takes d7, it's important that knight takes f3 is not a thing. If the rook was on, actually, I don't know where the rook, if the rook was on e7, maybe there would be queen h4. I was like, which square? No, I didn't major in math, but it's not. And queen c1 is obviously an empty check. So this position is just potentially losing for black because it's the same problem with the queens on the board. White's queen is the dominant one. 2 pawns are hanging. And what does black do? How does black generate counterplay? This move actually comes to mind. Let's see if we can disarm. Oh, it doesn't even threaten anything. I think you can just... Oh, maybe it does. I thought it threatened rook c1 and knight f3, but it doesn't.
Right.
Why does rook e7 lose?
Hey, maybe we can play like you. Knight f3 check and queen h4.
Oh, now the rook is on e7.
You suggested this. I stole your thunder. Yep.
Oh my gosh. No. Knight f3. That's hilarious. I spent so long looking for the one forking square, and then I put the rook on it unintentionally. Okay, so maybe she saw this line and got scared off. And what is the correct move here? Is it queen e5? That doesn't look right either. Oh my gosh. Okay, I see why she didn't go for this. Do you want to know what the only move is that keeps
It's got to be king d1. No, actually can't be king d1.
It's king e2.
King e2. Yeah, that defends the bishop on f1. Yeah.
So why is king d1 wrong? Because, okay, first of all, let's say white makes a random move. What is black's next move? Black actually is still threatening knight takes f3 because in this position, there is rook c2.
Wow.
And now there's just too many threats. Suddenly, it's the turn of events. Black's king is perfectly safe. There's a mate threat on d2. And the only way to defend is bishop e2, queen d2 check, king f2, and now the quiet rook c3. And black's pieces are just overwhelming. You have to move the queen, and now queen e3. It goes on. King f1, rook c1, bishop d1, and the final move is queen d2. This is the nail in the coffin. What a line. I mean, what an incredible line. And that tells us that there is a threat, which I wasn't aware of. That is why you move the king up, so that this is in a check. And the reason rook c2 is not dangerous is actually king back to d1. Wow. And look at this. Rook takes a2. Queen e5 check. King h7, rook d8. Now there's a mate threat on h8, so that's why you can't drop the queen back. And if you start checking, apparently the correct move is not king to c2, but king to e2. Why? I have no idea.
Yeah, because king c2 looks good.
I'll tell you why. Because if you play king c2, black has the resource f6, and black is in the game. You can't go queen e8 here because of queen c7 check, and white's king gets mated. So that is actually why you have to hide on e2. Here, after f6, white plays queen e8, and rook d7 is unstoppable. So a very simple complication. I don't even know why we showed this to people. Surely they must have calculated it themselves. But it really shows us why it's so dangerous to look at the engine eval, which I just did, and conclude that rook c7, a pretty simple move. It's possible that she overlooked rook c7, but it's equally possible, if not more likely, that she saw rook c8 and was just like, black is way too active there and too many threats. Because king e2, not only the only move to keep a decisive advantage, but all other moves basically lose.
Yeah, king e2 is almost impossible to find. And I think, as you said, once you see rook c8, you just play knight h3 and go for this ending and try to win this ending, which it seems like is not winning.
But maybe it gives some... I would definitely take white here. I think you have the nice center. And with pawns on both sides of the board, I think the bishop is slightly better than the knight. Looks like Vaishali's heading to the center.
Yeah, after knight e6, we're trying to blockade the c file with d5, knight c5. So maybe white can try to win by playing king e3. Although looks like rook d8 would force d5.
And then you could stick the knight on c5, which is actually a really nice square. That's exactly where you want it.
This is still very interesting ending. And again, the evaluation bar doesn't really help explain the ideas and the fact. Sometimes when the evaluation bar is in the middle, it's equal and it's likely to be a draw. But actually, in this ending, all three results are possible because it's a bishop versus a knight. Pawn structure is asymmetrical, and it's not necessarily clear what the best move is for either side. Obviously, white wants to play rook c7, and black needs to get the knight over there to stop that. But after that, is black's king going to move up to the king side? Is white going to push the center pawns? Who does a rook trade favor? And it's just an unclear position.
Yeah, this one's actually very complicated and will remain so. But no time pressure here. It's the only game where the clock isn't playing an active factor, or isn't an active factor. Could decide if I want to say isn't a factor or not playing an active role. So I decided to combine the two phrases. But once again, we don't want to miss any action on the other boards, which is, I learned the hard way because 2 days ago I was doing the open section commentary, and there was this moment where 3 games ended at the same time. Let's go back to the bird's eye view as I say that. We've kind of gotten to the bottom of this position for now. And so there was that Hikaru Caruana game where Fabi was essentially losing his mind and just self-destructing. And there was this Vidit Gukesh game where Gukesh sacrificed his queen to set up a mating net. So obviously we have the 2-board view, but our focus is on the Gukesh game because he sacked his queen and there are some incredible mating lines. So we show them for 45 seconds and we go back to the 2-board view. We catch the end of the Hikaru game. I predict Fabiano's blunder, and Hess and I are high-fiving each other during the break. We're like, man, we managed to pull off the impossible. We caught all the big moments. And then later I read the YouTube comments, and so many people are complaining that how could you possibly, what a mess this coverage was. You didn't, cover the end of the Hikaru Fabiano game. You're biased commentators. And I think a lot of people watching think we have 9 pairs of eyes, and the screen is, I don't know, the length of the contiguous United States. Like, it's, sometimes you can't cover every single move in every game. And, we're just human, but I'm not going to make the same mistake here.
Yeah, sometimes the games end at the same time, or we have 2 or 3 games in time trouble. And, if we see sacrifices or, the evaluation bar changing wildly, we may focus on a game to the detriment of the other games, which don't necessarily seem as exciting at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of exciting games, we have explosions in the 2 games on the right. Rook takes e5 was played. So Tan Zhongyi predictably has lost a pawn. She said, okay, I've lost a pawn, but I have a nice bishop on d5. But the game I want to start with, and you can, I'll give you the final call, that Goryachkina Leiting J game suddenly went off the rails.
Yeah, now it's, again, the engine always says it's equal, but this seems like anything but a draw. This seems like somebody, either black is going to win some queenside pawns, or white is going to get an attack against the black king with, bishop d6 and knight c8 coming. So this seems like a very dangerous position for both players. Black has 2 bishops and an extra pawn, but black's king doesn't seem very safe on f7.
Yep, both players are losing.
Yeah.
Okay, so how did this happen? We saw knight coming to b6 right before the break, and the idea was to vacate the c7 square. Leiting J says, I don't care, I'm going to start munching. And I think the simplest way to understand her idea is knight c8 will likely be met with rook takes c8, and then queen takes a2. No, actually, this gives up b7. Sorry, that's not wise. But this position, it's not clear who's better, because black is down the exchange, but the king on g1, the back rank is weak because this bishop is sandwiched on h2. Black is very active bishops. You could stick this one on d3. And actually, maybe black can force a draw by perpetually chasing this rook around. Rook c1, you have this very important resource, bishop c4. And where's the rook going to run to?
That's right. And if the rook does run and black doesn't want to draw, black can play bishop takes a2 and play for a win, which may backfire because queen c7 and bishop d6 looks pretty dangerous. But yeah, the rook on c1 is virtually trapped.
Yeah, I mean, here, for instance, and I think that if you wanted to make a draw, how do you do that? Queen d2. This rook is very slippery. Bishop b4, I'm really worried about exposing myself to these queen checks. I mean, maybe it's not dangerous.
Well, but queen takes b7 check.
Oh, yeah, queen takes b7. That's a good call. Rook b1. The point is bishop takes a2 here is even stronger because for the folks at home, this is checkmate. Even though you have a Luft square, it's occupado. It's like when you try to get to the lavatory on a plane, and every time you try to get up, someone runs to it. So that bishop isn't going very far because bishop f4 can always be met with g5. So that doesn't seem appetizing to me. What about bishop d6? This is the other big candidate move, the other blockbuster move. And this one, rook e8, knight c8.
And then I take the knight again. Yeah.
Rook takes c8.
Yeah.
And as Tal said, my pieces are hanging, but you can only take one piece at a time. Here, I think you have to take the bishop. And where is white's compensation? That king is really safe on g6. It's actually the ideal square, I think.
Yeah, I'm surprised the valuation bar isn't more in black's favor. This just seems like it's good for black.
Maybe white just goes like a3 and claims that black is nope. Well, I mean, evaluation bar doesn't shoot all the way out. That's a big win for me. But no, this is out of the question, I think, for Goryachkina. So this position might be reached, but perhaps white should make a preparatory move, like dropping the bishop back to a defended square so that you could actually take the rook. Or even something, in the Smyslov spirit with a4, some like Soviet move, which doesn't address the tactical needs of the position at all, but like solidifies the knight.
Yeah, a4 is not a move I would have thought of. I like your bishop c5.
A4 is the third best move.
Yeah. Very reasonable looking, because you stop queen takes a2 forever, a5. Bishop c5 makes sense.
Black will likely prosecute his idea, and now actually we could get this ridiculous situation. And after rook takes c8, suddenly white has to switch plans again. You take the bishop. Here the difference is that black's bishop has abandoned f5, so you have this pawn that you can take. And we get this really beautiful geometry. Look at this is perpetual check, queen g4. And the queen just shadows the king wherever it goes. This is a perpetual with queen e8, queen h5. If you go to h6, I take the pawn. It's like the horror movie It Follows. Like anywhere you go, it'll find you. And here we have yet another draw. Not totally unlikely, Ben, I think, if the players end up calculating and barking down this tree.
Yeah, it's very complicated. And a lot of times in these games, when the complications happen, the players have figured it out. And unfortunately for some spectators, a draw is the likely result. And that's the most reasonable result. This game has been about equal the whole game, and nobody's really made a big mistake. So even though it got more complicated, a draw is still the fair result with, in some cases, both kings being exposed.
One of the reasons I like commentating, and I have been, using the engine perhaps a little bit more than usual here, just because the positions are so wild and people ultimately want to hear the truth of the position. But it brings me back to the old days that I never really got to live, where you had this romance and intrigue of looking at a position and having no idea what the evaluation actually is. Was that more interesting or was that infuriating? Do you feel like watching with an engine ultimately is a net positive, or does that take away the charm of the game? And does it make commentators look like buffoons? Well, I know it does, but how would you kind of rank that shift in the viewing experience?
It was really exciting in the analysis rooms of the World Championships, before engines, when you'd have 5 or 6 grandmasters and super grandmasters analyzing on one board, and especially like somebody like Lubomir Luboyevich, making pronouncements and then changing his mind every 30 seconds once some more moves are played. And the players would argue on both sides, who had winning chances and what was going on. And it was fun watching that and participating in that for the people who did, analyze the World Championship games as they were going on, and the strong tournaments like this. And this is just different because it's still the same complicated games, but everybody has access to engines. So even if they're not even watching our commentary, they can just at home say, okay, here's what Stockfish says, so this guy's winning. So they sort of know what's going on. They may not know why, they may not know how, but they know the correct result of the position. And as Kramnik pointed out yesterday, it's more interesting, I think, when commentators like us explain what's in the player's head and not necessarily what the engine said. And I think we can do both.
Yeah, I think there's a balance to be struck. And earlier, I think that chess broadcasts were a little bit overeager about always using the engine. But we can see that there's a lot of appetite for actually knowing what GMs think. And looking without an engine, even if you're a newer player, is a different kind of experience. It's highly recommended. It can actually help you improve if you're watching and trying to get better at chess rather than at reading numbers. It can be really interesting, just to watch with the eval bar and to turn off the engine, which is easy to do on whatever platform you're watching on. Of course, surely you're watching on Chess.com. I don't know of any other chess websites, but it's easy to watch without the engine. It's hard to watch in the sense that you actually have to do a lot of work. You have to calculate along with the commentators, but it gives you a different perspective on how hard of a game chess really is.
Yeah, the Zhongyi game right now with Humpy Canero like with my naked eye, I'm like, I like white. And then I look at the evaluation bar and I realize how weak I am. But it's the exciting position to analyze without an engine because, you know, it seems like Black's queen is misplaced. It seems like Black's king is in trouble. And an engine says, yeah, Black's doing great.
Let's switch to that game because we're getting piece exchanges. You said how weak I am. I thought you were a strong GM. Now you're saying weak I am. Just kidding, of course.
I'm closer to weak I am than strong GM.
So what has happened in this marquee matchup? We had Humpy Canero find queen h6, rook takes e5, snapping off the pawn, but very clever response uncovered by Tan Zhongyi. She plays queen f3 and then knight d4, and that's why she built up the battery. Now you can't take because white snaps the pawn off on b7 with check. That just looks like a disaster. So rook de8, the cold-blooded response by the Indian Grandmaster. And now we're getting into a series of trades. So what's likely to happen here? Well, the most straightforward line, I think, is BC, bishop takes c6. Bishop takes c6, probably not the best move, because after queen c6, if you just blindly capture the pawn, this isn't scary. I mean, well, apparently this is wrong to recapture the pawn. When I try to get greedy, I'm not supposed to. When I don't take pawns, I'm supposed to take them. We're following this line. Bishop c6 is on the board. Are there any alternatives that you see here? Is rook e3 something to consider? Clearly, there's a better move than bishop takes c6. It's got to be rook e3, right?
Yeah, we can soften up that f pawn and maybe win that before they win our a pawn.
Yeah, and the king on d7 is really nicely placed. So I'm just going to show this rook e3, trade. And either white has to give up the f pawn, or if you drop the queen back, Black's got this huge positional advantage with total dominance over the e-file. You could even bring a queen into the party. Maybe there are more accurate moves, but this looks bad for white.
Yeah, Black should be pretty happy here.
Okay, so pretty big moment. It's only the 22nd move, but finally things are beginning to clarify and pieces are getting exchanged. How would you rate Black's winning chances just looking at this intuitively?
I don't think Black has great winning chances. I think we're still in the draw zone. And I think if the players get in time trouble over the next 10 moves or so, that both sides could have winning chances. I mean, at the moment, White's king is still safer than Black's king. And Black does have the isolated pawn on a7. And she did just take on c6.
She did. Which is the human line, I think. You want to take on f4, secure the pawn advantage. And why is queen takes f4 so evaluated? Oh no, rook hf1, there's actually back rank tactics with queen takes f1. Also worth showing, it's on the board, queen takes f4. So here, runs into queen f1, and it's not immediately over. White can take the rook, but it basically is over. That rook endgame is lost, and this is just back rank mate.
Yeah.
So queen a8, the eval bar disapproves of. Queen a6 is on the board, and that probably is the secret sauce. Oh, and king b8, there's a perpetual with queen b4. Okay, I think we might get a draw here. Because king d7, white can also continue pursuing the king. And you're not really going to e6. I mean, that's just Hikaru Kiri. And
it's Hikaru versus Giri?
Hikaru Giri. And king to d8 just looks dumb. I mean, I don't see Humpy going for this position. Wow, queen a6. It's so nice the way that white ties herself to the pawn, but also leaves open the possibility of a perpetual. And Humpy kind of just went for this quickly. Maybe she should have spent a little bit longer after rook e3. White was still in some trouble.
Yeah, you're right. She did play a couple of fast moves there and probably wasn't expecting white to get a perpetual check, but just thought, like I did, that white would just take the a7 pawn, and she evaluated that position as favorable to her and forgot that white can try to get perpetual check.
Yeah, because now she's actually thinking, and this is such an easy move to miss, to assume that queen a8 is forced, and then to say, okay, I have the initiative file, and my king is safer than it looks. There's no way that Humpy goes king d7. It's not really in her style, and she's not contending for first place right now. I think a solid draw with black against the leader at least would be too tempting of a proposition to me to take any crazy risks.
Yeah, what does the engine say about King D7, King E6? I know it's crazy, but it's so crazy it might work.
It's the only way to keep the fire
Right.
burning.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's bad.
Doesn't
it's
like
not
it.
Losing, and it's because Rook F1. Okay, and this is the point. Now the king blocks the two rooks. You have to go to G5, otherwise you get pinned.
Right.
And now white involves the pawns. G4, G6.
Yeah, I don't like black here.
Whoops. I definitely don't like black there either. Rook D5, and clearly this is going off the rails.
Yeah.
And look at this. Rook F8, the best move is A3.
Yeah, got to get left. Yeah.
In the unlikeliest of moments, just sitting on the position. No, this is a debacle for black. And obviously, King B8, normally in these situations, you're always thinking about the rook lift. But again, there's the back rank problem. White could play A3 here. That's positively looked upon by the engine. But this isn't really a winning attempt. Black can play, for example, Queen E4. The point being, you can now slide your king over and you're protecting the C6 square. And you could get the rook to B8. So I think Tan Zhongyi won't press her luck here. I think either this way or that way, we're going to get a perpetual check pretty soon here.
Yeah, it seems like a draw is pretty likely, just based on the perpetual check. And the game was fairly equal. Black had chances, but as you pointed out, she played taking on C6 too quickly and maybe just underestimated Queen A6 check or missed it entirely.
And this is what tournament winners do, right? Not every game is going to be a smooth win. Sometimes you're going to be in trouble. Jan, we see this in the open section. First of all, you rebound from a loss. Gukesh did that yesterday, sometimes with the black pieces. Tan Zhongyi did that as well. And sometimes you're going to be worse, and you just have to keep your composure and pull that draw out, much like Nepo did against Prague and against Gukesh. And this wasn't nearly as bad as his position in those games, or even yesterday against Firouzja. I feel like Nepo's been losing every game, and he's somehow leading the tournament. How does that work?
Well, usually it doesn't work for long, but you can't argue with the results.
Mm-hmm. He's drawing today, it appears, against Gukesh. So the leader's playing a very anticlimactic game. In both sections, really. Although this one had some meat on the bone, and I was hoping for more of a tactical explosion. And I think Yuri Averbach has a book that hasn't been translated called something like Behind the Scenes of Chess Beauty, arguing that the tragedy of chess is that all of the cool lines and all of the zest always seems to remain unplayed, at least most of the time. And it's really true. This is why analysis is so fun.
Yeah, we can suggest all the crazy lines, and sometimes those crazy lines are good. When they're not good, we can try to refute them, and occasionally we need the beast to help us. But it's funny. I'm a big fan of Paul Morphy, of course, and a lot of the stuff that doesn't happen nowadays at the top level is because the players are better, they defend better, they calculate better, and Morphy's opponents weren't like that. So there were a lot of beautiful victories because Morphy could see tactics and his opponent couldn't. But now that everybody sees tactics, there's not so many forced wins because the opponent's already seen it coming and prevents it. Defense got a lot better, which makes for less brilliant wins. But now the brilliant wins are even more impressive because you saw something brilliant and your opponent didn't. And occasionally we see that in these tournaments also. And that's really exciting to watch as well.
Yeah, and I mean, one important thing about kind of the old days that isn't mentioned, not only were people just worse, but they didn't have as much incentive. The concept of a chess professional was completely unknown in Morphy's day. Morphy took great pains to not accept money in a lot of cases. Like he went over to Europe, he had a very warm reception, but he declined any funds. God forbid people think he's a professional chess player. Mm-hmm. And the same goes for a lot of his opponents. Adolf Anderson was a school teacher, I think. So when you played, you largely played for the fans. And if you felt that you might be on the losing side of a brilliancy, I totally get it. You sometimes wanted to cooperate. It's not like you deliberately threw the game, but if there was the chance for a big combination, being on the losing side was also very honorable because, you know, a combination requires 2 authors, and you could get your name immortalized, much like Kizaritsky, for example, did. He's on the losing side of the immortal game, but his name is still remembered and spoken very often. So it was a different time, and the incentive structure of chess was really different. It was all about playing a beautiful game and getting it published in a magazine or getting the crowd applause. Now, chess is a sport.
Yeah, people all want to win now, and they definitely don't want to be on the losing side of a brilliancy.
Absolutely. Speaking of brilliancies, we're not going to get a brilliancy in some other games where the queens are off. Let's go back to the bird's eye view, a game that we haven't checked into in a while, and pieces just keep disappearing from the board, is Lagno versus Muzichuk. Goryachkina also played a weird move, rook c1, so we'll get there momentarily. But king d8, by the way, Humpy, she goes for it, avoiding the perpetual. Wow. On the bottom right, I'm pretty shocked.
Yeah.
I still think it's going to be a draw, but at least she keeps the fire burning.
Yeah, that is surprising to me because the king seems sort of weird on d8, and it seems like the game's had some fireworks and it's sort of settling down now to equality. But the players are very fighting in this tournament, and you know, Humpy knows that she has good score against Ten Zhongyi in the past, and wants to keep winning. And I mean, this move isn't bad. It's just somewhat surprising that Black would try to win with the king on d8. It's surprising to me, but it's still we're still in the draw zone.
Yeah.
But yeah, it seemed like if Humpy wanted to draw, she could have played differently.
Exactly. And we'll talk about king d8, but first let's update everybody on how this bishop versus knight endgame was reached. Also draw zone. Knight takes c5, bishop b7, knight c4. I mean, pieces and pawns just keep coming off the board.
Mm-hmm.
But the exciting part of the game was front loaded. Once they reach this endgame, I feel like it looks exciting, but in reality, Black's pieces are safe. It's opposite colored bishop, so it was pretty much inevitable that we would have some sort of reduction in the tension. Here's how it happened. King e7, White picked up the pawn. So temporarily White is up a pawn, but she's yielded the d file. Knight c3, Black takes. You can't take back with the rook because of the fork. And rook to d3. So following the known advice, when you're down material, trade pieces. Of course, the point is very concrete. The pawn on e5 cannot be defended. So this game is all about compensation. Compensation for the exchange that White didn't end up taking, and now compensation for the pawn that you're about to win back. a5, fixing the pawn on a light square. And this one, I think, is pretty close to a conclusion. Yeah, bishop e7 here. Just basically a dead draw. I'm not sure which side has to be more careful here. Is there any life in this endgame?
I mean, White has a pass c pawn, but White's kingside pawns are so disheveled that Black's position seems perfectly fine. A good question is, like, you know, if you're playing a blitz game and you both have like a minute or two left, what side do you want here? And that's something I think you're better to answer than I am. But, you know, especially with White's H pawn being the wrong color, I think, White doesn't really have any winning chances. Mm-hmm. I don't see why Black would either.
I agree. I think this is fizzling out. It was an interesting game. This might be our first result. And we will likely get decisive results in at least one of the other games. Plenty of middle game action still to come, including that Goryachkina game, where the two players sharing second place are playing a very interesting tactical game. Would never guess from the opening, but we'll be back with more action from that board, as well as the game of our leader. Let's go on a quick break. At the 2024 Women's Candidates, round 10 returns in just a few minutes.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow,
Simply connect your Chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on Chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of Chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the Chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
This April, intergenerational rivalries spill over to the chessboard. Face off against the boomers. Grapple with Gen X and the millennials. Or take on the young guns of Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and Gen Beta. And then the mighty Martin? Play them all on Chess.com.
Welcome back to round 10 of the 2024 FIDE Women's Candidates. No results yet, but we might be on the cusp of a perpetual in the game of our leader, who might be breathing a sigh of relief. Hope you're enjoying our coverage. GM Ben Feingold, GM Daniel Naroditsky. Covering the round for you today, Tan Zhongyi leads the tournament by half a point over Lei Tingjie and Alexandra Goryachkina, who are facing each other and obviously jockeying for position. I think we might get a result in the Tan Zhongyi game, but in the meantime, exciting developments unfolding in the game between Goryachkina and Tan Zhongyi. An interesting graphic there, Ben. Both players still pretty young, but we seem to be obsessed now in the chess world about calling anyone over the age of like 18 old. I mean, Ali Reza's old and he's 20. Gukesh is like knocking on the door. You know, he's 1 year away from a retirement home. And these players, I mean, that's it. They're basically dinosaurs.
Yeah, it's funny. When I was a younger player, I was told people get into their peak somewhere around their mid-30s, and now it seems like, you know, if watching a Grandmaster tournament, if somebody's in their 30s, they're probably the oldest player in the tournament, which is actually the case in this one. But yeah, we have a very exciting game, and since we last looked, things have been going Lei Tingjie's way. Looks like Goryachkina made a mistake right after we looked at the game by playing a move Rook C1, and perhaps she overlooked that Black could escape the pin by playing King G6, and now Black's a pawn up.
Yeah, we discussed the move Knight C8, A4. Like, there were many ways to shepherd this position into drawish territory. Instead, Rook C1, sloppy move by Sasha, who forgets that the queen is overloaded. King G6, and very easy move to miss because that's impossible. But suddenly, contact between pieces, right? Takes E7. Black picks up the rook on C1 with an extra pawn, and again, this king is super safe. So White keeps the queens on the board. Also, acute time pressure: 16 minutes for 15 moves. Black doesn't exactly have wagon loads of time either. And the rook does not have to move here, technically. Maybe you want to move it for other reasons. I wouldn't get too excited because this knight actually does a good job of holding down these pawns. So how do you make progress if you're Black? If you're White, I think you're pushing this pawn up to A5 and trying to cemento this knight.
That's right. The knight's doing a great job right now. And obviously, if Black had her druther, she would win the pawn on A2, but she needs to keep her queen on the rook on C1, since White's queen is on the rook on E7. And yeah, when Black does something about the rook on E7, I think White will hasten to at least play A4, if not also play A5, and try to say that Black's extra pawn doesn't really mean very much.
Yeah, not all blunders are created equal. This one, White is lucky because Queen C5 is essentially an only move to defend both of these pieces. And you know what they say, good players are always lucky. We also might get some results coming in pretty quickly. So once again, if you're just joining, the leader, Tan Zhongyi, is in the midst of delivering a perpetual against Humpy Canero, very likely. But now she is the one who has to decide, I think, whether to take the draw or not. So let's head over back to the bird's eye view. Lei Tingjie has the advantage, but a very difficult conversion ahead. In our leaders game, we got excited briefly, but I think things might still be, as you said, in the draw. So let's head over there because the Lagno game is also quickly moving toward a peaceful conclusion. So do we have repetition on the board? Let's see. Rook E2, check, check. And again, it's Canero who seems to indicate that she wants to play, but can't White just go Queen A6?
Then King D8 again.
Queen A8?
And then
King D7.
Right.
Queen A4? Queen takes A4.
Yeah, Queen A4 is risky. It either wins or loses. So
in a blitz game, it would be unthinkable for Black to go for it. I would honestly just go A3 here. That would be my instinct. Say, you know what? You don't want a perpetual? All right. I'm going to play for a win now.
Yeah, White needs to play A3 sooner or later so she can play Rook HF1. And also just, it's annoying when your back rank is so weak. But yeah, it looks like Humpy's still playing for a win.
Wow. I was sure there was going to be repetition, but Humpy's also down on the clock, 17 minutes for 13 moves. Wow, we have actually a lot of time pressure in this event across the board. I can't remember. I think the vast majority of games might not come down to a time scramble, but definitely we have some form of time pressure. And I don't know if this is a function of the high stakes environment or the no increment, but it just seems like a lot of players are struggling a little bit with time management. Or maybe I'm exaggerating and this is all part of the plan.
Yeah, the games actually, for the most part, are pretty equal. And maybe I'm jinxing it. Maybe since the last time I did commentary, they were all decisive. The players decided to be more drawish today. The games are exciting, but we haven't really seen any blunders. We've seen good chess. And even when the games are exciting, if both players are playing really well, then still a draw is the most likely result.
Exactly, which is why I've never been a big fan of the trend to suggest that you should then play out a rapid game or draws should be banned in their entirety. If it's the justified result and the product of both players playing a combative game, I don't see a single problem. And I don't think there are too many fans who just see a draw on the score sheet or on the scoreboard and just assume that it was a boring game. That's absolutely not necessarily the case. And of course, Anish might complain if we were to implement too stringent of measures against this particular result.
Exactly. And when the tournaments like this are stronger and stronger, then we're apt to see more draws because we see better defense and better clock usage and good opening preparation. So the better you see chess players, the more likely it is to be a draw because people are making less mistakes. And I think it's a pretty high level round with players having these complex positions, but still keeping it in the realm of equality.
And I'm going to take us to the board on the camera view there between Lagno and Muzichuk, which I keep jumping between which game I think is the closest to ending, and then none of them end. But this one really is moving toward a peaceful result. We have this knight versus bishop endgame, where in a bullet game I would play this with black, sign me up, and win 9 times out of 10 because white would blunder some fork or some pawn. You always want the knight in a bullet game. In a classical game, white can probably draw by doing nothing. I mean, f4 I would not advise. Sometimes it's a concept to give up a pawn to ruin the enemy's pawn structure, but probably not here. Actually, I think white is under a little bit of pressure the more I look at it. It's a little bit uncomfortable, to be honest, for Katerina.
Yeah, I would definitely want to have black in this position, even though I think it should be a draw. But yeah, maybe white has to make 1 or 2 more accurate moves to draw the game. White does have 3 isolated pawns, and black king is on the 4th rank, white's king's on the 3rd rank. And white doesn't really have much to do except wait for black to do something and then try to thwart it. But there's such little material on the board, you would still expect this game to be a draw.
I mean, let's put some moves on the board since we have the time. Bishop d3, for instance. I guess black is getting the knight around to c5. And let's say I play bishop c2. Actually, here, black could try to get the knight around to f4. And this is a problem because this pawn is really weak. So you're basically playing catch up this whole time with the knight. The knight is trampolining around and hitting the weaknesses. And here's one big issue. I'm not thinking too deeply about the move order, but just to give people the general gist, if black gets the pawn down to h4, that's going to be an even bigger headache because now this pawn is stuck on the light square, which means the bishop is stuck on f1. Maybe it's a fortress, but black has very clear ways to, at the very least, threaten to make progress. h4 and g4, maybe a well-timed check on d5 to deflect the king and then infiltrate. So actually, I thought it was a matter of crossing your T's and dotting your I's, but I'm beginning to think that Katerina needs to be at least a little bit accurate and at least find the right spot to wait with your bishop. Maybe it's f3 rather than d3. Maybe h4.
Yeah, I agree. You could, especially with the time getting low and she just played bishop c4. But with the time getting low for white, much lower than black, you could see that one or two missteps, and if as you said, the black knight gets to f4, the black pawn gets to h4, and white has some defending to do, and maybe the idea of bishop c4 is just to stop black from playing knight e6, because I guess king and pawn ending is probably favorable to white.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of fans are very sensitive to commentators, overhyping the game. But no, I mean, I've lost these types of endgames, and I would genuinely be a little bit concerned as white, especially if like Magnus was across from me with black. I would find a way to lose. But yeah, black has ways to continue the game, like push the pawn down to h4, force white to demonstrate precision, and this probably should not have been allowed. Maybe white can also put the pawn on f3, dare I say. Although then, like knight c5, f3, knight a4, and then you have to start calculating. Yeah, knight c5 on the board.
Yeah, even though the thermometer says it's equal, it's obviously better practically to have black, and white has to make sure she doesn't lose any of her pawns, and that black's king doesn't get further up the board. So it's not, with the time situation, and even probably without it, it's not that simple. Black has some winning chances here.
And the engine always makes it seem easy because the moves retroactively make so much sense. Like the engine line is, it is in fact bishop e2, knight e6, and then to put the pawn on c4. But that's not obvious. That's a committal move. You're weakening the d4 square. And the basic idea is, I'm going to quickly show this. Look at knight bishop e2, knight e6, c4. So we had this type of position on the board. Let's say black plays h5. Now c5. A move that's based on very precise tactics. King d5, there is this very important shot h4, which you have to foresee literally when you push your c pawn. And this just knocks out the g5 pawn, and it's an immediate draw. But when your play is predicated on this one tactic, it starts getting uncomfortable because you weren't expecting to need to calculate. Bishop f7 on the board, Katerina preventing the knight from getting to e6, which I actually really like. I think this is a good start for white.
Yeah, white activated her bishop instead of defending passively with the bishop on f1, defending h3. She's just trying to make the bishop strong so the black knight can't hop around and get to the right squares.
But you're still kind of playing whack-a-mole with all the knight's entry points, and eventually the knight's going to find a way to meander to the right territory. Knight d7, knight e4, same thing. And I think we will see Katerina advance her c pawn. There's just no other move.
Right, otherwise knight takes c3, the king is defending f2. So it looks like she has to play c4 here, and probably she wants to anyway, to distract black's pieces from the king's side.
Knight back to c5. Yeah, this is well done by Katerina. Bishop f7 was nice. Bishop back to d5. But that allows h5 and h4, which for some reason really bothers me.
No, it's a good reason. That's one of the pluses of bishop f7 is we're stopping black from fixing the pawn on h3. Black definitely wants the pawn on h4. Then knight f4. Eventually, it's going to be very dangerous. Still not so easy.
This is a little bit troublesome. We're about to make time control. But that might not be too much relief. This is not, the problem here isn't really the clock. It's accidentally missing some sort of knight maneuver and then getting into trouble. And we know how these games tend to go. You make a small inaccuracy, and then even if it's still a draw, often the panic sets in. At least that's how I've lost these types of endgames. Like, you think it's a draw until it's not.
Yeah, I think the first step is you think it's an easy draw, then you think it's a draw, then you hope it's a draw, and then you sign the score sheets because you blundered.
That's right.
Yeah, it's definitely not an easy draw. I think white needs to play with precision.
Endgames are tough. And no matter how much you study them, it's very hard to develop a roadmap which is why I find good endgame players to be so impressive. Who was like the endgame player of your generation that everyone looked up to?
I mean, the 70s, 80s, and 90s, maybe not the 90s, but 70s and 80s, everybody thought Karpov was the best endgame player. And maybe even in the early 90s, Karpov was so good at winning these sort of like Carlsen-like endings, which seemed like he's slightly better or equal, and then he would just win these end games by just playing and playing and playing, and eventually his opponents would make a mistake. So I got to give it to Karpov, and I guess there's a lot of players now who are really good endgame players. Just because we've had so much experience, you can analyze all these great games, all these great end games, and improve your own end game. Of course, in the 70s and even before that, a lot of end games were well played due to adjournments, which we don't have anymore. So people would analyze the end game for you and with you, and you could play better the next day. And there used to be, games that were 6 or 7 hours long. They were adjourned after 4 or 5 hours, and people could analyze the games, which I guess is foreign to everybody now, since we don't do that anymore.
No. What is adjourned? People might be looking that up as we speak, or probably know it from the Queen's Gambit. Of course, the famous Borgov.
Oh, that's right.
The grandmasters crowding around the board. I mean, that was definitely not a Hollywood scene. That definitely, I've read about it in memoirs of Soviet players, how, there are like 6 GMs on standby, which was like the 1960s equivalent of Stockfish 16 that you could run after move 40, like Mikhail Tal and Korchnoi and, Shmorchnoi and Kotov. And, you had the positional expert and the endgame expert, and they all got to work analyzing and often staying up the entire night while the player slept. Although oftentimes, the less privileged players had to analyze and stay up all night themselves, and often the fatigue affected their play in the morning, even if they ultimately reached the truth of the position. I'm sure that you sometimes forgot the move, or were just so tired that you forgot the main points that you had analyzed the night prior. I'm sure you have experiences with that kind of thing. Did you enjoy adjournments? Was it a net positive, or was it just a huge drag? And
I didn't really enjoy them, but I had one that was quite nice. It was a bishop ending, which I analyzed all night and found out I was winning. And my opponent, who was a British IM, he had several British friends of his there that were analyzing it also, and they didn't find the key ideas, so they thought it was a draw. But he didn't do anything wrong. He was losing. They just didn't see that he was losing. But that was a good adjournment for me. A bad one was a game that I had. It was adjourned twice with Lev Sakis, and I lost the draw in endgame. So that was no fun.
My longtime coach, Lev Sakis.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for 6 years.
That's about how long the game lasted. 6 years.
Yeah, exactly. 2 adjournments is next level. I think we should leave this board because 6 minutes, I'm getting a little bored. Katerina is about to make her 40th move, and we might get one of those. We might get a 6-hour game, but some of the other boards are also moving toward time control. Again, the Tanzhongyi Humpy game, they just keep finding ways to make similar looking moves without repeating, but it's still equal and still theory, I should say. The Goryachkina game, I think, is where the real fun is at. So maybe we should go there. It's only move 27, and we're going to get an all-out time scramble. 11 minutes to 13. High potential for tactics. The last couple moves are interesting. I love the way Lei Tingzhe is playing this. First, she goes king h6, just getting the king out of the kill zone. And then she's like, no way, Jose. Or no way, Alexandra, in this case. a4 is met with a5. And that knight on b6 is left with his pants down. If only white could advance the pawn to a5, it would free up the queen. But now the queen is saddled with all of the defensive tasks of babysitting the other pieces. So moving the rook is easier said than done, because where are you going to go? So white goes knight c8. Rook d7 is our current position. And if you go back, then maybe the rook will advance to d6
That's right.
And then zigzag to c6. That's a beautiful geometric idea.
Yeah, black is still up a pawn, and I mean, white is probably really regretting her rook c1 move because a lot of moves that white wants to play cannot play because her rook is hanging on c1.
What rook on c1?
Exactly.
In this case. Although I'm not convinced that this endgame is an easy, I would not know the evaluation here. If you told me this was a draw, I would probably believe you because white has a lot of counterplay. But apparently, okay, so the best move here is very difficult. You can go queen c2 or king g6. Wow, back into the war zone. Queen c2, queen f4. And now avoid the tempting g5 because it exposes the king's backside. Right. And instead play the obvious king h5.
Defending the h-pawn.
Defending the h-pawn, of course, and natural move. g4 en passant, of course. And white has simply no ways to continue the attack because if you check, king back to g6, and again, the king is very safe on this square, and the queen is threatening to move up to c6. Now it's that old concept where because the knight is undefended, eventually that's going to come back to bite Goryachkina, if black plays this correctly. But it's a big if, and all of this depends on white dropping the knight back. There are other moves. I don't really see what they are, but I guess they exist.
Yeah, and what the players are going to be in time trouble, and it seems like it's not easy to play white.
Whew, huge trouble. I mean, under 10 minutes now, with no increment, you're worse. And what do you do? I'm looking at this position. I don't see a move.
Yeah, I want to move my rook off to c1 so I can start moving my queen and knight. I just don't know where to go.
But that rook e1, queen b4, you also have to watch out for a queen trade.
Yeah.
And yeah, rook c1 by Goryachkina was just an awful move. And one sloppy move and you're at death's door. What do you do? King can't really move because this pawn falls. Everything's just on fire right now for white.
Yeah, very tough position for white. Time's not helping, but even if white had a lot of time, I'm not sure how white could improve her position.
Yeah, she would just spend it all in this position.
Yeah. So good chances, I think, for Lei Ting-che to win the game.
Yeah, she's been breathing down Tan Zhongyi's neck. She beat her, and now, assuming that top game is in a draw, which is not a given, Humpy just keeps insisting on keeping the game going. They will be sharing the lead if things follow the predictable direction. But in the candidates, they are anything but predictable. Twists and turns happen at every turn. So we'll see.
Looks like Goryachkina was about to move, and then she thought better of it.
No, this is insane time pressure. Perhaps the statisticians in the chat and the former world champions, looks like they're one and the same, can calculate how much white has to spend per move. But it's something like we're around 30 seconds. And I mean, Lei Ting-che looking at her opponent like, what you got, girl?
One thing you may not know, and it's not your fault, Danya, is in the candidates that you were doing coverage of, there was no increment before move 40, I believe. And in this candidates, the women's candidates, there is.
Oh, there's increment.
Yeah, I think that's the difference in the time controls in the two events.
Oh my gosh, I apologize. I should have done my homework. I actually think I knew that, but it's just so unintuitive for the time control to be different.
Yeah, also, okay. I think the women start with less time. That's why they get the increment.
Okay. I'm going to read. Okay, the Wikipedia page has everything except the time control.
I hope what I'm saying is correct. Otherwise, in the chat, I'm really going to get it.
You are. It's 90 minutes for 40 moves, as opposed to 2 hours or 1 hour 50. And there is an increment starting from move 1. I apologize for the misinformation. I was just assuming that the time controls are the same, but they're not. So, but still, it doesn't change that much in this case. It explains why Goryachkina isn't moving yet, but it doesn't really. It's not a lot of light at the end of the tunnel here.
No.
So, Oh, they got to vote on the time control, apparently.
Well, I didn't know that.
People in the chat are telling us. I've never heard that before.
If you played in the candidates, you could vote for 30 seconds and then.
Yeah, well, bullet, please. Anybody? Was that an option?
Yeah, world champion Danya Naroditsky.
I mean, man, that would be a dream come true. Maybe 50 years down the line if I'm still able to make 5 moves before losing on time. We have action on the other board. I mean, I'm looking at Salimova Vaishali. It's an interesting endgame, but it's not the most interesting and important game that we have. So we've been focused on the other boards. I feel like Lagno's not going to move for the next, century. So we can leave that game alone for now. And shall we take another look at Tan Zhongyi?
Mm-hmm.
Queen c3, by the way, by Goryachkina. So she tries to get the queens off the board, and one way or the other, she's going to have a long defensive task. But a quick look at the leader game. Time pressure here as well, by the way. Not as acute, but still, especially for Humpy.
Well, Humpy's really going all out to win. When it seems like that would be what Tang Zhongyi would want if she wants to win with the white pieces and keep her lead. Again, this game is in the draw zone, but both players have chances to win. And I sort of like your idea that, sooner than later, white should play something like A3 so that the back rank issues go away and white can start to play rook HF1 and such. But Humpy's playing super aggressive. Wow, G4.
I think the tournament situation dictates her risk level. Humpy believes that with 4 points at a 9, if she wants to make a crazy comeback push, it has to start now. If she beats Tan Zhongyi, she's suddenly on 5 points. She's only a point or maybe a point and a half off the lead, which is not insurmountable. 4 more rounds. Right. So I think in the candidate specifically, it's win or bust. And she feels that the risk reward makes it worth it to do something she would normally not do in a regular tournament. G4, we talked about this move. Great whole board awareness by Tan Zhongyi. And notice that after GF, 1 important subtlety, rook HF1, 2 important subtleties. First of all, this idea no longer works because the queen guards E1. And second of all, rook F2, LPDO, loose pieces drop off, boom, boom, and you have a fork on A8. This is not the move I'd like to see if I have 8 minutes on my clock for 10 moves.
Yeah, and it happens a lot, and it's happened to us a lot when the engine says it's equal. We sort of know it's equal, but we play for the win because that's what we do. And then sometimes when you play for the win, you risk losing, which actually happened to Tan Zhongyi a couple rounds ago. And so even though Humpy's obviously playing for the win and the machine says it's about equal, you can see that all 3 results are possible. And especially with the time situation, Humpy's taking some risks.
Yeah, but I think she's regretting it right about now. The best move is apparently Queen E5, which is, again, another one of those moves that once it's played, you're like, well, obviously you have to trade queens here. But allowing Queen A8 check and then G takes F5 looks really scary. My gut is telling me there's going to be some rook takes C2 tactics. So we have time before she moves. Queen E5, yes. King D7, the whole point is after GF, there is this move. And King takes C2. Rook E2 is a draw, but the best move is Queen takes F5.
Wow. Queen takes
Quiet
F5.
move. Jeez. Telegraphing the threat, but white can't get out of the kill zone. King B1, rook A4 wins the queen. You have to take on E4, and that's like a bad queen versus 2 rook position where the king is exposed. And if you block with rook D3, then the rook gives this check, and then the queen gives this check. And this is just like the Salimova Vaishali game that we were analyzing with the queen and the rook combining to checkmate the king, but much easier said than done. You don't have to see this if you're playing Queen E5. To clarify, in this position, you could actually recapture. And again, rook HF1 fails to queen takes F1. But this is really scary, and she's down to 6 minutes now. I'm fastening my seatbelt tight across my lap if I'm Humpy Canero.
Yeah, the question is if she doesn't play Queen E5, is Black's position playable.
Rook c4 is also possible.
Yeah, I thought when she played rook to e4, she was thinking about playing rook c4.
Ah, and rook hf1, queen e4. Nice little octopus move, and then basically you want piggies on the 7th or the 2nd in this case.
Mm-hmm. I was worried that White's going to play rook takes d6 check, but I guess not. I guess c2 is just too weak.
Oh,
well, I mean after queen e4.
Yeah, king e7, I guess.
Yeah.
But it shows us that if you just look with the engine, you never know what the players are actually afraid of, because the engine doesn't tell you what's, it tells you what the best moves are, not what the human moves are. And Humpy's under 5 minutes now. The clock starts moving faster and faster the lower you get. That's just it's amazing how quickly the last, it doesn't work like your gas tank in the car, like the last 50 miles, can get you cross country. When the time low indicator comes on the board, those last 3 minutes just evaporate instantly.
Yeah, it's very nerve-wracking. She just made a move.
Queen
she
e5.
played queen e5.
Wow. And now the ball in White's court, because taking is probably a draw. Although I wouldn't know how to, I wouldn't be so sure I wasn't worse if I was White with the black rook on the 2nd rank, which I would be very tempted to give the check and then start thinking.
Yeah, I would just assume if I was White that the double rook ending is probably better for Black.
Mm-hmm.
Black's just dominating the E file, and
yep,
White's
that's
king
exactly what
good.
happens. Okay, on the board, and will we see GF? And if we do see GF, Humpy might just automatically recapture on F5, which is a very decent move, by the way. And I wouldn't blame her if she does that.
But we're all hoping for GF rook c2.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm keeping an eye on the other games, by the way, and I will update people if we have any breaking news. But right now, the other big game is kind of at a status quo. Leiting J is still better. Goryachkina also under 5 minutes. So we might get the kind of situation we talked about. And I just ask people to realize we only have so many pairs of eyes, and we don't have too many screens. So this game is the exciting one because it features the tournament leader, and ultimately that's the game we should focus on. GF on the board.
What do you think? Will she play rook c2, Danya? What's your prediction?
I think she'll play queen f5 because rook c2, king c2, she will see. To me, the hard move is then to just calmly take on f5.
Yeah, that's almost impossible to play.
But she's thinking, I mean, of course she's thinking, she sees this possibility. This is not, I would say rook c2 itself is an obvious move if you're a GM, but the follow-up isn't obvious.
Right.
Also, rook c4 is a candidate move, which might be on her radar, but I would be very scared of letting this pawn live for too long. Okay.
So actually, if Humpy does play rook c2 and somehow finds queen f5, then has a big advantage.
That is that's potentially a decisive advantage.
Mm-hmm.
She's thinking it. The more she's thinking, the more excited I get. Because the more time she invests, the more it tells us that she believes a resource exists.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see. I'm pessimistic. I think queen f5 is just too comfortable of a move when you're in time pressure. But this is the women's candidates, not the blah 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 tournament. Rook takes c2. No, rook c4. She's played the move I indicated.
No.
Okay, so and what does White do? Because c3, rook takes b2 is mate.
Mm-hmm.
Woo! Let me show this for people who might be tempted by c3. Bang. King a1 prolongs the game, but it's lost. And this is just flat out mate on the board. What is White's move here? Is it just rook c1?
Yeah, I would assume White has to play rook c1.
And now do you take? Because I would be actually scared to take because of this move. Oh, look at this tactic.
Yeah.
Woo! This is getting really spicy. I think White has to play queen a4 here, but this is also mate. The back rank really hurting White.
Yeah,
This is
earlier you were suggesting that white play a3 at some point, and that seemed like at some point if she had done that, then it would stop all this heartache.
Yeah. Let's go back to the live board because Tan Zhongyi, the ball is in her court now. And 10 minutes isn't a lot either here. I think Rook C1 might be forced. Do we see a different move?
I don't see a different move. It seems like Rook C1's forced, yeah. But she'll see C3, Rook B2. So I think she'll play Rook C1.
Yeah, that's just elementary school kiddie tactics that the players just see automatically. Rook C1, I'm not seeing anything else. Queen G8, I thought, but no, you're not. The king has too many escape routes. And it would be foolish to try to engineer some sort of fake perpetual. Maybe she's thinking, what do I do after Rook C1, Queen F5? Because Rook F1 is off the table.
Right.
So what's White's move there?
That's a good question.
Buffering, looking.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either.
I want to say King A1, but I don't like it.
Run and hide. Actually, it might be, but yeah, Rook takes C2. Huh.
Yeah, then I take the Rook and try to maybe play Queen B7 or something to defend against mate.
Oh, the best move is almost unfindable. It's in the right spirit. By the way, Queen D5 apparently draws here. That was not on my radar at all. At all. But the point is, and I'll put this on the board very quickly, and then the moment we see a move, I'll go back to the live board, which is on your lower right, by the way. The big board is the analysis board. Here, you simply play Rook B5, and when you're trying to deal with two rooks on the 7th, this is actually the best scenario where you have a rook laterally defending the pawn, because it's got a lot of spots that it can go down to, and black is kind of at a standstill, so this is a draw. But if white plays Rook C1, Queen F5, yeah, Ben, King A1 is also somewhat equal, but the best move is A3 now.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently better late than never. And the king just hides in this little rat hole on A2. But here, black is still in the driver's seat. You can try to get the rook around. So Humpy's decision is looking really good right now, whereas just 2 moves ago, I was starting to get really nervous on her behalf.
Better late Ting J than ever. That's right. Oh wait, that's the wrong game.
No,
boy, I mean, all the games are super exciting.
Canero.
I was going to say we have time control in Lano Muzichuk, but Muzichuk did win that pawn on H3.
Oh, she did. And it's equal because apparently white is driving the pawn up.
Mm-hmm.
Is it worth taking? Yeah, let's go to the bird's eye view because we have fans of the different players. Still, Goryachkina is suffering and much, much worse.
Yes.
Let's see. Yeah, the Lagno game is apparently some sort of a forced draw if white pushes C6, maybe. I'm not totally sure why the eval bars has not shifted. Hard to say. I'm afraid to go to that board because the moment we'll get action on our other time scrambles. The correct move is apparently C6, King D6, and simply Bishop G6. So it's kind of anticlimactic.
Mm-hmm.
But it's hard. It's hard to find the best sequence, and she's played C6.
And she played C6, yeah.
So basically the point is you eliminate the F pawn, and you're going to have to hold the 2-on-1. So Katerina Lagno has gotten herself to a difficult scenario. We're going to stay on this game for just a second and then move to our Tan Zhongyi Humpy time scramble. The correct move here is Bishop G6. And if black plays F4, briefly black is up 2 pawns, but white has this magical resource, Bishop H5. This is worth showing. The knight is trapped. Look at this. Boom. Boom.
And bishop controls
and white wins. In this position, white actually wins. So black has to give up the knight for the pawn. And if black takes on C6, which is probably the right move, this is also a draw because it's basically a fortress. White's king cannot be displaced, and black cannot make progress. But suddenly it's gotten very scary. And Katerina now has to find bishop g6. There are other drawing moves. You can go c7 and bishop e6 with the same idea, but that's the only two. Every other move loses, so suddenly it's a must-find sequence. And Anna Muzychuk is sitting pretty. Even with 22 minutes, this is not easy. Let's go back to our bird's eye view because Tan Zhongyi is now down to 5 minutes.
Yeah, Humpy's done an excellent job to try to create winning chances.
Goryachkina's game, I see the eval bar coming up, but wow, less than 5 minutes for 10 moves on that board. Where do we go?
Yeah, for both
That's not going to be happy with us no matter where we go. So we can maybe stay here for a second until we see the first person moving, either Tan Zhongyi or Goryachkina.
Yeah, we got really exciting time trouble in a couple of games.
Wow. Okay. Jeez. We will toggle between the games, folks. So I'm just warning people. We might switch quickly between the two time scrambles. And I'll try to keep it clear which game we're actually doing. Also, the Vaishali game suddenly heating up. All 4 boards simultaneously.
Wow, and she found Queen D5, Ten Zhongyi.
Whoa. What a defensive move, honestly.
Yeah, great defensive move.
Just understanding that the rooks on the second rank do not tell the whole story, and that might be what allows her to hold the draw. So we're going to get that queen trade. I'm going to go to that game for now. Now that endgame, is it a dead draw? Is it... I mean, actually, black could get into trouble there too. If you let that a-pawn slide forward, there's this little demon sitting on a2 just waiting to have its moment in the sun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, white does have an outside passed pawn. Hasn't moved yet.
Mm-hmm. Okay, black has to take. I don't know what Humpy is thinking about. Rook c2, queen e5 drops a rook because the queen defends b2.
Mm-hmm.
And there it is, queen trade. Queen trade. And okay, we're going to get some sort of status quo. I think the fireworks are largely over in this game, but the next 4 moves are going to set the stage for the endgame and might be very important.
Yeah, I could see black trying to win the kingside pawns and white pushing her a-pawn, and still the game has interest.
I wonder if the women's section has the same no draw rule until move 40.
That was my understanding.
Okay. So no draw offers until the 40th move, which means we're kind of locked in until the time control.
Yeah, there won't be any repetitions either. So everybody's going to get to move 40.
Let's go to the Goryachkina game because that one has a couple of developments. And we have a familiar scenario, except it's a better version for white, apparently. Although I wouldn't know that. Queen takes d6. So what happened was bishop d3, knight b6, rook d6. Exactly what we discussed. The trade of rooks. But after king h2, white's queen is very nicely situated. And if black drops back to c6, Ben, I think the problem might be that the knight is able to reach c5 in time and set up some sort of a fortress. I don't know.
Yeah, it still looks like black can press there, but maybe the knight is stopping black from getting the king to e4 also. Maybe there's just no way that black can win.
Is there alternatives to queen c6? Can you play bishop f5? But then the knight gets active, and
yeah,
I would definitely find a way to get mated.
Yeah, this seems like an improved version of this rook trade for white, since e6 is attacked. The bishop's not on f5 anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And queen c6 doesn't seem to work.
Yeah, we don't have the time to tease out the subtleties, but just to mention that the actual mistake, according to the engine, was bishop d3 here. A supernatural move, trying to get the bishop slicing off the connection. Queen b4 here. Even earlier in this position, bishop c2 was the obvious best move, of course. How was this missed? Rook c2, queen b1. This was winning. Although queen c5, black would still have to demonstrate technique. Instead, queen d2, queen c5, bishop d3, knight back, and that's how we reach the game position. Bishop f5 and queen c6 are the only two ways to defend the pawn. You could also counterattack the f pawn, but then you'd be giving up both of your center pawns. I don't see Lei Tingjie doing that. It's move 34. So black has 6 moves to make, black has 7 moves to make, white has 6.
Yeah, and they both have very little time on their clock.
Mm-hmm. God, Vaishali has also gotten herself into trouble. That's a time scramble as well. None of the games have reached the time control, except Lagno, but she's already down to 16 minutes.
That's right. She has the biggest time disadvantage, even though she's already made move 40, because she's been thinking so long, and it looks like she has to walk a tightrope to draw this game.
Insane. These games are so unpredictable, which is why I really don't like trying to predict the results. I know we like to do that in the open section, and I don't like predictions in general. I'm a very anti-prediction commentator, because I don't see the point. I mean, it's literally impossible to predict anything. You don't have any additional insight just because you're a GM. Bob Smith off the street would probably do a better job of calling the game result, or maybe Bob Smith's cat.
Yeah, but Bob Smith is also a GM, so be careful.
That's true. As is everybody watching the game,
Yes.
of course.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 1.5 minutes. So she's basically down to her increment. Again, I spread some false news. There is increment for move 1 in the women's section, not in the open. So a little bit more palatable, but still big time pressure. Bishop back to f5, keeping the queens on the board. Ball back in white's court.
Yeah, and it looks like knight d7 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, all hands on deck.
Yeah, knight goes to c5 or f8, and black has to defend all of her pawns.
Yeah, and queen c6 is a bit of a raising the white flag kind of move, because you're going to lose that a pawn, and if there are no queenside pawns, then I think the knight will hold pawn down endgame, because it has this beautiful outpost on c5.
Yeah.
I'm just going to show with arrows, takes. The knight comes to d7, back to c5, and that decision to lock the pawn in on a5, it was good at the time, but it might end up hurting black. That's just the way chess works. On the board, knight d7. Goryachkina very close to holding the draw here. What about queen c8? Ooh. You could lose.
Who's losing now? Black's losing? After queen c8.
Queen c8, queen e7 is terrifying.
Well, I could play queen c7 check and then like king h6.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But by the way, queen c6, queen e7, queen takes e6, and knight b8 is actually stronger. I'm going to put this on the board because white knocks off both of these pawns and is suddenly in the driver's seat. Lay back down to 1 minute. Wasn't she just up like 10 minutes on the clock? Jesus.
Yeah. As you said, the time goes really quickly. We don't have any time on your clock.
Bishop g6 found by Katerina Lagno. I'm sure somewhere Alexander Grishuk is breathing. Somewhere in Moscow, Alexander Grishuk is breathing a sigh of relief.
And Humpy Canero has less than a minute.
Oh my gosh. And white is sending that a pawn up the board. Queen c2. Fork town population. I don't know what the population is. What does white do here? How does white coordinate these pieces? Queen e7 is the tempting move for me.
Yeah.
But you might be walking into this nasty pin, and then once the king steps out of the knight's checking zone, it could be trouble. Oh, this pendulum keeps swinging. Also, knight f8, knight takes c6. What about that?
That also makes a lot of sense, because then the d5 pawn is weak, although the f2 pawn is hanging. I'm not really worried about A4 as much as F2. F2 scares me.
A4 would scare me if the queens are off the board. Apparently, the drawing move here is knight takes F6.
I looked at knight F6, but I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, these perpetuals are so hard to calculate. It's not a clean perpetual. The bishop could block a check. I think Goryachkina will go knight F8 takes C6. I feel like that's the safe option. Yeah, Lagno's game is kind of fizzling out. She's gotten that 2 versus 1 position. Tan Zhongyi.
Humpy made her last move with 7 seconds left. Now she has 37 seconds.
I don't know what to do. We gotta wait for Goryachkina's move because she's down to a minute. But once Tan Zhongyi plays her move, we'll go to that game because we have to. Okay, let's go to Tan Zhongyi's game. Humpy is not only down to 30 seconds, but look at that pawn. It's on A5. And maybe rook A4, but then check and rook B7.
Right.
Wait a second. How does black hold this? How did she allow the pawn to get to A5? Uh-oh. Total composure on the camera. By the way, knight F8 check by Goryachkina, as predicted.
Yes.
Rook A4 on the board.
Both sides have a minute in the Goryachkina Ling Che game. 1 minute
I think
for
if
each
white
player.
checks, black has to go to the center. King D5 is crucial here. King D7, and black is on the precipice after rook B7. This is a huge moment, and she's found it. Easy clap for Humpy Canero.
Move your king up in the endgame.
Okay, so we're going to get rook takes C7, rook takes A5, and black can breathe a sigh of relief because time control is made and her king is in one piece. Okay, let's go to the Goryachkina game because this one is going to reach time control in an equal position. This one is still 4 moves away. King H6. You were right, Ben. Black puts her king on H6, and knight E6, queen F2 is unsatisfactory for white because this pawn on A4 might fall with the queens off the board. Wow. Is white going to lose this?
I mean, she has to play a great move, and there's no time on the clock.
Vaishali, by the way, has 3 moves to make in under a minute and is worse. But let's stay on this game. This is the most important for the tournament standings. Both of these players, 5.5 points. Out of 6, trying to catch Tan Zhongyi. F3 played, and it's a blunder. Queen F2 anyway.
Did you say F3 is a blunder? Well said.
These words have never been uttered before.
Yeah. I like Queen F2. Then if knight E6, Queen G3. Yeah.
Oh, that was blundered. Queen F2, knight E6, Queen G3. Just visualize it if you're watching. And this queen has been overloaded the whole game.
Yeah.
And white will drop the knight. Will she find Queen F2? 20 seconds. Leiting J. She's got it.
Yep.
What is black's threat? Like, just queen takes E3. And
yeah, that
Queen
should
F4,
win.
G5. Queen F4, G5.
Yep.
And that knight on F8 is blocking the queen's access to H8. Like, remember earlier, some of the viewers might recall G5 wasn't the move. Here it is, because the bishop guards H7 and the white knight guards H8. And that's precisely what will take place. Yep. Now, wait a second.
Yeah. I wonder if
Queen
black can play Queen
yeah.
G3 check and play E5 and trap the knight.
Oh my gosh. So you're saying Queen D6, you don't even take the pawn because of Queen E7. So this is a huge moment. Queen F7 is what Goryachkina wants. She wants to checkmate the black king and force perpetual. You're right, Ben. Queen G3 check is the only winning move. Trade queens. And the point is not to break through with B5, but to go E5 and trap the knight. She's got it. With time to spare.
Yay, I was right once today. Hooray.
You spotted that instantly. That was incredible. What a find. And what composure by Leiting J. She's totally winning. That's it after E5.
Wow, that's a big... I mean, Leiting J won so many games in a row. Like between rounds 5 and 8, she was or 5-9, she was winning. She won 3 games in a row. It looks like she's going to win with black this game against somebody who hasn't lost a game yet.
Let me take you to, very briefly, the Vaishali game. She's on move 40. Let's go to the bird's eye view. She has to make one more move, and she's just made it. We caught the final time control move. And it's basically in one piece after king e6. It looks like she might be able to draw, but that's not the critical game. You can see move 40 was reached everywhere now. Let's go back to the Lei Ting-Jie game and just show people why it's lost now that we can actually breathe. E5.
Wow, we had 3 time scrambles.
This has been awesome. And all games still going 4 hours in. How over is this? And can you explain to newer viewers why this is so lost?
Well, after e5, the knight's trapped. Black can play king g7, and that's basically it.
White has to go here.
Right, and I thought, you did that before you took on e5. That made a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, I did this with the assistance of a certain friend, not Grandmaster Hess, who is in the chat. Welcome.
But
We'll talk about
the can't black play bishop c8 and king g7 and win anyway?
Apparently not.
Oh.
Here, and you would be forgiven for thinking this pawn endgame is winning for black. It's winning for white.
Wow, the king gets to f5. Yeah.
And for viewers trying to, squeeze educational content out, look at this construction. This is a deep freeze. Anytime you break through, white's going to promote first. And the kings race to their respective positions. Black is in Zugzwang. So the margins are always so thin in the endgame. It's so easy to screw up. But after e5, if this was a time scramble, I would be worried about this. But with 30 minutes on the clock, bishop takes c4 will be found. Actually, still not over. Still not over. Black has to find f5 to win cleanly. Mysterious move. What is the reason? The reason is here you actually lose this e5 pawn. And there's this line, bishop c2, knight e5, bishop a4. Hooray, I have connected passers. I'm totally winning. Nope.
Wow.
And then you're like, hooray, I can actually sack the pawn and trap the knight. I'm winning. Nope. I take on b7. This is an incredible line, h4, and white just in the nick of time is able to exchange the final pawn. So still work to be done for Lei. If white can calm herself down and find the only resource, e4. Insane.
Yeah, and it's not obvious that black should play f5 there. That looks risky after at that line where they trade on e4 and f and de.
To me, it's not obvious that black should play e5. Bishop c2 is very tempting and actually not that bad. Takes, because to me, like, the connected passers seem decisive, and I think they are. I think this is also winning.
Yeah, those are pretty good pawns, especially the a pawn.
Yeah, park the bishop on where? I don't know. Maybe b5 so that you could go to f1 later. And start rounding up these pawns, and then just close your eyes and push. But it's not clean because this pawn is weak. So you would want to find a cleaner win. And I think Lei is calculating e5 right now and trying to figure out, does e5 win by force? Sort of, but even the engine is flip-flopping on which move it thinks is best. It's really complicated.
Wow, just amazing games today.
Yeah, the gift that keeps on giving. I thought it was over once the queens were exchanged, but good players know how to force the opponent to work extra hard. Hess mentioned that Lei Ting-Jie lost her first game with white. To recover mentally and to be contending for first place is really impressive after an early blow like that.
Yeah, and she got revenge against Tang Zhongyi in the second half.
Because it's a double round robin. Have you ever played a double round robin?
Yes, I played. I think it just once, and I remember there were 2 rounds a day on certain days, and one of the days I had 2 6-hour draws, so that was fun.
2 6-hour draws. That sounds like my definition of a great day.
Yeah.
But actually, our definition of a great day has been round 10 of the women's candidates, where all 4 games are still going. Likely, we will get some outcomes within the next half hour, but definitely a lot of intrigue as Lagno puts the finishing touches on her defensive effort against Muzichuk. Lei Tingjie still has to convert that endgame, and we have a lot of intrigue in the double rook endgame featuring our leader, Tan Zhongyi and Humpy Canero. So stay tuned. Time for a break after the time control. More action from round 10 coming in just a few minutes.
Chess needs women and minorities to be just as included and welcomed. I think that's the only way forward.
We're going to play a huge role in making the community a more welcoming place and making it a place where we really are just focusing on the chess and nothing else.
I really do believe that women are the future of chess.
Women play an important role in shaping chess's future by mentoring and supporting young female players to come out and play chess with confidence.
I do feel that women will be very important in the future. I can see this is already happening.
We have a lot of young girls coming up, and hopefully we will have many more jurors. And also we will have a lot more girl participation in the future.
I hope that as more and more women start to play chess, it will become more balanced and it will change the culture of chess in general.
I think in 20, 30 years, we're going to be seeing so many more women that are grandmasters, so many more women that are at the top, and so many more women at chess tournaments. And that is really my dream. That's what I want to see.
I think that the future of chess, the role women will play in it, will be pretty much the same role that men play in it. I'm hoping that we'll get a better ratio of men to women in chess and just see it be even bigger sport and more people can enjoy it.
Chess is an ancient game. It's been around for longer than 2,000 years. And if we want to thrive and stick around for longer, we need women.
We need to, as women, stay in this game so that girls and women in the future can see us, see that we were here, and feel like they should be there too.
I really love watching games by top female players and studying their games from the past. And I think that's like one really cool thing that the chess community could do more of. I know my friend Luciana is publishing a chessable course on some of the great games by the early world champions, Vera Benchik, Rudenko. And you can learn just as much from these games as you can learn from any game. And yet it does provide inspiration and like adds like depth to our chess culture. So about 10 years ago, I published a book called Play Like a Girl with like tactics by female chess players, and I'm actually redoing that book. And it's so much fun to just like kind of like dig in and see some of the most important tactical themes in chess: decoy, in-between move, pins, double attacks, and to look for like some of the best examples by top female players. So when you hear all these discussions about women in chess, it's great, but sometimes I'm just like, wow, you should just like go study some Muzichuk games.
We're in the 5th hour of action at the 2024 FIDE Women's Candidates. This is round 10. GM Benjamin Feingold, GM Daniel Naroditsky covering the games for you today. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage on this Monday afternoon in the Great Hall in Toronto, where both the open candidates and the women's candidates are being contested and moving into the home stretch. These exhausted players have to find a little bit more gas in their tanks. Zhongyi leads the tournament with 6 points out of 9. She faces a struggling Humpy Kineru, who's got 4 out of 9 and seeks to play Spoiler Ben. Amazing time scrambles across the board, and we can finally breathe. So can the players, 30 minutes added to their clocks, and the endgames are really, really interesting on all of the boards. But if we were talking about how old Goryachkina is and her opponent, what are these players? These are prehistoric grandmasters. Just
boy, my ears are burning. Yeah, I mean, I'm exhausted because we've been analyzing the games for so long. I can only imagine how the players are feeling after, this is round 10, and all the games have super complicated every round. It looks like we may have a few draws, but I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of games are decisive. This looks like one of the games that should peter out to a draw, with material falling off the board pretty quickly, and all of the pawns for both sides seem to be pretty weak. Black has a better king, so the king can be active, but it seems like a draw is the most likely result.
Everything draws here, actually. Even rook takes g7, because it's important for people to understand. A lot of people think that once 2 rooks appear on the 7th, it's over if the king is on the first rank, and it's very far from the truth. It's actually very hard to actually set up the mating pattern, for the simple reason that as long as the king makes contact with one of the rooks, checkmate is impossible. This gives white time to bring one of the rooks back to the first rank, cutting off one of the sides. And rook a2 is met with king b1. So this is one possible rep. Black can't do anything because the f-pawn is too far advanced. But this also can be avoided with rook c2. This is kind of the safe option. And if we were in the time scramble phase, I would say rook c2 is going to happen. With 20 minutes, Zhongyi might just hunker down and calculate rook takes g7. But the Karpov move is rook c2. Why calculate when you can not calculate?
Right. I expect rook c2. And then I guess if rook takes g7 draws, then everything draws. But rook c2 seems like the human move.
Yeah. And I wanted to talk a little bit about just endgames in general, and just the improvement. We talked about this earlier, of endgame level across the board. How the default now is for everybody to be good at endgames, even young players. The old Russian expression is "Smolodezh Ju Wenjun," literally with the youth to the endgame. And now that's, I'm sorry for my French, but that's BS. Like, try playing an endgame against Gukesh and seeing how many points you score out of 10 games. But the idea that people did not study endgames in the old days is also completely false, and maybe a little bit of a distraction for the viewers and for us. We've been slaving away at these games for 4 hours. I got a book recently, and let's play this game with you, Ben. Maybe you watch this on my stream, but I'll show you the cover, and maybe people in the chat can guess what year this book was written. So I'm going to grab it off my shelf right now. And I promise this is related to endgames.
I didn't see this on your stream, so that's not going to be good for me.
So I actually myself need to check. This is the second edition. We're in just a few years after the first. Maybe we could go full cam for a second. So this is the front cover of the book.
Mm-hmm.
It's in pretty good condition. I'm going to show the frontispiece. This is the frontispiece, and it'll reveal the name of the book and the year in Roman numerals, which nobody will be able to read. This is what the cover looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It looks like an old book. I'll say 1950.
1859.
Wow, 1850. Wow. That's
this
even
is
earlier.
the Chess Player's Handbook by Howard Staunton.
Mm.
And the reason I bring this book up, not only is it very modern in its contents, it's 500 pages, tons of opening analysis. The last section is endgames. And he analyzes endgames for over 150 pages. And a lot of the endgame analysis, I checked with the engine, and it's perfectly done, including really modern and endgames that I never thought people were on people's radar back then, like queen versus two bishops. And the interesting trivia about this book is that this is the first book in which rook and bishop versus rook is claimed to be a draw, because Philidor, who was the first to analyze rook and bishop versus rook, claimed that white wins, or the side of the bishop wins with best play. Staunton claims that it's a draw, and he was the first to figure that out. A quick quote from the book, and then we can get back to the games. Rook and bishop against rook. The long pending controversy, whether the king, rook, and bishop can win by force from any position against the king and rook, appears at length to be definitively settled in the negative. The merit of this interesting discovery, which may be set to set at rest a question upon which the leading players of Europe have been debating for over 200 years, is mainly due to the unwearying industry and penetration of Mr. Feingold, just kidding, Mr. Kling, a German amateur long domiciled in England. So he credits this endgame analyst with whom Staunton corresponded, but Staunton himself spends 50 pages analyzing this endgame.
Wow.
The point is that endgames have been studied and appreciated for well over a century, but there's been a recent jump in endgame level that's due to people just calculating better and knowing a lot more.
It's funny. I have 3 rook and bishop versus rook stories. They're very short. I had it in the U.S. Championship in 1994 against Nick DeFermian, and I drew with the worst side. Then the week later, I had it against an IM you haven't heard of, Josh Mannion, and I had the better side, and I won.
I've heard of him. Mm-hmm.
Josh Mannion? Wow.
Dude, I'm a nerd. I go through random U.S. tournaments and look at the games.
Shocking. Anyway, about 3 weeks ago when my bot came out, the Ben bot, I played it a couple of games on stream, and they were both draws. And the second one was rook and bishop versus rook, and I had the rook, and I defended it and drew against the bot. So far I have good scores of rook and bishop versus rook, but I'm not really the guy to ask how to play either side. Just very fortuitous.
I've had it once against Alex Yermolinsky, and I managed to draw. This was many years ago. I had no idea, or I had it twice. I had it on the advantageous side against Bushanji, and he drew confidently. Yermolinsky got my king to the back rank, which for people not in the know is basically the precursor to winning this endgame. But I somehow, using some stalemate tricks, managed to draw. And let's just say, I will not directly quote his string of Russian phrases uttered after that game concluded. But I love Yermolinsky. Don't mean this negatively. This game will be a draw, by the way. We're just kind of waiting for the result. Yeah, okay, draw agreed. It's a fortress. Black cannot make any progress here, despite being a pawn up.
Wow, really interesting opening and middle game, which I thought it fizzled out, but then it seemed like Black got some winning chances, and Lano really defended well.
Yeah, and the key moment was that bishop g6 move. Really came very close to messing it up. And I'm just going to very quickly show as the players get up from the board. Black tried in this position, but with the king on a light square and the bishop so active, there was no way to make progress. The key was this bishop g6 idea, brilliantly calculated by Lagno. And the point is that if Black saves the extra pawn, this tiny little move, actually here even king g2 is a draw, but bishop h5 is a beautiful move, limiting the knight's escape to e2. And here Black actually loses. For that reason, Muzychuk was forced to give up the f5 pawn, and they made a bunch of meaningless moves, but no progress can be made. You can never get these pawns off of the dark squares, and the power of the bishop on full display. One game in the books, and a second very close to concluding. That's Tan Zhongyi's game. They've exchanged a pair of rooks, and it's just a matter of formality at this point. It's a dead draw, 3 versus 3. All rook endgames are drawn, of course.
Yeah, and the thermometer has gone up quite a bit in Salamova's game. It really thinks that she's probably winning now against Vaishali.
Whoa, let's go there, because Lei Tingzhe still deciding between e5 and bishop c2.
Yeah.
And okay, so what do we have here? This game has been very strange. At some point, I thought Vaishali was close to just taking over the initiative, but look at her knight and look at white's pawn on d7, beautifully secured by the bishop. This whole unit is unassailable. And a huge problem for Vaishali is that you can't move the knight up. I'm going to show this on the analysis board because of the tactic queen. Boom. And to stay attached to the knight, you have to sacrifice your rook, or at least a minor piece, due to rook d1 or rook c7. So black is paralyzed. But how does white make progress is the big question.
Yeah, it's interesting because it seems like if white plays rook d5, we can defend with the king. And if white tries to move the king up to the g file, rook g1 check or even rook g1 before. So I'm not sure how white makes progress, and I'm not sure like what black does here either, but it seems like black's really tied down.
Yeah, in my experience, these types of positions, it's very hard to set up a fortress because there's always going to be some leak. Just like my dishwasher this morning.
I have an idea that you can refute it. I want to play rook g2, and then if you play like king f6, I'll play h5 and rook g8, something like that.
I'm going to refute it by resigning.
Well, I don't know about that.
Let me try this move, rook c3, active defense.
Okay.
But you can still go rook g2.
Yeah, I'll still play rook g2. Yeah.
Okay, so let me just show for the people in the peanut gallery your idea. h5, gh, rook g8, and you can't go king e7 because of rook e8. You have to give up the knight, and you have to do it intelligently because knight f7, you won't even get the pawn for it. Knight e6, you won't even get the pawn for it. So how do you get the pawn for it? Wait, what's the move?
I don't know.
Am I dumb? Like, I mean, yes, but I thought that this position I'd be able to figure out. Oh, it is knight f7. I apologize.
Rook f8.
Rook c2 check and rook d2.
Rook d2, yeah, obviously.
And bishop c4, rook d7. It's actually a draw now. Whoops, sorry. I accidentally got flipped to the live board. So let me do this again. Rook c3, rook g2. So basically, white would have to promote there and be up a piece. Mm-hmm. But I wanted to try king f7 to cover the g8 square. The issue here, and this is what I'm talking about, there's too many weaknesses to keep tabs on. White has rook g5. And you're getting overextended. The king can't handle everything.
It can't handle the truth, that's for sure.
Definitely not. Okay, so let's say I go here. Takes here. Mm-hmm. And then now, once the king gets involved,
this looks terrible. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is I think white is winning, and what a move by Salimova, by the way. Let me spotlight her previous move. This shows you that she means business, and that she sees the idea of rook g2. Right. King h2 is a lovely move, maximizing the potential of a rook. The knight is just a terrible piece sometimes.
Yeah, the pawn on d7 is that's a really strong pass pawn.
Yeah. And I think it's actually time for us to go back to the Goryachkina game because we're very quickly seeing a familiar line playing out.
Yeah.
This position is on the board. And the important thing to remember is f takes e4. Black has to find this crazy sequence. Fe4, bishop e4, de5, f5. And maybe it's time to finally understand why this is so good for black. So first of all, if white plays e6, and I'm using the engine here, full disclosure, bishop c6 limits the pawn. And if you just blindly push, you're not getting anywhere. Black can just pick up the pawn and is winning. So it's a little bit anticlimactic. If white evacuates the knight, and f takes c4 is on the board, by the way, then black drops back to c6. But here's the important part. Here, black has the move b6, just chasing away the knight. And people might be wondering, okay, but how does this compare? Why do we need to play f5? The basic idea is you're not allowing the knight to evacuate via e5 because of this very important line, knight c4. If white is deprived of this resource, then black gets the connected passers and should win the game.
Yeah, it all makes sense after we look at it, but practically f5 seems very hard to find.
Mm-hmm. And look at black's clock, Ben. She
Yeah.
spent all of her added time, and this happens very often. I had this against Ray Robson. We had a crazy time scramble. We make move 40. Both of us look at each other like, okay, we don't have to pee in our pants, although that sometimes is necessary. And one move later, we both spent 25 minutes. We're right back into a second time scramble. So it's this false sense of security, but oftentimes the position is so complicated that 30 minutes is nothing on move 40.
Yeah. No, it's funny. Like when Germans were common, one of the most famous players who took forever on move 41 was Victor Korchnoi. They make the time control and a time scramble, and maybe they get an extra hour on the clock before the next time control, and he would take like 40 minutes to make move 41.
And we should consider ourselves lucky. I have a Morphe story for you, but have you played Korchnoi?
I have not. I was supposed to play a match with Korchnoi at the St. Louis Chess Club, and he got injured and wasn't able to fly there. And my replacement opponent was Ray Robson, so a totally different opponent.
Oh man, give me Victor the Terrible. I have an interesting stat about Victor that I was nerding out over, but somehow people didn't share my enthusiasm. Korchnoi is, I think, perhaps the only player in chess history to beat two grandmasters who were born in different centuries. And I'm not talking 20th and 21st, 19th century and 20th century. He defeated Gregory Levenfish, one of the top players of the Soviet Union, born in 1889. Korchnoi beat him in 1940. And he defeated Fabiano Caruana in a classical game at the age of 77 in 2010, I think, in Gibraltar. And Fabi was born over 100 years after Levenfish in 1991. Just think about 79-year-old Victor Korchnoi versus Fabiano Caruana in 2011.
That is amazing.
Just what a chess career.
Yeah, Korchnoi was so strong for such a long time. And I remember when he beat Fabiano when Korchnoi was quite elderly, and that was with black pieces too.
Were there any other examples of somebody keeping up? Because active players who are old are not uncommon. Bisgeier played into his 70s. Anatoly Lane, Andrew Karklins. Nobody in the chat will know who that is. But was there anybody who actually kept up a very decent level going into the 70s? Not 1970s, 70 years old.
Even better than Andrew Karklins is Eric Karklins.
Eric is dead.
Yeah. And I have a funny Eric Karklins story. He was about 97 or 98. He's playing in the expert section of the Chicago Open. It's round one. And Tony Rich is sitting next to him. As a Carol Khan, it was about move 20. Eric Karklins sacrifices his queen and mates his opponent. Like brilliant queen sacrifice. The game's over. Eric Karklins stands up, which is no easy feat for him. And he leans over and says, "I hope you play better next game," and then walks away. That's some old school trash talk there.
Oh my gosh, that's hearing that from a 90-something-year-old.
He was almost 2100 strength when he was in his late 90s.
Oh, she's played bishop c8, turn of events with 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
We talked about this move, but we didn't cover it sufficiently deeply because I didn't think it would happen. But after d5, what did we talk about? Let's bring up an analysis board.
We were like king g7, knight e6, takes, and then white's winning.
Of course, she might have in mind a different move, such as king f7.
Right.
And this is actually a very deep idea by Lei Tingzhe, because what is she aiming for? She wants white to play knight c5. And what she wants is this type of setup. the pawn on d5 is less scary than it looks. It's all bite or all pawns and no hope. And eventually what's going to happen is that black's going to push b5 and the a pawn is going to decide the game, I think. This must be what she calculated. It's a very, very deep idea. You can see why she spent 20-something minutes on it. According to the engine, white can actually leave the knight on e6, which is ridiculous. And apparently this is a draw because black is unable to exploit the pawn majority. King e2, and white is in time. The moment the black king moves too far, flies too close to the sun, this is the second point. White can make this pass pawn. So black's arrangement of pawns is terrible for a pawn endgame. Wow. On the board,
incredible.
king f7. Moment of truth for Goryachkina. Can she have the restraint to realize, wait a second, I don't have to move this knight? Amazing.
Yeah, I know I couldn't do that. I would definitely move my knight here. I would just assume the king and pawn ending is a loss. But yeah, she has a lot of time on her clock, so she can figure it out.
Wow.
So still
she
good
does have a
winning
lot of
chances
time.
for black.
Yeah, after king f2 or king f3, if that move is found, Lei Ting-Jie can play b6 and bishop d7. But then white can create a second pass pawn. And are you familiar with the concept of trousers or pants? It's a exclusively Russian chess term.
I'm wearing pants, but no.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't. It's not even a given. I'm wearing the classic commentator suit, shorts, and then a nicer shirt.
Exactly.
But in chess, trousers, shtani in Russian, refers to a situation with pass pawns on that are far away from each other, kind of like pant legs, and it's a nightmare scenario in a pawn endgame because the king is overextended. So it's a very, very useful term, and it's what could happen if we actually go down this line: king f3, b6, g3. Oh my gosh, g3 is a mistake for an insane reason, but if black plays bishop d7, h4, this is a good example where white starts pushing these passers and black might get overwhelmed. You will not believe what the winning move is here for black.
This position?
In this position, black to play and win. And maybe people in the chat can jump in.
My only guess is b5.
So b5 is the right idea. And after a4, the point is that the knight can move back and stop the pawn. So the correct move is to start with g4. If you take with the pawn, then the pawn endgame is winning because white can no longer create the passer. The pawns are crippled. If the king takes, the knight is now pinned. b5 now wins. Tempo for tempo because the king moves back. And now you take the knight. And black is able to stop the b pawn and promote the a pawn.
Amazing.
What a move. And of course, we've gone pretty far down the rabbit hole. First big question, can Goryachkina realize that she doesn't have to move her knight back? Amazing. What do you think? Will we see king f3 by
that would be amazing if she doesn't move her knight. I think it's amazing.
I agree.
But yeah,
I
she
thought
has
this
to
game
do
was
it.
going to be over, but it's far from over, it turns out.
Right.
In the meantime, I'm looking something up because I had that Morphe story I wanted to tell. Thank you to everybody who is joining us. It's a long day in the women's section. In the open section, we had two draws, I think, between Pragnananda and Vidit. They drew. Nepo and Gukesh had a snooze fest of a draw. Hikaru is better in a very unbalanced endgame against Abasov, but plenty of life in that game. It looks like Fabi is knocking on the door of victory against Alireza Sharuza.
Exactly. Now, where did you come up with a great name like that?
It just occurred to me, you know.
Okay,
I had this dream that Alireza had the shoe incident, but then I woke up and realized it was all absurd, and that would never actually happen in our respectable chess world.
Yes.
By the way, Salimova is also knocking on the door of victory. Another loss, it seems, for
Yeah,
Vaishali.
that's right.
Simply
Yeah.
cannot catch a break. This is going to be 5 straight losses. Let's go to that game for a second. Just devastating.
Yeah, she did play the Rook G2 H5 idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is over, I think. So what happened was exactly what you pointed out. H5 and Rook G5. Black is overextended. King F6, Rook G8. Otherwise, white mops up the pawn. The exchange sack is futile because the pawn on A5 is way too far away.
Yeah.
This game is over. +3 engine eval can be very complicated, or it can be a position like this where there's no counterplay. And this type of +3 is completely hopeless, I think, for black, unless you see something interesting.
No, this looks completely lost, and we have again Vaishali not like just having a bad tournament. It's just getting worse, and Salimova taking advantage of that. And very interesting game, interesting opening, interesting middle game, and when the end game supposedly was about equal, Salimova just outplayed Vaishali and now has this winning position with her really strong pawn. And about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I did a lecture called "The Kramnik Past D Pawn," because when Kramnik was in his prime, there were a lot of games, and a lot of them were Grunfelds, where Kramnik would have a passed pawn on D5, D6, D7, and he would win. And I referred to that as the Kramnik Past D Pawn because he did it so often. And this is a really good example here.
Yeah, this construction is just is a killer. And I found what I was looking for. By the way, our top game Canero is really in the tank again, and they keep finding ways to raise the temperature on the board. So I'm going to bring us to our Tan Zhongyi Canero game, which I thought we would see a handshake by now, but no, still something to discuss. And maybe it's Tan Zhongyi trying to stir up complications, sacrificing the F pawn. We'll get to it in a second. We get impatient when someone thinks for over 10 minutes. But in the old days, in Morphy's days, I think clocks were already invented. They were a known entity, but not implemented often in games and tournaments, which were still played in the 1850s, mostly without a clock. And there are these famous stories of players like taking a day on a single move. And from my research, that was very rare. Most players did not abuse that privilege and didn't take over 30 minutes on a move. Although games did last 7-8 hours typically. But there was one exception, Lewis Powelson. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, I actually knew who you're going to say when he talks about thinking
this
on one move. Yeah.
So people in the chat might be like, "Oh, Powelson's Sicilian." Yes, one of the top German-American players, frequent rival to Morphy, although Morphy basically kicked his ass most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
And famously, Powelson was a thinker. And one of my favorite books is this memoir of Morphy's friend, written in the 1850s. And I found a quote that I was looking for that just describes that we should be happy when a person spends 30 minutes. And back in the old days, patience was essentially unlimited. Here it goes. I have seen him sit down, Morphy, in New York at 9 a.m. and beat one opponent after another until past midnight for many successive days, yet without weakening his play in the least. And when Powelson would take half an hour on a move, an hour over the next one, and on a certain occasion reach the unparalleled limit of 2 hours on a single move, Morphy sat calmly looking on without the slightest evidence of impatience. I was frequently amused, says Morphy's friend, by people who knew the former well, Staunton that is, but knew little of Morphy, expressing the opinion that the English player would tire out his youthful challenger and win by playing a waiting game. I laughed heartily at their fears, for I knew that Morphy could sit out Staunton and other opponents one after the other. So imagine sitting at the board for 2 hours not knowing how many more hours your opponent is going to take. Crazy.
Yeah, before there were clocks, there were, I guess, some people who abused the privilege of, sitting there and not moving.
Well, we don't have any moves in this game. Go ahead.
It's funny. There was some coaches have suspicious methods when they teach kids. Not many, and I knew somebody told me that a coach to the elementary national elementary tournament for the lower sections, he if kids weren't very good, he would say, "I want you to think 5 minutes on move 1, 5 minutes on move 2, and 5 minutes on move 3." And the opponent is just going like crazy, and then offer a draw, and the opponent will take it, and this would work.
Yeah,
the other player didn't want to play anymore because it's 5 minutes is an eternity for a 6-year-old who's like a beginner. So
oh yeah, for kids of this generation, it's unthinkable. But it's been a long day, and we're not done yet. 3 games are still going. The Zhongyi Canary game is going to be a draw. It's slightly unbalanced, but there's not much to say here. So the Goryachkina game is where the action is at. Time for us to take another break, fill our coffee cups for the home stretch, folks. But don't go anywhere. Round 10 of the FIDE women's candidates still has a lot of action to play out on 3 of the 4 boards. We'll be back to cover that action in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more.
So d4, d5, c4. This is the Queen's Gambit and this is the starting position for this course. My name is Kamil Plichta, I am a FIDE master from Poland. This course is going to be suitable for people of all levels, especially since I'm going to teach you attacking play, aggression in chess, gambits, compensation, all kinds of dynamism, imbalances, and in general we have one target. This guy here on e8. You might be like, yeah, this has to be some marketing stuff, it's impossible, come on, you just can't attack with d4. Think about it. Alekhine, Kasparov, Botvinnik, Mamedyarov. They played d4, it was their main opening, so I suggest queen e2. This is a better way of playing. We are hitting the knight goes to f6, and now we are not slowing down. We sacrifice the second guy with d5. d is a big threat, so takes, and rook d1. And just see this, for the cost of 2 pawns, we already have huge pressure on black's position, and after bishop e7, knight c3, black really has to walk a tightrope to survive this. There are 9 games featuring this position, white score is 7 out of 9.
It's been 13 years since Humpy Koneru challenged for the World Championship. Now she's trying to return there. When she fought for the World Championship all the way back in 2011, she came up a little short. Now, at 37, she is the oldest player at the candidates. With age comes experience. 2019 Rapid Champion, 2020 Karen's Cup Champion. In fact, general strength, rating in other words, is how Humpy qualified for the candidates. Only 2 women ever have had a higher peak FIDE rating than her. Humpy still has one of the highest ratings in this candidates field, and is hoping that leads her to many victories. Ultimately, age and rating are both just numbers. Which one will win out for Humpy Koneru? Will that be enough to lead her to victory?
a long day of fighting chess at the 2024 Women's Candidates, but we are in the home stretch of the 10th round, and there are still games whose result hangs in the balance and will determine the tournament standings. In particular, our leader, Tan Zhongyi, still fighting in a rook endgame against Humpy Canero. That game likely to end in peace. GM Ben Feingold, GM Daniel Naroditsky, covering the round for you today. We hope you've enjoyed the broadcast as Hikaru Nakamura walks past. Looks like not much has changed in that rook endgame, and it's just a matter of time. Ben, I think the intrigue remains in the Goryachkina Tan Lei Ting-Jie game, especially because Goryachkina did uncork King F2 in this position, which is even smarter than King F3. And the reason is that she can now safely go G3 without fear of this incredible resource, G4 check.
Oh, wow, that's amazing. Yeah, so not only did she move her king, she moved it to a better square.
Mm-hmm. And B6 was played by black, as we anticipated. I'm still pessimistic, but for the first time, white actually has counterplay here, and black is down to 5 minutes for the rest of the game with increment, but still not a lot of time to figure out these mind-boggling complications.
Yeah, it's still not clear if white can hold a draw or if black is going to win. Obviously, the engine likes black's position with the bishop versus the knight and the a4 pawn being susceptible to capture.
There it is.
And she did play g3.
We will get a result in Salimova Vaishali, by the way. That's a win for white, as we know. But the handshake hasn't happened yet. Just a few more moves of accuracy required for the Bulgarian young player Salimova, who's continuing to display some great chess and will deal Vaishali a 5th straight loss. But no real intrigue on that board. Let's keep following the unfolding events on this board. H4 on the board. And black could lose this, I think. Absolutely, if you're not careful, you could let these pawns slip through the cracks.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see a lot of passed pawns, and both players are playing pretty quickly right now. Black with 2 connected passed queenside pawns. White has a passed D pawn, passed H pawn. And I agree, all 3 results are possible, but it seems like black is the one that has the better winning chances right now.
Mm-hmm. All of this could have been avoided if Lei Ting-Jie took that pawn on E4. But that would have required seeing another crazy computer move, which we discussed at length. So what's actually going to happen here? I mean, what do you even do here with either side? I mean, H5 is the automatic move, but maybe you don't want to go too far because of King G6, or maybe you do. You have to time it very, very accurately if your Goryachkina H5 is on the board, putting pressure on black's clock as well as the board.
That's right. And if black plays something like bishop d7, we can play h6, and king g6 is unplayable because of knight f8 check.
Mm-hmm. Well, to me, bishop c2 looks very natural.
Yeah, we just want to push our a pawn.
But look at this. Bishop c2, king e3, a4. And I think white's winning because of h6. King g6 and trousers, right? The concept that I mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
This is the perfect illustration. The bishop doesn't help, the pawn promotes, and this is going to be a classic scenario, common scenario, where both pawns promote, and then the side that moves first has the initiative, and very often has a checkmating pattern. I'm too lazy to find it, so here it is. Check, 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 zigzag. This is incredible. Now king back runs into queen f6, so we reach this position. And now the quiet king f2,
wow.
And the knight covers the d4 square. The pawn on b6 prevents queen a7. It's like a Troitsky study. And if the king tries to run back, you grab the pawn opening up this square, and now it's easy. But still beautiful. What a sequence. And this is one way for black to lose. It's not out of the realm of possibility with 5 minutes on the clock. All it takes is one autopilot move to get yourself into this situation. Objectively, it's probably already a draw according to the engine, which is crazy.
Yeah, white got great counterplay by playing g3, h4, h5, and then bishop c2 just sort of ignores the white D pawn, which is, I guess the bishop's doing a good job stopping that right now. But yeah, that's amazing if Goryachkina holds a draw with this, basically playing perfectly with King F2, G3, H4, and getting the correct counterplay. Really nice defense.
What does black do? Probably black has to stay on this diagonal so that the d pawn has a hard time moving forward. So bishop b5 is the computer move, along with bishop d7. And what we're likely to see in that case is bishop d7, for example, h6, king g8. Now, white has this very tempting move h7, but the king is not going to capture the pawn. You're going to go king h8. White has to stop these pawns now. King e2, a4, king d2, just in time. And black can try to drop the bishop back to open up the possibility of king h7. But now I'm just quoting the computer line to give us a better understanding. Eventually, what's going to happen is that the knight will circle around and force black to give the bishop up for the pawn. And that should be the drawing idea. Still very difficult for Goryachkina to find all of this.
Yeah.
But for the first time, I'm feeling much more pessimistic about black's winning chances as opposed to white's drawing chances. And I'm irrationally worried with 3 minutes on the clock that Leiting J will commit a blunder after 6 hours of play.
That can always happen. And that's why top players never give up. They fight really hard. And a lot of times, even if you're losing, if you put up a good fight, you're often rewarded with an extra half point or full point. And we can see by white's resilient defense this game, the reason why Goryachkina doesn't have any losses this tournament, because here we looked like she was in a lot of trouble, and she fights back and makes it very difficult for her opponent. And maybe now white is close to the drawing zone.
Incredible. And Leiting J continues to think, what a tightrope Goryachkina walked. I mean, probably king f2 was missed, understandably, just assuming that you have to move the knight. 2 minutes now on the clock. And do you have any memories of a crazy turnaround in a high-profile game where everybody considered the result a foregone conclusion and then something insane happened? Bishop b5 on the board.
Well, I think that happens a lot. It doesn't happen in my games because my games aren't high profile. But yeah, there was a famous game in the World Championship match between Karpov and Korchnoi where
the mate?
Karpov had the two knights against the rook and pawns. Yeah.
The mate.
And then looked like it was going to be a draw. And then all of a sudden, Korchnoi's king got in a mating net and he lost the game.
Yeah, I didn't know that game until recently. There's actually quite a few World Championship blunders. Steinis Chigorin, there was a mate in 2 blunder that decided the match. And of course, Carlsen Anand comes to mind. That mutual, it wasn't a big blunder in the grand scheme of things, but by Carlsen standards, it was a huge blunder. Basically blundering a pawn in the game, and Vichy trusted him and didn't exploit it, which arguably dictated the momentum in the match.
Yeah, and there was a big blunder in Anand Kasparov. I guess it was 95 when in the Dragon game that Kasparov won with black. Seemed like Vichy was equal or slightly worse, but he missed some tactic and just was losing right away.
Yeah, Kasparov and blunder don't usually come in the same sentence, but Goryachkina now has to decide whether to pull the trigger on h6 or whether to bring her king forward. A quick update on the other 2 games. Still going, but Tan Zhongyi game is really just nothing has been happening there. It's a status quo position. And maybe we can quickly look at Salimova's game. Feels like she's maybe 4 or 5 moves away from the conclusion, and then it will immediately go back to Goryachkina once she decides on a move. What is the clinical approach here to finishing the game? One very nice maneuver is to bring the rook back around, trying to force black's rook to lose contact with the last source of counterplay, this f-pawn. If you can get to that pawn, it should be over.
Yeah, you can see black has a super defensive posture on the queen's side, and white has these 2 passed pawns in the center. So should just be a fairly easy win for white. I like your idea of trying to put the white rook on the c file, kicking the king away. Yeah, I don't see black having any chance of this endgame.
Yep, rook back is very nice. And, you know, you laid out the path that this game took. The king just walked up, picked up this pawn. And, of course, the hard work was done by the bishop and the rook. But it's always easier said than done. You have to, you know, you have to bring the house down eventually. And for that to happen, you need to maintain accuracy until the end. Goryachkina or Leiting J can tell you that. Rook back to h1. Perfectly done by Salimova.
Yeah, great technique, especially so late into the game and by the lowest rated player in the tournament. And obviously, she's the only non-GM in the tournament, but she'll be a GM soon enough. Definitely Grandmaster strength.
Oh, yeah. She had a great World Cup. I think before that, a lot of people hadn't heard her name or maybe heard it tangentially, but now she's on everybody's radar. Having a very solid tournament. How many points does she have? Let me check. But it feels like she's doing very, very decently for being the lowest rated. Yeah. 4 points out of 9. She will get to 50% with a win. What a performance to be on 50% with such tight, you know, experienced players like Muzichuk and Lagno. She defeated Humpy Caneru. She's made a lot of solid draws. And she's kind of the Abbasov of the women's section, although the gap is not nearly that wide, I would say.
Yeah, she's the only non-GM in the tournament. She's the lowest rated player. She's probably the least experienced at this kind of level of play. And she's holding her own with everybody. So, you know, in the next few years, she's going to be a big threat to the women's title.
Without question. And, of course, Ju Wenjun might have something to say about that, but she's beatable. And there's a lot of people breathing down her neck. Ju Wenjun at 33 years old, still gas left in the tank, but going to be some very interesting developments. Vaishali, of course, will continue to improve as well. Goryachkina still hasn't moved, so we're not missing anything there. One last attempt to activate this knight. Do we go king e6 here? Is that the secret sauce?
Well, I was looking at rook c1 check and then knight c5 rook d1, but maybe that doesn't work.
Yeah,
I'm trying to be tricky, but maybe there's no reason to be tricky.
Oh, there is one line though. Rook c1. To your point, let me put this on the analysis board. Maybe we could bring it up. King d8, rook h1, and if you take on d7 and king d6, and that bishop just continues to shine. It blocks the rook, and now this is mate. Or you lose every. Actually, no, this is mate. But my concern would be king c7 here. I wasn't able to find the knockout in this position. Do you see the knockout? Not seeing it. Apparently the move is king f5.
Wow.
Easier said than done. The point is this isn't a check anymore, so you can pin and win the knight.
Right.
And you're basically just going to run the e-pawn down the board.
Yeah, that's not easy to find, though, king f5.
Nope.
It seems like you just want to win immediately, not like build to a win.
Yeah, king f5 here is winning as well. Basically, you need to understand that to win the game, you need the services of the e-pawn. And the immediate king f5, very easy to reject because of this check, but it doesn't actually do anything because the king moves forward and outside of the knight's line of fire. And look at this position. Again, very study-like.
Yeah, the d-pawn is just too strong now.
Goryachkina is still thinking, by the way. Zhongyi is now down a pawn, but has enough counterplay to win it back momentarily. Let's quickly check into that game while Goryachkina thinks for a little bit longer. Was white always down a pawn? No.
No.
Tan Zhongyi has lost a pawn. And she might actually lose another one. Wait a sec. What is happening here?
Yeah, she lost the f5 pawn, but she's pushing her b pawn.
Rook. Oops, sorry. That seventh mouse. B6 takes king c2. Actually, black is very close to winning this. The only drawing move here is rook cutting off the king with rook c8. And here the pawn is sufficiently far advanced. Looks like black might be losing here, but it's actually a draw. Basically, white cannot avoid the perpetual because if you move up to b4, I can, typical theme, I go back and check the king on b1. But okay. Action in the Goryachkina game. Let's go there. That's where the intrigue is at. Humpy, of course, down to 2 minutes as well, but here we go. King e3, a4 on the board.
I really like the way both players are playing this endgame. It seems like a really high level. Black's really trying hard to win, and white's playing brilliant defense to get counterplay. And it may just be decided in time trouble.
Indeed. Yeah, I mean, of course, if Lei Ting-Jie fails to win this, she will be unhappy. But it's not like she made, any dumb moves. She missed an incredibly high-level defensive resource and responded very well to it, at least so far. I guess king d2 now is the safer move. But here's a question. Again, let's put this on the board really quickly. a3. Oh my gosh, this is black's idea. King c3, bishop d3.
Right.
What a move. And not only do you pick up this pawn, but you're also stopping the h pawn. So the correct move is to start with h6, king g6, and now for some reason the best move is king c1. Don't ask me why. And then d6. And what is the reason you have to go to c1 and not to c3?
Yeah, it looks like c3 is more natural.
Because in this position, there's the move bishop a4. Whereas in this position, after king h6, so literally the only difference is where the king is, you have king b1, stopping the a pawn. Whereas in that position, let's say you go knight f8, black has b5, d7, b4. Takes,
oh,
and you
amazing.
can only take one piece at a time. Obviously, you have to take the pawn, and for the second time in the game, the knight will be trapped, this time for good.
On the same square, too. That's amazing.
On the same square. Amazing. And this game will be overlooked by analysts because it doesn't have the pizzazz or the outward pizzazz, but it's actually an absolutely incredible knight versus bishop endgame. It'll definitely make it into a YouTube video on my channel. I've already decided that.
Yeah, this is a really incredible game between the two people who are fighting for first place.
But king takes h6 on the board. So we will, once again, it'll remain behind the scenes because Goryachkina correctly started with h6. And now we'll play d6 and we'll win the bishop. And it's not over once you win the bishop because black has a lot of pawns.
Right.
So Limova still thinking in her position. She's now in time pressure. We're going to get a second round of time scrambles to end this round. Insane.
Wow, there's still a chance we could get 4 draws, and that seems really unlikely, an hour ago. But yeah, it looks like Salamova is probably going to win, so we won't get 4 draws.
Yeah, I mean, Vaishali needs a miracle. She needs a blunder. Fabi has defeated Alireza Firouzja. Big statement win in the open section, rebounding from that devastating loss to Hikaru and then the draw with Abasov. So the open section, Hikaru still playing Abasov. That's the only game remaining. So this is where you should be. 3 games left here.
Yeah, and some of them could go for a while. But all the players are in some time trouble. And there's no escape. There's no move to get to. That's the rest of the game.
Yeah. Imagine if we could have this type of intrigue from move one. That's why I like bullet. You skip the boring part. Just kidding, of course. or am I? So
It depends on the opponent.
yeah. So what is white threatening? White wants knight f8. Basically, this is going to be pre-moved. Except if king g6, you should start with d7. And once the bishop is captured, black's king will try to make its way to f4. And of course, only black can win in that type of position. So still work to do for Goryachkina.
But it looks like that kind of position is forced. White's going to win that bishop with the Kramnik pass d pawn, which will be soon captured.
And Salimova found king f6. Incredible technique. If you told me it was Carlsen, I would believe you in the Prague game. So back to the bird's eye view for just a second. In the Tan Zhongyi game, has White gotten herself into a little bit of trouble? Or am I crazy?
I think both are good statements. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not mutually exclusive. No,
yeah, we're still in the draw zone. Yeah.
But the problem now is that I don't see the forced draw. This was completely unnecessary by Tan Zhongyi. There were many ways to draw this without giving up a pawn. And now she's going to have to work for it.
Could I just play rook b7 and try to take those pawns?
Oh, and Tan Zhongyi with, or Lei Ting-Jie with king h5, by the way. Rook b7, rook h4 is, I think, the issue there. It's on the board, rook b7.
I wasn't worried about that, but should I be?
No.
Rook takes g7, takes king d4.
No, takes king d4, I go back to h4 and then go king c5.
Okay, then I'm a little worried.
Just a bit.
Yeah.
So rook h4 or king c5 first. It doesn't matter, but Humpy should go rook h4. She's played it. Takes g7, takes h3. And if black wins this second pawn and white is unable to win d5 in return, which should never happen, of course, then black will be winning.
I have breaking news in the Salimova game. The thermometer has moved, and then some.
It has. Oh my gosh, we got to go there now.
Yeah,
what on earth?
The thermometer has a big change there.
Just when I compare her to Magnus Carlsen, and that is what does me in. What on earth? Holy fill in the blank. So she played king f6, knight rook e3, and now she played the automatic move e5, and it gives away the whole advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the reason why. The reason why is that the king should be on f5. This is why we were praising this move so much, because here after knight c5, after rook e3, you can simply take on f4.
Right.
But if you play e5, knight c5 in this position, there are ways to win the game, like rook h6. With the king on h6, and this is what Salimova failed to notice, knight takes d7 is a check. You can't play e6, you can't play king e7, and if you play rook back to d1, the king slides back to d8, and suddenly, I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's a 3-result game.
Yeah.
What in the world?
That's crazy. Just as I was trying to correct myself with the 4 draws.
And now all 3 games are totally in the air because Tan Zhongyi is suddenly hanging by a thread. So we have to go to the bird's eye view. We see that Lei Ting-Jie is basically going for the bishop sack because she had no choice in the matter. But Goryachkina very close to holding that draw. d7, yeah, that should be a draw. Holy, oh my gosh.
Holy shnikes. Yeah.
I almost am saying that word because I don't know any other expressions that convey the craziness of this turnaround.
You know, I mistakenly said we could see 4 draws, and then I realized Salimova was going to win, And then right after I said it, she blundered with playing king f6 and e5.
It's hard to say what she blundered. I think she maybe just finally assumed that it was autopilot time. But it's never autopilot time.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like Tan Zhongyi found the right defensive setup in her game. But again, all three games are heating up. And which one do we jump to? Let's stay on the bird's eye view for a second. A3 by Leiting J. Last attempt to confuse her opponent. Actually, it's not easy there either. I'm trying to calculate in my head, and it's like tempo for tempo, because black will go f5 and create a third pass pawn. And those 5 minutes are what could save Goryachkina.
I mean, I would just play king c2, but is there a difference if I play queen c2 or king c3?
Normally, I'd say no, but I mean, in this game, nothing is what it seems. Salimova has gone rook h7, so now it's a total mess on that board. Let's go to the Vaishali game and basically toggle between the three, because f3 by Vaishali, oh my gosh, what a mess. She's threatening f2. Black is suddenly playing for a win now. If black wins this game, my commentating career might come to an end with that. Oh my gosh. Okay, draw.
Yeah, this is amazing that black has so much counterplay now.
Draw is imminent in the Tan Zhongyi game, so that game is the clearest, least amount of intrigue. So our tournament leader will draw, and that gives even more significance to the Leiting J game. 1 minute for Salimova. She's squandered her entire time advantage and her advantage on the board at the same time. Wild. Absolutely wild what is happening here.
Yeah, this is a crazy end to the round.
White King Perpetual, by the way, d8 equals queen, and rook h8, rook h7 is a tragic way to finish the game, but it might be necessary for Salimova to avoid the absolutely unthinkable, a loss in this game. And it takes just the total swallowing of your pride, which is what scares me, right? Because sometimes your brain just doesn't accept it. There's no way I messed up. I have to win this game. And she's gone rook e7. Woo! Okay, f2.
Boy, this is scary.
f2 already threatens knight d3, cutting off the bishop and preparing to promote. I think Salimova wants to get her king into e8. So it's not like white can't win this game either. It's basically anybody's game now.
I think if it was black to move and black played knight d3, white can still draw the same way you said with d8, rook e8.
Wow. That's true. That's true. But that can be hard to spot because you're so emotionally attached to that d7 pawn. To give it away like that can be hard. Under a minute for both players. They're playing on increment. Okay. Vaishali, she pushes. And I'm expecting king f7 here. I think this has to be the idea of her previous move. And black can lose also very easily. King f7, knight d3, king e8. And white will promote with checkmate. Yes, on the board. On the board. Okay,
wow, this is completely crazy.
Jesus. Goryachkina down also to 2 minutes as she tries to figure out the drawing sequence in her game. Man. 5 hours in, and now you have to deal with this if you're Salimova. Chess is a cruel, cruel game. Very cruel game. What does Vaishali do?
Yeah, that I didn't know either. I wasn't sure who has the bigger problems here.
Rook h3 is the engine move. Again, easier said than done. Defending laterally, king e8, you want to give the check on h8. So it's prophylaxis. You identify the threat and you say, I can't stop the king from getting to e8, but I can take the sting out of it. But with 15 seconds now, moment of truth. Moment of truth, 10 seconds for Vaishali.
No, she did it.
She's done it. The last hope for Salimova, and now she has to basically... Wait, now how does white draw?
I guess d8 queen still draws, or maybe not. My king can run to a7 and knight b7.
Oh,
I check on because I have a check on h7 and my queening.
God, they're just playing hot potato with the advantage. Tan Zhongyi has set up the Philidor position in a rook endgame, so it's just a matter of formality at this point. So finally, that game fizzles out about 3.5 hours later than we thought it would. Unreal. Goryachkina under a minute as well. Let's see. I'll take you there if a mistake is made. But e6 by Salimova. And will we get some sort of a perpetual on the 8th and 7th ranks? That might be the most probable outcome. Check. Here. Check back. Right? Perpetual?
Yeah, what if white tries to win with king f8 or king f6?
Yeah, like a zigzag pattern. Knight b7?
Whoa, engine doesn't like that.
Rook e8 wins for white now. Wait,
Wow.
but rook e8 is very obvious. She must have seen that move. Oh no. Rook e8, knight d6 check doesn't help because the king slides away. And obviously, taking the rook is futile. White recaptures with a new queen. But Salimova has to find this
rook
move.
e8 is winning. Yeah.
Gosh, knight b7. Total
Yeah,
panic move.
for the audience, d8 doesn't work because king takes rook b7, rook h7 check.
Oh my gosh, it might actually lose.
Yeah.
Because of the pin at the end. I don't have time to put this on the board. 5 seconds for Salimova. She makes a queen. No way.
No, that's no good.
She has to backpedal now. If you
Could
take
she
the
play?
knight,
Could
you
she play?
lose.
Could she play rook e8 and draw? Or maybe not.
Yes.
Oh, she played rook d7.
Oh my gosh. I'll just show in 1 second. Takes rook h7. Miracle resource and black wins. Another turnaround. I have no clue who's playing for a win now. I guess the rook will drop back to stop the pawn. e7 is a move here as well.
Yeah, I wonder why she didn't play rook e8. I wonder what she saw. I thought she saw.
Goryachkina made a losing blunder. We got to go there. We got to go there. Let's go to the Goryachkina game.
Wow.
Black wins with king f4. On the previous move, Goryachkina was one move away. She had to just take on f5, but then she had to find some very difficult moves. Instead, she went knight takes e5, expecting Leiting J to take on e4. The winning move for black is king f4. She's found it. She's found it. And here's... Tan Zhongyi, by the way, is about to draw, but we have to stay on this game. Tan Zhongyi has drawn her game. They are repeating moves. But look at this. Knight c6, king takes e4, knight takes b4, and this is the worst case scenario. The king dominates the knight, and there's no way to stop the f-pawn. Goryachkina will lose.
That's amazing.
Unbelievable. King f4. Attacking the knight, attacking the pawn. And obviously, if you take the pawn, then black takes the knight, and these two pawns are self-sufficient, as connected passers always are. I can't believe what we're seeing in these two games.
Well, Leiting J looks pretty happy. It's like she knows she's winning.
Now I think it's clear, because if you don't take the b pawn, you can keep the knight in the vicinity of the f pawn, but white's king is totally paralyzed. They're going down the line we just outlined. I'm going to show the draw after this game, because it actually was not easy. And after this heroic fight, Leiting J will win the game. And the other one is still going as well.
Yeah, we have 2 draws and 2 really exciting games left.
Yeah, the open section has finished. Hikaru defeats Abasov, but the ladies just continue to fight to the last drop of blood. It's over in this game. There's just nothing to fight for. The knight can go back, for example, but it's just a matter of babysitting the pawn and pushing it forward until the knight has to give itself up.
10 seconds for white.
F4. It's over. Wow. Can you believe this?
This has been a really amazing game.
And what a beautiful finale. White wins all of the pawns except one. And that one pawn decides the game. The story is that the knight is just very, very bad at stopping past pawns. It's not maneuverable. It's not a long-range piece. And this is the ideal setup when the king and the knight are in the same rank. And then there's 2 squares between them. The king dominates the knight. It doesn't allow it to move to any of these squares. F3, knight c5, king e3.
Yeah, that's all she wrote.
Looks like a draw in the other game is likely, but I'm not even going to try to predict anything anymore.
Yeah, both players are playing on increment, though, so anything could happen.
Is there a trap here, or does F3 just win? F3, knight c5, king e3.
But that looks sufficient, yeah.
Probably even king d4 if you want to taunt your opponent. But yeah, F3, and we're going to see a handshake here because queen versus knight is not even interesting.
It's pretty easy, yeah.
Yeah, it's a resignable scenario. I mean, Goryachkina might play just on emotion because of how close she came, and that means Lei Tingjie will claim the lead together with her compatriot Tan Zhongyi after a first-round loss in absolutely heroic fashion.
Yeah, winning with the black pieces against the highest rated player who hasn't lost a game yet. That's amazing.
The realization on the face of Goryachkina, nothing worse than losing a 6-hour game in this fashion. There really isn't a more painful feeling mentally. It just breaks you. And these are just pro forma final moves. The result isn't in question. Again, domination, right? King and the knight diagonally, 1 square between them. Knight is unable to access these 2 critical squares.
Yeah, just an incredible game.
And
I can't really blame white for missing king f4, even knowing what to do in that position. It was just too complicated. Even playing the drawing move, seems like it's really hard to draw.
We'd stay on this game, but I think we have to catch the end of the other game as well, where they have repeated twice, and now it's up to Salimova. If she goes king g6, it's a 3-time repetition. I don't see an alternative at this point. She does, and we're still on. The game continues.
Yep, and Goryachkina did resign.
She did. Yeah, resigned, and that means Lei Tingjie deals her first loss of the tournament. Only Katerina Lagno has so far gone without a loss, but she's made too many draws to contend for the lead. Knight c5 now, and white is self-destructing. King e7 was one of those moves that you play if you're not willing to accept that the advantage is long gone. I think Salimova might lose this now.
Yeah, obviously the trend of the game is that black is getting better and better and white's getting worse and worse. And then white's still playing for a win instead of repeating the moves, and then that could come back to haunt her later.
Also, she doesn't want us to get our dinner, and definitely wants to make sure that all the restaurants close so we can't get that southern barbecue as a reward for this marathon session. King d6, rook e3 is winning for black.
Wow.
No frickin' way. but it's not easy. Rook e3, e7, and there's a check on e6.
Yeah.
And it pushes the king back, and you lose the pawn. This is unthinkable.
If she plays rook e3, she's going to win. And she played it.
She's done it. Oh.
And as you predicted 20 minutes ago, Vaishali will win.
Exactly. That was, of course, what we were expecting all along.
Yeah.
But what I did predict is that once the position equalized, once white blundered the way to win, I had a feeling that this would happen, because this always happens when you're that winning. To then accept the draw and psychologically accept that you've given away the win is almost impossible in many cases after 5 hours. So you force yourself to keep the game going, even if deep inside you know that you're on tilt and that you're only flirting with a loss. This happens a lot more often than people might suspect. And still work to do for Vaishali.
Do I take it and play king d8?
I think you go king d1, king d8.
Oh, king d8 here.
Because if rook f1, rook e1, rook takes f2, there's a fork at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, everything wins. Every legal move is winning other than king b8 here. Even king b7 is winning. But let's see what she plays. You can take the bishop here. That's also acceptable.
5 seconds.
Gotta move. She's taking it.
Wow, we're
this
3
makes
seconds
it harder. Rook f1. Jesus. I think we're going to be here tomorrow. So the way this game is going. Jesus. So why is this winning? Right now you're threatening rook e1. If white plays rook f1, black plays rook e2, and I'm going to show this because we have the analysis board open already.
Yeah.
White is in Zugzwang. There's no way to keep this pawn. But king c6, check, king d5. Do not take on d7 and give up the f2 pawn. Go rook f6,
right?
King e5, rook f7, king e6, check, and the king has nowhere to go. If it goes to the d file, you lose the pawn with check, and if it goes to the f file, or it goes to f6, then you cut off the king and win the pawn. But that's not easy. That is absolutely not easy with seconds on your clock. So I think she complicated the process by taking the bishop.
And white did play rook f1. Is rook e2 the only winning move?
Rook f3 also wins, but it's one of those things where you might have to repeat, and those are the only two winning moves. So giving this empty check actually allows white to pick up these pawns and make the draw. 12 seconds. Gotta go.
Wow.
Can't forget about the clock. That's also a possibility. When the board is swimming in front of your eyes, she's gone rook e2.
With 4 seconds left.
I mean, all 4 results are possible here.
Mm-hmm. And even the 5th one sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, the way this game is going. Insane. So king c6 is the testing move, and the key for Vaishali is going to be, first of all, to give the check on e6. But the hard part, I think, is after the rook f6, king e5 to find rook f7.
Yeah.
Which she will, because there's just... It helps that there aren't that many legal moves, and that really narrows the field of possibilities. Okay. Step one.
Play king c6.
Rook e6. Do not give away the b pawn. I could see black playing rook b2 and screwing it up by trying to push b5. 8 seconds again. Gotta move 5 seconds. She's given the check. Step 2. Unreal. Will we have another twist of the plot in this game? Or are we finally moving toward a black victory?
This is a great sequence of moves to win if she can find it, especially with the time situation. That would be incredible if she plays rook f6, rook f7. And she did. She played rook f6.
But this is the moment of truth. Rook f7, rook e7, and it's still not over because white can actually walk over and win the b6 pawn. But the black rook will be able to reach the target square f5, where it defends both of these pawns in just in time. Can she find rook f7? Jesus. What a marathon encounter. 20 seconds.
What move number are we on?
Black's 73rd. Although the
And she
game
did
has
find
seemed
it.
longer.
And she did find it. Rook f7.
I think only chance is to go king d6 and king c6, but then the rook is going to zigzag back to f5, and that is going to simply end it. This game might have taken 73 years off Salimova's lifespan as well.
It's amazing how hard the players fight. Like Vaishali's completely losing and she fights and fights. She finally gets in a drawn position and Salimova plays for the win anyway. And it's going to cost her.
She's found all of it, and
Yeah,
you got to feel happy for Vaishali, who's lost 4 in a row, and she's deserved a break all tournament long. If she can drive this point home, what that would do to her confidence, especially in such a manner. But at the same time, Salimova is going to have one heck of a sleepless night. How do you deal with such a loss? And you have to deal with it because there's another game tomorrow.
Yeah.
And it's in something like 18 hours. It's 8 p.m. in Toronto. You've got to get some dinner, somehow reset yourself mentally and prep for a very difficult opponent tomorrow. Even though I don't even know who she's playing.
She plays all the right moves. Amazing.
Of course she sees it. Yeah, this is genuinely unbelievable. Salimova plays Humpy Canero tomorrow with black. What a nasty pairing after such a devastating loss. Oh, tomorrow's a rest day. My bad. I meant to say Wednesday. Actually, that might be a blessing in disguise.
I'm actually going to Toronto to just watch live on Thursday. I'll be watching the last 3 rounds from the site.
That sounds amazing. After today, I might just sleep until the round on Wednesday. Yep. Perfectly done by Vaishali. This is the magical square.
Yeah, there's nothing to do now.
Well, I would say king a6 and king a7 back. Try to... Because black cannot cross the Rubicon without giving up the a pawn. Right? So, I hate to say it, but it's not over if Salimova zigzags in the right, dances in the right way. How do you win this?
Oh, you're saying if I play king g5, you can take on f2.
Exactly. The point is if you go this way, then when the king reaches the furthest point from the pawn, you're going to give up the rook and very quickly try. It's probably losing, but there it might come down to tempo for tempo play. She goes to c6. And again, king e7, king b6 is the point. Okay, I got it. You have to go, and I'm just going to show this really quickly. This is probably not the only win, but basically you put white in zugzwang. You go king c6. Anytime white checks, the king can cross the plane to c4, and then it's easy. If the king goes back, then still you can go king c5. So as always, you rely on zugzwang check. It's very important here to realize that now you can go king d5 because the king is close enough to the pawn. And now you just pick up the a pawn, and then it's smooth sailing from there. That is truly remarkable.
I'm not even sure that black can't just win directly by playing king g5 and king g4 and stuff. I'm not sure rook f2 draws.
Probably a dozen would be my
Because
guess, but
king f5, king e6 is pretty quick.
it would be very dangerous to
Yeah, you
jeopardize
have
the
to figure
win
it
by
out.
relying on your calculation.
Right.
King d6. And again, anytime white checks, it gives black that one tempo she needs to squeeze her king through the fifth rank,
Right.
and she finds it. You don't go all this way and then falter at the very end if you're Vaishali. She won't let this opportunity slip through the cracks at this point. Prague has to be holding his breath at this point. Or maybe he can't even watch it all. I certainly wouldn't be able to if I was, a sibling or a second and it comes down to the wire like this. You're just praying to whatever God you believe in or don't believe in.
Yeah, so king c6 seems like it's the easiest, yeah.
Yeah, I'm checking with the engine. You're right. King g5, you can also win like that because white is just too slow. By several tempi. Well, actually, no, by one tempo. By one tempo.
Yeah.
White is too slow. But the one thing to avoid is king c5. This is what we're saying. Like, do not give this pawn up and then try to blindly make your way to e3 because then white will give up the rook for the pawn. And I just got kicked.
What an amazing game. Really interesting round. It looks like we're going to have two decisive results.
Okay, I'm back. You can still hear me, Ben, correct?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, I'm back. King c6 was found.
Yes. I thought you were just so amazed that you were frozen in time.
Yeah, my net couldn't take all of these twists and turns, and yeah, that's it. Rook c1, king d5, just as we outlined. I don't recall such a turnaround in a long time. Rook c5. Why? What? Wait, Ben, takes king a5 would have been hilarious.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm
always repeat. Very good.
This is a stalemate, but black would just make a waiting move. Maybe in a bullet game. That didn't actually happen. Repeats to gain time, and king to d5.
I saw last night when you rose in that guy by playing, drawing down a lot of material.
Yeah, it still works to perfection, the Rosen trap. I'm shocked that people still fall for it. It's just such an instinct to pre-move.
Yeah.
That even if it's like those videos where there's a jump scare at the end of some dumb commercial, and even if you're alerted to it, you're still going to jump from your seat because it's just so hard to to not autopilot that moment. Okay, Vaishali is overthinking this. She just has to go king d5.
Repeating was really good because she got an extra minute on the clock. It's really good anyway, but I like the way she gets the extra minute.
There's nothing to screw up here because the king is so close to the pawn. And she's done it. And that was the last very faint hope for Salimova. Does she resign now? Does she play a few more meaningless moves before she accepts the inevitable? Yeah, I think she resigns momentarily. Phew, what a round.
Yeah, what a turnaround in this game. Never give up. Vaishali didn't give up, and she got rewarded.
It's crazy how actually relatively hard the win was, even at the very end, king f5.
Mhm.
Of course, our analysis wasn't extensive, but it seemed to be the only clean, or king f6 rather, was her move. King f5 was the winning move, and it's just the nature of modern chess. You can play perfectly for so long, but the resistance is no longer the exception. It's just the norm. Everybody knows how to defend, and it used to be the case that there were just a few players who could resist like this. Now, everybody forces you to be precise until the end. I think computers are responsible for that. Mm-hmm.
Last round, Mike Klein was saying that on move 32, Goryachkina was playing 100%, and she didn't win. And I'm not sure she was winning. I mean, just amazing you can play 100, and it's amazing to play 100, but then to not win is also amazing.
Yeah, everyone's accurate. And that Goryachkina game, we probably only scratched the surface. I think we did a good job of capturing the fun lines that were on and off the scene. But that game is definitely one to bookmark and to look at probably after we get some rest. That's the most
Yeah.
Probably after the players get some rest as well. Still not over.
It's pretty over.
At this point, I think resigning is the only way to save face. I mean, if you're making moves, it's only because you're not, your brain has probably accepted it, but you just can't bring yourself to stop the clock, to admit that, yes, I'm on the receiving end of this game, of this comeback. King b4. Stalemate idea? I don't see it.
Yeah, there's no stalemates.
Okay. You can do it, Vaishali. King b4. It's high risk move. Okay, played. King d3.
Also winning pretty easily, because at king e2 you take with the king. So
I'm
not much to do
school.
now.
I'm old school like that. I would have picked up the pawn and then come around and eliminated the counterplay, but the very difficult line she calculated was takes, king c4 resigns.
Right.
Which is exactly how the game is going to end. Online, you're hoping for a mouse slip. Over the board, there's no reason to continue playing. King b4 resigns exactly as anticipated. a5, rook f6, separating the king and the pawn. There it is.
Wow, what a round. What a game. What a comeback.
Vaishali wins. 40 moves ago, it would be a funny joke. Okay, a draw, maybe. Some perpetual was blundered. White was even winning after the initial blunder was committed. There was that opportunity, and you can see just an incredulous Salimova getting up from the board. Finally, the games are done. 2 draws, Tan Zhongyi and Humpy Kaneru, Lagno and Muzichuk. A pretty level game throughout. Lei Ting-Jie wins in scintillating fashion against Goryachkina. She joins Tan Zhongyi in the lead. And this incredible comeback by Vaishali to stop the losing streak. Ben, a final thought from you. I'm ready to get some rest. I don't think anybody will blame us. But your final thoughts on this crazy day of action before we look at the standings and wrap up.
Yeah, this was really exciting round. A couple decisive games, a comeback, a change in the standings. And I know I'm exhausted. I'm sure the players are very happy that the round is over and they can take a much needed break.
Yes, before we do the same, here are the standings. Tan Zhongyi and Lei Ting-Jie in clear first by a point. They're followed by 2 people with 5.5. These are tomorrow's pairings. The leader faces Lagno, who's been ultra solid. Vaishali faces Goryachkina. And Lei Ting-jae has the white pieces against Muzichuk, a game that, of course, she will try to win. But Muzichuk, a very formidable opponent. And on that note, folks, that is not tomorrow. That is Wednesday. Of course, tomorrow is a rest day, much to the players' relief and to ours as well. So we hope you join us. Wednesday will feature the open broadcast and the women's broadcast simultaneously. Robert, Hess, and Jen Shahade will handle the women's broadcast. You will not want to miss it. Wednesday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. And now for GM Ben Feingold and our entire amazing crew, GM Daniel Naroditsky, wishing you a very pleasant rest of the evening. We will definitely take some rest. Ben, it was a pleasure commentating with you as usual. A big thank you to our producer, Hala, and to everybody who joined. We hope to see you Wednesday afternoon. This was round 10 of the FIDE Women's Candidates 2024. The action continues after tomorrow's rest day. We'll see you then. Have a good evening.